Hey everyone, tonight we're boarding a different kind of story, one that rolls through time with the rhythm of iron wheels and rising steam. We're stepping onto a 19th century train to discover what life was really like on the rails in the 1800s. From soot in your collar to strangers packed shoulder to shoulder, from scenic countryside views to bumpy wooden seats, it wasn't always glamorous, but it was the future in motion. So friends, as always, let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Also, please drop a like and subscribe to our channel to stay up to date with new stories and projects daily. Now, lower the lights. Maybe imagine the soft chug of an engine in the distances and let yourself relax. You're standing on a wooden platform somewhere in Ohio, and it's 1847. The morning air smells primarily of coal smoke with a hint of adventure. Your carpet bag sits heavy in your hand, stuffed with everything you own that seemed important 3 days ago when you decided to head west. Now you're wondering why you packed 2 pairs of Sunday shoes and only 1 spare shirt. The locomotive sits before you, hissing and clanking like some great metal beast with indigestion. Steam puffs from various openings, and you can't shake the feeling that the whole contraption might explode at any moment. The engineer, a grizzled man with arms like tree trunks, seems remarkably unconcerned about this possibility. He's probably seen enough boiler explosions to know what one looks like before it happens. This thought doesn't comfort you as much as you'd hoped. You climb aboard the passenger car, which is essentially a wooden box on wheels with windows. The seats are arranged in rows facing forward, though seats is perhaps too generous a term. They're more like church pews with backs, upholstered in horsehair that prickles through your clothes. The aisle between them is narrow enough that 2 people can't pass without one of them sucking in their stomach and doing a little sideways shuffle. Your fellow passengers are settling in around you. There's a woman in a severe black dress who's already claimed the window seat and looks like she'd defend it with her life. Behind her, a travelling salesman arranges his sample cases with the precision of a military operation. Across the aisle, a young mother tries to convince her toddler that the train isn't actually a monster, though the child seems sceptical, and frankly, you don't blame him. The conductor appears, a man whose moustache has its own postal code. He's wearing a uniform that's seen better decades and carries a pocket watch he consults with religious devotion. "All aboard," he calls, though you're already aboard, so you're not sure if the request applies to you or if you should get off and get back on again. You choose to remain where you are. With a tremendous jolt that nearly sends you into the lap of the stern woman by the window, the train begins to move. The wheels make a rhythmic clacking sound that will haunt your dreams for the next 3 weeks. Clackety-clack, clackety-clack, clackety-clack. It's almost musical, if your taste in music runs to repetitive percussion, performed by iron wheels on iron rails. The scenery outside starts to crawl past. At this speed, you could probably hop off, pick some wildflowers and hop back on again, though the conductor's moustache suggests the idea wouldn't be appreciated. Fields roll by, dotted with cows who seem mildly interested in this mechanical intrusion into their pastoral day. A farmer waves from his plough and you wave back, feeling very cosmopolitan and modern. The car rocks gently from side to side, not entirely unlike being in a cradle, if cradles were made of wood and iron and pulled by steam engines. The motion is soothing once you get used to it, though it takes about the same amount of time as a mild case of seasickness. You close your eyes and try to imagine you're on a ship sailing across prairies instead of oceans. Your carpet bag slides around on the floor with each curve and bump. Everybody's luggage performs a small dance, and every now and then someone's hatbox tries to escape, only to have its embarrassed owner restrain it. The woman next to you has tied her reticule to her wrist with what appears to be a shoelace. Clearly she's travelled by train before. Outside, the world passes by at the breathtaking speed of about 15 miles per hour. The present is the future, you think to yourself. The present is what progress looks like. People travel across vast distances on iron horses, reaching speeds that would have been unthinkable for your grandparents. However, at this moment, as I watch a particularly energetic squirrel keep pace with the train for a solid 30 seconds, the entire experience feels less revolutionary and more quaint. The whistle blows, a long, mournful sound that somehow manages to be both exciting and lonely at the same time. You're moving now, carried forward by steam and steel into whatever adventure awaits down the line. After your first hour aboard, you're beginning to understand that train travel comes with its peculiar social rules, most of which nobody bothered to write down anywhere. It's like being invited to a party where everyone knows the secret handshake except you. Take the window seat situation, for instance. The woman beside you has established squatters' rights on the window view, and she guards it jealously. When you lean slightly toward the glass to catch a glimpse of a particularly captivating cow, she shifts her considerable bulk to block your view entirely. It seems like she's following proper train etiquette, but you suspect she's making it up as she goes. The art of eating aboard a moving train proves to be more challenging than you'd anticipated. The railroad has thoughtfully provided a dining car, though dining is perhaps too elegant a term for what transpires there. You make your way down the aisle, grabbing seat backs and fellow passengers for support as the car sways and lurches. The dining car attendant, a man who's clearly made peace with the chaos of his profession, serves up plates of food that seem determined to slide into your lap. Your beef stew sloshes from side to side with each train rock. You quickly learn to time your spoonfuls with the motion of the car, scooping up stew when it slides toward you, and waiting patiently when it migrates to the far side of the bowl. It resembles a fishing experience, albeit with gravy and vegetables as the catch, and a constantly shifting pond. The other diners have developed various strategies for dealing with mobile meals. One gentleman has wedged his plate between two coffee cups, creating a little edible fortress. A lady at the next table has given up entirely on utensils, and is politely nibbling her dinner roll while watching her soup perform acrobatics. The travelling salesman from your car has somehow managed to balance his entire meal on his knees while continuing to work on his correspondence. You suspect he's part circus performer. Coffee service presents its own unique challenges. The attendant approaches with a large pot and the confident air of someone who's done the job 1,000 times before. He pours the coffee in a smooth arc that somehow accounts for the train's motion, the cup's movement, and the likelihood that you'll jerk your hand at the crucial moment. Most of the coffee actually makes it into the cup, which feels like a small miracle. Between meals, you discover that privacy is a negotiable concept aboard a train. Your fellow passengers seem to view your personal business as legitimate entertainment. The stern woman by the window has taken to commenting on your reading material, despite the fact that you haven't asked for her literary opinions. When you pull out a penny novel, she sniffs disapprovingly and mutters something about the decline of modern morals. You consider pointing out that her own reading material appears to be a temperance tract, but decide that discretion is the better part of not getting into an argument with someone you'll be sitting next to for the next 2 days. The travelling salesman has appointed himself the car's unofficial social director. He knows everyone's destination, occupation, and life story within the first 50 miles. By mile 75, he's offering unsolicited advice about everything from the best hotels in Chicago to the proper treatment of bunions. You learn more about bunion care than any reasonable person should know. However, you must admit that his enthusiasm is endearing. The bathroom facilities on the train deserve special mention, although they may not be ideal to use during dinner time. Embracing nature's call while travelling at 15 miles per hour over questionable track demands a certain level of athletic ability and a willingness to embrace adventure. The facilities themselves are about the size of a broom closet, furnished with a seat that seems designed by someone who'd never actually sat down before. The whole experience teaches you new levels of appreciation for stationary plumbing. Nightfall brings its set of social challenges. The seats don't recline exactly, but you can achieve a sort of semi-slumped position that passes for comfort if you're not particular about your spine's alignment. The stern woman has produced a pillow from somewhere and has claimed both armrests with the authority of a territorial squirrel. You fold your coat into a makeshift pillow and settle in for what promises to be a very educational night in the art of sleeping while sitting up. The sounds of the train take on a different quality in the darkness. The clacking of wheels becomes more pronounced, almost rhythmic. Someone several seats back has begun snoring in counterpoint to the train's rhythm, creating an odd sort of mobile lullaby. Morning arrives with the subtlety of a brass band, announced by the conductor's voice calling out the next station stop. You've managed about 3 hours of actual sleep, scattered throughout the night in 20-minute intervals, between the train's more enthusiastic lurches and the creative snoring symphony that developed around midnight. Your fellow passengers are stirring with various degrees of success. The travelling salesman appears to have slept like a baby, if babies typically woke up perfectly groomed and ready to discuss the virtues of their latest patent medicine. The stern woman looks exactly as severe as she did yesterday, leading you to suspect she may not actually sleep, but simply powers down like some sort of Victorian automaton. The new passenger boards at this stop, and he's the kind of character that makes train travel memorable. He's clearly a frontier type, dressed in buckskins that have seen more adventure than a penny novel. His beard appears to have been styled by a windstorm, and he carries himself with the easy confidence of someone who's wrestled bears and lived to tell about it, probably over dinner. He settles into a seat across the aisle, and immediately begins regaling anyone within earshot with tales of his exploits. According to his stories, he's been a trapper, a scout, a gold prospector, and briefly, a circus performer. You suspect some embellishment, particularly regarding the story about training a wild mustang to fetch his morning coffee, but his enthusiasm is infectious. Even the stern woman seems grudgingly interested, though she maintains her disapproving expression as a matter of principle. The young mother with the toddler has given up any pretense of controlling her child, who has discovered that the aisle makes an excellent racetrack. The boy careens from seat to seat, using passengers' knees as turning posts in his Grand Prix. Most travellers accept this with resigned good humour, though the travelling salesman looks nervous about his carefully arranged sample cases. At the next stop, a preacher boards, recognisable by his severe black coat and the way he surveys the car, as if calculating everyone's likelihood of salvation. He takes a seat near the back and immediately begins reading from what you assume is a Bible, though at this distance it could be a cookbook for all you know. The frontier character catches sight of him and grins, and you sense that philosophical discussions may be in your future. A group of immigrants fills several seats near the front of the car. They speak in a language you don't recognise, gesturing animatedly and pointing out the windows at the passing landscape. Their excitement is palpable, and you realise you're witnessing people seeing their new country for the first time. It provides perspective on your own journey, although you're still not entirely sure why you chose to head west initially. The dining car attendant makes his rounds, announcing breakfast with the air of someone who's given up hoping anyone will be surprised by the menu. There's hardtack, coffee as strong as a horseshoe, and a dish that could easily pass for eggs if you don't scrutinise it too closely. The frontier character claims that the food is the finest cuisine he has experienced since leaving civilization. However, considering his stories about eating bark and prairie grass, this may not be a significant compliment. Conversation flows easily around the car, resembling the interactions of people who have been brought together by circumstance. The preacher and the frontiersman have indeed struck up a debate about the nature of civilization versus the wilderness. The preacher argues for the moral benefits of settled society, while the frontiersman counters with stories about the corrupting influence of cities. You find yourself nodding along to both sides, which probably makes you either very wise or very confused. The stern woman has appointed herself the moral guardian of the car, offering unsolicited commentary on everyone's behaviour, reading material, and general deportment. When the travelling salesman produces a deck of cards, she launches into a lecture about the evils of gambling that would make the preacher proud. The salesman explains that he was merely planning to demonstrate a card trick for the toddler, but she remains unconvinced. By afternoon, the various personalities have settled into a comfortable routine. The frontiersman entertains the group with his stories, the preacher offers moral advice, the travelling salesman provides solutions to unidentified problems, and the stern woman upholds order with her disapproval. The immigrants continue their animated discussions, occasionally breaking into what sounds like folk songs. You've become the unofficial mediator, the neutral party everyone feels comfortable talking to. You may not have strong opinions, or your carpet bag may contain the only good whiskey on the train, hidden under your spare shirts. Either way, you're learning more about human nature than you ever expected. The toddler has worn himself out and finally fallen asleep in his mother's arms, providing the first quiet moment since dawn. Even the train seems to be running more smoothly, as if it too appreciates the brief respite from chaos. The dinner service that evening proves to be an adventure worthy of the frontier itself. You've learned from your lunch experience and approach the dining car with a strategy. Secure your food, find something to brace against, and accept that dignity is optional when travelling at 15 miles per hour over tracks laid by optimistic railroad workers. The menu hasn't changed since breakfast, which isn't particularly surprising given that the dining car's pantry is roughly the size of your grandmother's pie safe. The attendant, whose name you've learned is Frank, has developed a philosophical approach to his work that involves accepting the limitations of cooking aboard a moving train while maintaining unreasonable optimism about the results. Tonight's mystery meat is chicken, but it bounces around your plate like it never got used to being dead. The vegetables have achieved that perfect mushy consistency where you can't quite tell if you're eating carrots or turnips, and frankly it doesn't matter because they both taste like the inside of a coal bin. Your dining companions this evening include a banker from Philadelphia who keeps checking his pocket watch as if he can somehow make the train arrive faster through sheer temporal willpower. Across from him sits a schoolmarm heading to a teaching position in Kansas, armed with enough moral fibre to build a small church and the kind of determined cheerfulness that suggests she's prepared to educate the frontier into submission. The frontiersman has joined your table, bringing with him tales of dining on roasted prairie dog and something he calls mountain oysters, which you suspect aren't actually oysters, and definitely aren't from any mountain you'd care to visit. His stories make the mysterious trained chickens seem downright gourmet by comparison. Halfway through the meal, the train hits a particularly ambitious curve, and chaos ensues. Your chicken breaks free, sliding across the table towards the banker, whose reflexes suggest he has successfully avoided flying food in the past. The schoolmarm's coffee creates a small tidal wave that somehow manages to miss her entirely while thoroughly soaking her bread roll. Frank the attendant doesn't even pause in his serving, having clearly witnessed this performance many times before. The banker, now wearing your dinner, maintains his dignity with admirable stoicism. He dabs at the chicken grease on his vest with the same methodical precision he probably applies to balancing ledgers. Occupational hazard of train dining, he observes philosophically, as if being assaulted by mobile poultry is a regular part of his financial career. With the efficient competence of someone accustomed to managing classroom catastrophes, the schoolmarm produces a handkerchief and begins cleaning up the coffee disaster. Her cheerfulness remains undaunted, though you suspect she's mentally composing letters home about the exotic dangers of frontier dining. After dinner, you retire to your seat to discover that motion sickness has finally caught up with you. It creeps in gradually, starting with a vague uneasiness that you initially attribute to the mysterious chicken. The constant swaying motion of the car, which seemed charming this morning, now feels less like a gentle cradle and more like being trapped inside a powerful washing machine. With the sharp eye of someone who has likely diagnosed half the ailments in her hometown, the stern woman notices your distress. She produces a small bottle from her reticule with the confidence of a travelling apothecary. She announces, "Peppermint oil," as if she's offering a miraculous remedy. Settles the stomach and clears the head. You're in no position to refuse help, even from someone whose previous medical advice consisted mainly of moral lectures. The peppermint oil does help, though whether it's the actual medicine or just the relief of having someone show unexpected kindness is hard to say. The travelling salesman, overhearing your plight, launches into an enthusiastic pitch for his latest remedy, guaranteed to cure everything from motion sickness to melancholy. His sample case reveals an impressive array of bottles, tins, and mysterious packages, each promising to solve problems you didn't know you had. You politely decline his offer of Doctor, Pemberton's miracle elixir, partly because you're feeling better, and partly because anything described as miraculous and sold from a suitcase seems suspect. The rocking motion of the train, which caused your stomach troubles, ironically becomes soothing once the nausea passes. The rhythmic clacking of wheels settles into a hypnotic pattern that makes your eyelids heavy. Outside the windows, twilight is painting the landscape in soft purples and golds, turning ordinary farmland into something almost magical. Your fellow passengers are settling into their evening routines. The preacher has switched from moral philosophy to what appears to be letter writing, his pen scratching across paper in time with the train's rhythm. The immigrants have grown quiet, gazing out at their new country with expressions of wonder and perhaps a little homesickness. The toddler has discovered that the space under the seats makes an excellent fort and has begun a complex game involving his few toys and a remarkable amount of imagination. His mother watches with the patient expression of someone who's learned to find entertainment in the smallest victories. Frank appears with evening coffee, which you accept gratefully despite its resemblance to coal tar, because sometimes the ritual of warmth and caffeine matters more than the actual quality of either. Darkness settles over the train like a familiar blanket, transforming the passenger car into a cosy, if somewhat cramped, cocoon of warm light and human companionship. The conductor makes his evening rounds, lighting the oil lamps that cast dancing shadows on the walls and create pools of golden light throughout the car. The effect is intimate, turning your rolling wooden box into something approaching comfortable. Sleeping on a train, you're discovering, is less a single event and more a series of negotiations between your body, the seat, and the laws of physics. The seats weren't designed with overnight comfort in mind, having been crafted by someone who apparently believed that humans were naturally shaped like church pews. You try various positions, the classic slump, the sideways lean, and an ambitious attempt to use your carpet bag as a footrest, which ends with your luggage sliding 3 seats forward during a particularly spirited curve. The stern woman has transformed herself into a fortress of propriety, somehow managing to arrange her shawls and skirts in a way that maintains perfect modesty, while achieving what appears to be actual comfort. You suspect she's had training in this particular skill, possibly from a finishing school that offered advanced courses in travelling with dignity. Her gentle snoring suggests she's mastered the art completely. The frontiersman has claimed 2 seats by virtue of simply being too large for one, and he sleeps with the easy confidence of someone accustomed to bedding down under the open sky. Occasionally he mutters in his sleep, fragments of adventures that may or may not have actually happened. You catch references to ornery mules and the biggest catfish in Missouri, delivered with the same conviction he brings to his waking stories. The travelling salesman has somehow arranged his sample cases into a makeshift bed that looks more comfortable than your seat, though you suspect it violates several unspoken rules about train etiquette. He's covered himself with what appears to be a tarp advertising his patent medicines, turning himself into a human billboard even in sleep. At midnight, the train abruptly stops, startling everyone awake. Through the windows you can see lanterns moving in the darkness, and voices carry the tone of men dealing with some sort of mechanical crisis. The conductor appears, his moustache looking less authoritative than usual, to explain that they're having a small difficulty with the locomotive's enthusiasm, which you take to mean the engine has broken down again. This sort of thing, you're learning, is considered perfectly normal in 1847. Trains break down the way horses throw shoes, or wagon wheels come loose. It's not a crisis, merely an inconvenience that requires patience and possibly some creative engineering. Frank appears with more coffee, as if caffeine is the universal solution to mechanical problems. The delay gives everyone a chance to stretch, walk around, and engage in the kind of philosophical discussions that only happen at midnight when you're stranded beside railroad tracks in the middle of Ohio. The preacher and the frontiersman resume their debate about civilization, now expanded to include theories about mechanical progress and God's opinion of steam engines. The banker produces a flask from his coat and offers it around with the generosity of someone who's given up worrying about propriety at this hour. Even the schoolmarm accepts a small sip, though she makes a face that suggests her temperance principles are still intact, just temporarily suspended for medicinal purposes. The immigrants gather near their seats, talking quietly among themselves while the children sleep against their parents' shoulders. Their patience appears boundless, as if they've grown accustomed to patiently awaiting the start of their lives. You wonder what they're leaving behind and what they hope to find at the end of their journey. Outside, the repair work continues with the steady rhythm of men who know their business. Hammering, the hiss of steam, and occasional cursing that carries clearly in the night air. The locomotive is clearly a temperamental creature that requires both mechanical skill and diplomatic handling. The stern woman has produced needlework from somewhere in her seemingly bottomless reticule and is stitching by lamplight with the concentration of a surgeon. She notices your attention and explains, without prompting, that idle hands, even at midnight beside broken-down trains, are a dangerous place. Her moral principles apparently don't recognise standard sleeping hours. By 2 a.m, the repairs are complete, announced by a triumphant whistle that probably wakes up every cow within 5 miles. Everyone settles back into their improvised sleeping arrangements with the weary satisfaction of travellers who've shared a small adventure. The train begins moving again, with its characteristic series of jerks and jolts, like a giant waking up with arthritis. The rhythmic clacking returns, perhaps slightly more enthusiastic than before, as if the locomotive is making up for lost time. Outside, the dark landscape slides past, dotted with occasional farmhouse windows glowing warm and yellow in the distance. Sleep comes easier now, induced by exhaustion, and the hypnotic motion of wheels on rails. Even your uncomfortable seat begins to feel almost cosy, and you drift off to the sound of gentle snoring, creaking wood, and the endless song of iron wheels carrying you toward whatever adventure awaits at the end of the line. Morning arrives with the reluctant grey light of dawn filtering through the passenger car windows, revealing a landscape that looks suspiciously similar to yesterday's scenery. You're beginning to suspect that Ohio is considerably larger than the map suggested, or possibly that you've been travelling in circles while you slept. The latter seems unlikely, given the determined forward motion of the locomotive, but after 36 hours on rails, your sense of geography has become somewhat negotiable. Your body has achieved a sort of détente with the train seat, accepting discomfort as the natural state of existence, while maintaining hope that sensation will eventually return to your legs. The stern woman is already awake and somehow perfectly groomed, leading you to wonder if she's actually human, or perhaps some sort of travelling automaton designed to make the rest of humanity feel inadequate. Frank begins his morning rounds with coffee that has the consistency of warm tar and twice the potency. The travelling salesman greets the new day with enthusiasm that would be admirable if it weren't quite so early and loud. He's already reorganised his sample cases and is preparing to demonstrate his patent medicines to anyone unfortunate enough to make eye contact. The frontier character awakens from his slumber, akin to a bear emerging from hibernation, accompanied by sound effects capable of frightening small children and possibly even larger ones. His morning routine involves spectacular stretching, creative cursing, and the production of what appears to be hardtack from his coat pocket. He gnaws on this breakfast with the satisfaction of a man accustomed to food that fights back. Outside the windows, the landscape has begun to change subtly. The neat farmsteads of settled Ohio are giving way to wider spaces, more scattered buildings, and longer stretches where civilization seems to have given up entirely. You're approaching the real frontier now, where the map gets vague and adventure becomes less theoretical. The banker consults his pocket watch with increasing frequency, as if he can somehow accelerate the train through sheer temporal anxiety. His destination is Chicago, where he has important business that apparently cannot wait for the normal pace of steam locomotion. He's begun muttering calculations under his breath, working out arrival times with the desperate precision of a man who's promised to be somewhere specific, at a time that's looking increasingly unlikely. Around mid-morning, the train develops what Frank diplomatically calls a case of the slows. The locomotive begins chugging with less enthusiasm, like an aging horse that's decided it's covered enough ground for one day. Your 15-mile-per-hour pace drops to something closer to a brisk walk, which means the energetic squirrels are once again keeping pace outside your window. This mechanical reluctance creates what the conductor announces as a brief delay for locomotive encouragement, which sounds much more dignified than the engine is having another breakdown. You're learning that railroad terminology exists primarily to make mechanical failures sound like deliberate scheduling decisions. The delay provides an opportunity for extended socializing, which by now resembles a mobile town hall meeting. The preacher has begun holding informal services for anyone interested, although his congregation mainly consists of immigrants who may not understand his words but seem to appreciate the familiar rhythm of religious ceremonies. The schoolmarm has started an impromptu geography lesson, using the passing landscape to explain the settlement patterns of the American frontier. Her enthusiasm for education remains undaunted by her audience's mixed interest in learning about soil types and river systems. The toddler seems particularly fascinated by her chalk, which she's somehow produced from her seemingly magical carpet bag. Your fellow passengers have developed the easy familiarity of people who've shared close quarters and minor adventures. Personal space has become a quaint memory, and everyone's life story is now common knowledge. You know about the banker's 3 daughters, the preacher's mission to bring salvation to Kansas, the schoolmarm's correspondence with her sister in Boston, and approximately 47 of the frontiersman's most unlikely adventures. The stern woman has revealed herself to be well-travelled, offering commentary on railroad systems she's experienced from Baltimore to St. Louis. Her disapproval, you realise, comes from extensive experience with the gap between what train travel promises and what it actually delivers. She's less morally outraged than practically disappointed, which somehow makes her criticism more endearing. Lunch consists of the same mysterious substances as yesterday, though Frank has managed to arrange them differently on the plate, creating the illusion of variety. The dining car conversation centres on destination fever, that peculiar condition that affects long-distance travellers as they approach their journey's end. Everyone has begun talking faster, planning more enthusiastically, and checking their belongings with increasing frequency. This anticipation appears to have a particularly strong impact on immigrants. Their excitement is palpable as they recognise that the landscape outside is becoming their new home. They point at farms and towns with the intensity of people claiming territory with their eyes, already beginning the psychological process of belonging somewhere new. By afternoon, even the locomotive seems to have caught destination fever, picking up pace with renewed mechanical enthusiasm. The clacking of wheels takes on a more urgent rhythm, as if the train itself is eager to reach the end of the line and rest its iron bones. The final hours of your train journey unfold with the bittersweet quality of all endings, tinged with both relief and an unexpected nostalgia for the rolling community you've temporarily joined. Your destination appears on the horizon as a smudge of smoke and scattered buildings, growing larger with each rhythmic clack of the wheels. After 3 days of wondering if you'd ever arrive anywhere, the reality of actually reaching the end of the line feels almost surreal. The locomotive seems to sense its approaching rest, developing a more eager chuff that suggests it's as ready as you are to stop moving for a while. Your body has adapted to constant motion so thoroughly that you suspect you'll spend the next week swaying slightly while standing still, like a sailor who's been too long at sea. The stern woman has begun the complex process of reassembling herself into travelling order, folding shawls and securing belongings with the precision of a general preparing for battle. Her transformation from rumpled passenger back into the picture of Victorian propriety is fascinating to watch, involving more pins and strategic tucking than you thought humanly possible. The travelling salesman is conducting a final inventory of his sample cases, probably calculating profits and losses from his mobile pharmacy. He's sold several bottles of his mysterious elixir to fellow passengers, though whether from genuine belief in his products or simply cabin fever-induced purchasing decisions remains unclear. The frontiersman bought 3 bottles, claiming they'd be perfect for trading with Indians, though you suspect he plans to drink them himself. Your fellow travellers begin the ritual of exchanging addresses and promises to write, though you all know that once you step off this train, you'll scatter to your separate destinies, and probably never cross paths again. Still, the ritual matters. These people have become your temporary family, bound together by shared discomfort, and the peculiar intimacy that develops when strangers are trapped in close quarters for days at a time. The banker finally relaxes his death grip on his pocket watch, accepting that he'll arrive when he arrives, and his Chicago business will have to adapt accordingly. His anxiety has transformed into philosophical acceptance, though he mentions several times that he'll never again trust railroad schedules, especially ones written by people who clearly view time as a flexible concept. The preacher has been energized by approaching his mission field, speaking with renewed fervour about bringing civilization and salvation to the frontier. With amusement, the frontiersman listens, occasionally commenting on the type of salvation that truly comes in handy when confronted with hostile wildlife or severe weather. Their ongoing theological debate has become one of the journey's most entertaining features. The schoolmarm has grown quiet as her destination approaches, perhaps contemplating the reality of teaching frontier children who may view book learning as less immediately useful than tracking and shooting skills. Her determination remains unshakable, but it's now tempered with the practical understanding that education takes different forms in different places. The immigrants gather their belongings with reverent care, handling their few possessions like sacred relics. Everything they own in America fits into a handful of bags and bundles, but their faces shine with the hope of people who've successfully crossed an ocean and a continent to reach their dreams. Their excitement is infectious, reminding everyone else that arrival means possibility. The toddler has finally worn himself completely out and sleeps peacefully in his mother's arms, oblivious to the significance of reaching their new home. His mother looks out at the approaching town with the mixed expression of someone who's relieved the journey is ending, but terrified about what comes next. As the train begins its final approach, slowing with a series of gentle jerks and extended whistle blasts that announce your arrival to the waiting town, you realise that this journey has been about more than simply getting from one place to another. You've experienced a slice of America in transition, a country building itself 1 mile of track at a time. The station appears ahead, a simple wooden building that nevertheless represents the end of one adventure and the beginning of another. People wait on the platform, some greeting expected arrivals, others simply curious about who the Iron Horse has delivered to their town today. The final stop arrives with a ceremony befitting the completion of an epic journey. A tremendous hiss of steam, the squeal of brakes, and one last authoritative jolt that sends everyone reaching for something solid to grab. Frank appears in the doorway, announcing your arrival with the satisfaction of a man who successfully delivered another load of hopeful humanity to their chosen destination. You gather your carpet bag, which somehow feels heavier than when you started, though it contains exactly the same items. Perhaps it's weighted down with memories now, or maybe you've just grown weaker from 3 days of train food and improvised sleeping. Either way, you're ready to feel solid ground beneath your feet again. As you step down onto the platform, the absence of constant motion feels strange and wonderful. The world has stopped rocking, stopped clacking, and stopped hissing steam at irregular intervals. The silence is almost overwhelming after days of mechanical conversation. Your fellow passengers disperse with surprising speed, reclaiming their individual identities after days of communal existence. They exchange final handshakes, make last-minute address exchanges, and make promises to write that they may or may not keep. As if you've passed some sort of endurance test she's been administering, the stern woman nods approvingly at your survival of the journey. The locomotive sits steaming quietly, looking somehow smaller now that it's not in motion. The mighty iron horse that's been your world for 3 days is just a machine again, waiting for its next load of passengers and their dreams. You shoulder your carpet bag and walk toward the town, your legs still slightly unsteady from days of swaying motion. Behind you, the train whistle blows one last time, a farewell that somehow manages to sound both mournful and hopeful. The frontier stretches ahead, full of possibility and uncertainty in equal measure. You've arrived, carried here by steam and steel and the peculiar magic of American optimism made manifest in iron rails. Whatever happens next, you'll always remember these 3 days when you travelled into the future at 15 miles per hour, accompanied by the most fascinating collection of humanity you've ever had the pleasure to meet. The adventure, you realise, is just beginning. So as we close the chapter on this moment in history, remember that if your insomnia is holding you back from falling asleep, we always place other stories here, old and new, to help you out. It's always an enjoyment to see how many people I make happy with this experience every single night. Thank you guys so much for always trusting in me. Sweet dreams as always. Sleep tight and good night. Jeanne-Antoinette Poisson, destined to become the immortal Madame de Pompadour, arrived in a Paris that was both glittering and precarious. Born on December the 29th, 1721, she occupied a curious social limbo. Her father, François Poisson, drifted in and out of business success, while her mother, Louise Madeleine de la Motte, cultivated ties among bankers and courtiers. Rumours insinuated that Jeanne's true father might be a wealthy financier, le Normand de Tournhem. Whispers aside, from infancy, she received an education far above what most middle-class girls could dream of, learning not only to read and write, but also to dance, sing, and appreciate the subtlety of wit, skills that would later prove invaluable. Her mother cherished a prophecy from a fortune-teller who claimed Jeanne would someday rule the heart of a king. This prophecy, half in jest, guided her mother's ambitions. She introduced Jeanne to private tutors who immersed the girl in the nuances of theatre, music, and the refined manners of Parisian salons. The child became adept at reciting verses by Racine or playing harpsichord preludes. People teased that she might become a minor actress in the city's comedic troupes. Instead, fate had something grander in store. At age 9, Jeanne was placed briefly in the Ursuline convent to polish her moral upbringing, though the real impetus behind this stay was to shield her from a smallpox outbreak. There, in a stark room with stone floors, she first confronted the gulf between the cheer of drawing-room society and the bleak realities of illness and mortality. She survived with her health intact, returning to secular forestal life with a renewed sense of carpe diem. Her mother's circle had not diminished. On the contrary, they believed Jeanne's brush with potential tragedy demanded that she enjoy the world's pleasures with heightened urgency. By adolescence, she graced the occasional soiree. Her presence glowed, large, expressive eyes, a lively intelligence, and a measured confidence that belied her youth. One had to be careful, though ambition in a woman could be ridiculed or scorned. So Jeanne cultivated an outward modesty, letting her talents speak softly. Through the dynamic swirl of Paris's haute bourgeois gatherings, she eventually met Charles Guillaume Le Normand d'Etioles, a relative of her rumoured patron father. This connection sparked talk of a suitable marriage. The match appealed to her mother, who hoped it would secure Jeanne's future. For her part, Jeanne saw in Charles a kind soul, if not a blazing passion. The union in 1741 launched her into a comfortable life of receptions and mild amusements on their estate near Paris. Yet the city's gravitational pull was strong. Jeanne received numerous invitations to select aristocratic salons, as people quickly noticed her wit in conversation. She did not shy it from discussing art or drama, nor from gently critiquing certain aspects of courtly extravagance. That slight dash of candour, balanced by charm, distinguished her from the endless parade of stiff, self-conscious ladies. Within months, word spread, there is a Madame d'Etioles whose presence lights up any gathering. The Comtesse de Fouquier introduced her to more exclusive circles, culminating in an opportunity to attend a masked ball at Versailles in 1745, celebrating the marriage of the Dauphin. There, among a crush of masked revellers, she caught the eye of King Louis XV. The king, reticent by nature, found in her a refreshing mixture of grace and candour. While elaborate intrigues swirled around him, this newcomer radiated sincerity. Their brief conversation that evening was filled with an electricity that neither of them could forget. Court watchers speculated, but none predicted how swift the next moves would be. Madame d'Etioles was no naive maiden. She recognised the risk of courting royal attention. The previous royal favourite, the Duchesse de Châteauroux, had recently died, leaving an emotional gap in the king's life. Yet stepping into that void threatened scandal, especially for a woman not of noble birth. Still, from behind her modulated smiles, Jeanne sensed destiny aligning. The prophecy her mother once whispered returned to mind. She would rule the heart of a king. She recognised that in a rigidly stratified society, becoming the king's confidant might be her only path to real influence. By the year's end, a plan was set in motion. The king's valet discreetly arranged a meeting. Under the veil of secrecy, they exchanged letters. Her husband, outraged, found himself powerless. The monarchy overshadowed personal protest. In March 1745, Louis XV arranged for her to be presented at court formally. The once lower bourgeois Jeanne Antoinette was granted a title, Marquise de Pompadour. It was a moment of metamorphosis. The fatherless child, the teased girl who studied the great playwrights, now stepped onto the grand stage of Versailles. The next decade would see her orchestrate art patronage, political alliances, and shape the monarchy's image. Yet behind the gilded exteriors, a swirl of jealousy, rumour, and heartbreak would dog her steps. For now, though, she embraced her new name, Madame de Pompadour, and prepared to navigate the labyrinth of royal favour. In 1745, when Jeanne Antoinette Poisson made her debut as the newly minted Marquise de Pompadour at Versailles, the gilded corridors were filled with admiration. She became the first bourgeois mistress to receive open recognition from a French king. Elegant but not aristocratic, her every move drew scrutiny. Enemies whispered that she had bewitched Louis XV. Others admired her graceful bearing, praising her flawless manners and a cultivated charm that overshadowed even established duchesses. The king himself displayed uncharacteristic devotion, summoning her for private suppers, parading her at formal events, and awarding her lavish apartments in the palace. Versailles was a realm of illusions. Behind mirrored halls and polished marbles lay cutthroat rivalries. The courtiers, ephemeral in their silks and powdered wigs, circled Madame de Pompadour like vultures. Some attempted flattery, showering her with compliments in hopes of winning her intercession with the king. Others plotted to dethrone her, fearing that her influence might reshape politics. Among these conspirators was the Dauphin's circle, along with older aristocratic families who scorned a mere commoner overshadowing them. Yet Madame de Pompadour remained unfazed. She had honed her social instincts in the bourgeois salons, and her intellect soared beyond mere coquetry. She recognised that the surest path to security was to make herself indispensable to Louis XV, not merely as a bedfellow but as a confidant, counsellor and orchestrator of cultural life. She set about renovating her living quarters, appointing them with sumptuous tapestries, elegant furniture, and curated artworks. The effort wasn't mere self-indulgence. It mirrored her ambition to make Versailles a beacon of refined taste. She championed the Rococo aesthetic, a style that favoured playful curves, pastel hues and whimsical motifs. Under her patronage, artists like Boucher and Van Loo gained commissions for witty, light-hearted paintings. Porcelain from the Sèvres factory, which she helped develop, became a symbol of French craftsmanship, prized across Europe. The synergy of her aesthetic sense with the monarchy's resources birthed an era in which the French court's style reigned supreme among Europe's elites. But Madame de Pompadour did not confine herself to the arts. She also recognised the intricacies of diplomacy. France teetered between alliances with Spain, Austria, and other powers. Meanwhile, rival Britain loomed across the Channel, its navy menacing French colonial interests. Louis XV, though well-intentioned, often avoided direct policy-making, retreating to hunting or private amusements. Pompadour stepped into that vacuum, forging ties with ministers and ambassadors. She guided the choice of the foreign minister, favoured certain generals, and mediated tensions at home. Critics scorned the idea of a woman controlling foreign policy. She brushed aside their derision, focusing on forging alliances that might bring stability. The 1756 diplomatic revolution, aligning France with Austria, bore her fingerprints. Although the subsequent 7 Years' War turned disastrous for France, one cannot dismiss her attempt to recalibrate alliances in a fracturing Europe. As mistress, she also faced the vulnerability that her bedroom role might wane. Louis XV, known for a roving eye, could have set her aside once novelty faded. She addressed that possibility head-on by establishing a deeper emotional bond with him. She cultivated a warm companionship, shared intellectual pursuits, and even managed his anxiety or indecision in state matters. Aware that physical intimacy might recede, she pivoted to become his loyal friend, advising on matters ranging from building projects to royal ceremonies. Over time, though the romantic spark diminished, the emotional closeness lingered. If gossip circulated that her sexual influence had ended, she retained the king's trust, ensuring her place as a fixture at her court. Amid the court's swirling intrigues, Pompadour also championed philosophers and writers. Voltaire, previously scorned at Versailles, found in her a rare ally. She admired his wit, and though cautious about overtly challenging the church or censorship, she quietly facilitated his projects. Diderot's Encyclopédie, a compendium that threatened the old guard with new ideas, also benefited indirectly from her protective stance. She believed that the monarchy could remain stable while fostering progressive thought. An irony, perhaps, given that future revolutionaries drew on such Enlightenment works to question royal authority. For her part, Pompadour saw no contradiction. She wanted a monarchy polished by reason and aesthetic brilliance, not a stagnant relic. In the shadows, health concerns began plaguing her. She suffered from bouts of illness, likely exacerbated by stress. The palace doctors, incompetent by the modern standards, offered only bleedings or tonics. She pressed on, orchestrating plays, hosting literary salons, and continuing to counsel the king. The year 1757 brought a narrow brush with death for Louis XV, which consisted of an assassination attempt by Damiens, which rattled the monarchy. Pompadour's unwavering presence, urging calm and punishing conspirators, further solidified her position. She had become more than a mistress or a decorative figure. She was the monarchy's anchor of continuity, bridging personal comfort for the king and the broader cultural identity of the era. Despite swirling rumour and envy, she pressed on, aware that her star might dim at any moment, but determined to leave a luminous mark on France's cultural and political landscape. As the 1750s advanced, Madame de Pompadour's role in Versailles crystallised. She reigned as an unmatched patroness of the arts, ensuring that the palace no longer served solely as a symbol of absolute monarchy, but also as a stage for creative brilliance. She championed painters like François Boucher, whose pastoral scenes and playful mythologies perfectly suited the Rococo style Pompadour adored. Through her influence, tapestry workshops in Beauvais and Gobelins reached new heights, weaving dreamlike landscapes that graced royal salons. Yet her artistry extended beyond commissions. She personally oversaw colour schemes, interior decorations, and table settings for state banquets. In an age when women's influence was often restricted to the domestic sphere, Pompadour turned domestic aesthetics into a grand cultural statement. Simultaneously, she strengthened ties with intellectuals. Her secret exchanges of letters with Voltaire stand out, though she never fully endorsed his more radical critiques of religion or monarchy. She appreciated his wit and recognised the advantage of having a famous pen on her side. The philosopher envied her proximity to power, while she admired his intellectual boldness. Tales say she even facilitated Voltaire's appointment as historiographer to Louis XV, though discreetly to avoid conservatives accusing her of promoting subversive ideas. She tread more carefully when dealing with Diderot. The Encyclopédie tested the monarchy's tolerance, so Pompadour approached its controversies with caution, ensuring that, while censors barked, they rarely bit too deep. She saw France's future in a delicate balance. Enlightened thinking might modernise the monarchy, but unbridled criticism could incite rebellion. Her relationship with the king evolved in tandem. The early romantic fervour had cooled, replaced by an affectionate friendship. Some courtiers quietly mocked that she no longer shared the royal bed, but had become headmistress of culture. Others believed she retained intangible intimacy, beyond the physical realm, that anchored the king's trust. She became the caretaker of his emotional well-being, scheduling amusements to lighten his melancholic moods. She also shielded him from certain noble factions who stoked conflict for personal gain. If the king found more fleeting conquests, Madame de Pompadour rarely intervened, focusing on preserving her unique bond. She possessed a surprising serenity, underpinned by the conviction that her mastery of conversation, taste, and sincerity kept her indispensable. However, the 7 Years' War, erupting in 1756, tested her position. The war pitted France against Britain, Prussia, and other shifting alliances. Many pointed at her for the diplomatic revolution, alliances that had France supporting Austria. The war's initial campaigns went poorly for France, especially overseas, where British fleets seized French colonies. At home, taxes soared to fund failing armies, and the populace grew restive. Rival courtiers pinned blame on Pompadour, accusing her of amateurish interference in grand strategy. Pamphleteers circulated nasty caricatures depicting her enthroned, pulling puppet strings while generals kowtowed. She responded calmly, urging the king to replace incompetent ministers and reorganize finances, but morale was low. The humiliations on the battlefield tarnished both the monarchy's image and her own. In this crisis, she allied with the Duc de Choiseul, a capable statesman who shared her vision of stabilizing foreign policy. Together, they reformed the navy, tried to unify command, and pursued new loans. Though results took time, these measures slowed the hemorrhage of French fortunes. Meanwhile, she commissioned elaborate stage entertainments within Versailles to maintain a veneer of opulence, hoping that even as the war raged, the court's sense of refinement might soothe the king's anxieties. Critics referred to her as frivolous, yet she steadfastly maintained that if the monarchy seemed to crumble from within, the entire nation could become disheartened. Rumours swirled that she occasionally wept in private at the war's mounting casualties, feeling guilt for the diplomatic shifts that had set off the conflict's chain of events. Others insisted her tears were for the loss of her own political clout. The truth likely combined these facets. As a woman possessing more influence than many statesmen, she carried a heavy burden of accountability. Nonetheless, she pressed on with unwavering composure, greeting ambassadors politely, offering them the best French wines, and deflecting barbs about lost battles with the impeccable politeness of a hostess who would not let gloom overshadow the monarchy's majesty. All the while, her health frayed. She suffered from frequent migraines, respiratory infections, and perhaps the early signs of tuberculosis. Versailles' damp corridors and unpredictable weather hardly helped. Yet to preserve her image, she rarely admitted weakness, continuing to preside over official gatherings in sumptuous gowns, a faint smile on her lips. She confided in a small circle, noting that though her body felt battered, her spirit remained fiery. She was no naive ingenue. She recognized that if her health collapsed, her enemies would swoop in, reconfiguring the monarchy's circle of favourites. She needed to maintain her integrity, at least in public, to prevent the flame of her ambitions from fading. As the war continued into the early 1760s, the reputation of Madame de Pompadour began to fade due to her numerous defeats. Many corners of Versailles whispered that the monarchy needed a scapegoat for the lost battles in distant lands, like the humiliations in India and Canada, and who better to blame than the bourgeois mistress turned stateswoman? Meanwhile, King Louis XV had grown more taciturn, burdened by gloom as reports from the front lines showcased fiasco after fiasco. Pompadour, though, refused to retreat into obscurity. She believed her cultural legacy, if not her foreign policies, might yet salvage her name in history. She threw herself into grand architectural projects. The Petit Trianon, for instance, took shape as a small chateau in the palace's grounds. Officially, it was an expression of refined tastes, an embodiment of the new neoclassical style that was edging out Rococo flamboyance. Pompadour championed this shift, instructing architects to favour clarity, proportion, and a gentle grandeur. She oversaw landscaping, ensuring the gardens offered a tranquil retreat from Versailles' stifling pomp. Though some courtiers mocked the expense amid a draining war, she defended it as fostering national artistry and craftsmanship. Indeed, her unwavering support for Sèvres porcelain, tapestry weavers, and furniture makers kept them afloat despite war-induced financial crises. These actions ironically preserved France's global reputation for luxury goods, even as military fortunes waned. A more private pastime was her encouragement of scientific curiosity. She facilitated gatherings where mathematicians and natural philosophers demonstrated the latest theories on electricity or the cosmos. On rare nights, the king himself might wander in, feigning mild interest, while she asked pointed questions about planetary orbits or experimental contraptions. If some at court found it absurd for a mistress to delve into science, she responded with an elegant shrug. Beauty, she believed, encompassed knowledge too. Though never an Enlightenment radical, she saw no harm in letting conversation roam beyond strict orthodoxy, provided it didn't undermine monarchy or faith. At her private dinners, one might overhear discussions of Newton, echoes of Voltaire's praise for Newtonian physics, and speculations about whether the cosmos reflected God's grandeur or reason's supremacy. Despite this glow of intellectual patronage, the war pounded on, culminating in the Treaty of Paris 1763, which sealed France's losses overseas. The king's morale sank further, as did public opinion of the monarchy. Exchequer coffers had been gutted, complicating the monarchy's ability to placate unrest at home. The Marquise faced renewed calls from influential dukes and princes to step aside. But each time, Louis XV reaffirmed her presence, telling critics quietly that her loyalty and counsel were more precious than ephemeral scapegoats. Even so, her influence on foreign or economic policy receded somewhat, ceding space to ministers like the Duc de Choiseul. She recognised that sometimes stepping back could preserve her position in a monarchy grown suspicious of overreach. Her personal life took a bittersweet turn as well. While she and Louis XV parted physically, their emotional bond endured. She oversaw some discreet new favourites for the king, ensuring they remained overshadowed by her serial and emotional role. This arrangement caused outward scandal, like a mistress who arranged lesser mistresses for the king. To her, it was a strategy to maintain unity. She avoided illusions about romance. She valued the monarchy's stability, her safety, and the king's contentment. Courtiers who smelled hypocrisy could do little but whisper. Meanwhile, exhaustion gnawed at her. Her health demands soared. She sought cures in mineral baths, sojourns to fresh country air, or quackish potions. At times, she coughed blood, a dire sign. Doctors pleaded with her to relinquish intense court duties. She demurred, worried the vacuum might invite her enemies to corner the king. On good days, she could host a modest dinner, entertaining ambassadors with wry anecdotes about cultural trifles. On terrible days, she lay bedridden, instructing maids to deliver sorors, deliver urgent messages to or from the king's cabinet. Rumours circulated that she might not outlive the decade. Some courtiers rejoiced in that possibility. One morning in 1764, she travelled to Paris for a medical consultation. The city, abuzz with new philosophic clubs, briefly reminded her of simpler times, long before she was Madame de Pompadour, when she was just Jeanne d'Etiole, enthralled by the capital's vibrancy. Nostalgia mingled with anxiety about her fate. The doctor's diagnosis was grim, advanced pulmonary disease. She still resolved to return to Versailles, determined not to show mortal frailty in front of her detractors. The monarchy demanded the facade of unchanging grace. In April 1764, her condition deteriorated sharply. Her final days saw her writing letters to loyal friends, expressing regret not for her climb, but for the heartbreak inflicted, and the war's tragedies. The king, uncharacteristically emotional, visited her bedside offering comfort. On April 15th, 1764, Madame de Pompadour died at the age of 42. The The court's immediate response was a wave of mixed sentiment. Some courtiers were relieved, others stunned at the end of an era. The king, famously stoic, watched her coffin leave Versailles in the rain, reportedly muttering, "Every day I lose a friend." The mistress who had soared from bourgeois birth to the apex of courtly power now belonged to history, leaving behind a legacy of cultural revival overshadowed by a disastrous war. Though ephemeral in mortal form, her imprint on France's art, diplomacy, and monarchical identity resonated long after her final breath. The news of the death of Madame de Pompadour swept through France's chattering classes. Her casket left Versailles quietly, without the state honours some believed she deserved, signifying the monarchy's official reluctance to over-celebrate a mistress. Yet beyond the palace gates, a more nuanced reaction emerged. The artisans of Sèvres porcelain laid wreaths in her memory, recalling that her patronage had elevated their craft to global renown. Playwrights in Paris's bustling theatres acknowledged her crucial role in supporting comedic and dramatic works, especially those by authors who previously found no foothold at court. The city's literati debated whether she'd been a subversive ally of Enlightenment or merely an opportunist who shielded radical writers from direct censorship. In the years following her passing, a swirl of memoirs and diaries from court insiders added complexities to her portrait. Some, like the Duchesse de Branca, insisted Pompadour was cunning but never malicious, referencing times when she mediated petty feuds and sought to reduce court punishments. Others, such as the Comte d'Argenson, portrayed her as manipulative, citing how she influenced Louis XV to ostracize certain ministers. The truth likely encompassed both dimensions, a woman forging alliances to survive in a labyrinth of power, occasionally stooping to intrigue, but also championing genuine reforms. Posthumously, Voltaire penned a measured eulogy, calling her the luminary who strove to lighten the gloom of a fractious monarchy. He didn't shy from acknowledging her mistakes, particularly in foreign policy, yet lauded her role in fueling the arts. This balanced tribute resonated with a segment of the population that recognised how precarious her place at court had been, pinned between satisfying a king's ephemeral desires and wielding real influence in a male-dominated sphere. In an epoch dismissive of women's public roles, her achievements were singular. Over the subsequent decade, the monarchy advanced under new favourites and alliances. Louis XV, though he took other mistresses, never found the same confidant dynamic. Madame du Barry, for instance, faced more direct contempt from the old aristocracy, lacking Pompadour's cultivated veneer. Pompadour's circle of loyal ministers, like the Duc de Choiseul, tried to salvage what they could from the diplomatic fiascos of the 7 Years' War. A few smaller successes in overseas negotiations carried an echo of her strategic vision. Yet the monarchy's standing with the populace remained tarnished. The costly war had battered finances, sowing seeds for deeper unrest that would erupt decades later. As time wore on, Madame de Pompadour's memory became entangled with criticisms of the Ancien Régime. Revolutionary pamphlets in the late 1780s brandished her name as a symbol of courtly excess. They painted her as one who indulgently rearranged finances for personal luxuries. She symbolised, to them, the moral corruption that allowed a monarchy to lavish wealth on elaborate pleasures while peasants starved. The nuance that she was also a champion of arts, that she tried to moderate the monarchy's stumblings, often got lost in the fervour of revolution. By the 1790s, anything associated with the monarchy was suspect, and her carefully curated style, rococo extravagance, became an emblem of the out-of-touch aristocrat. Yet ironically, some revolutionaries who rummaged through confiscated palaces discovered references to her philanthropic gestures. She had quietly funded orphanages, assisted certain scholars, or patronised hospitals. These acts showcased were a good gesture, though overshadowed by the general wave of anti-royalist sentiment. By the 19th century, a wave of new historians revisited her story, portraying her less as a villain and more as a reflection of monarchy's last attempts to remain relevant. They cited her patronage as crucial in forging a golden age of decorative arts, recognised internationally. The Sèvres porcelain brand, by then globally cherished, was inextricably linked to her impetus. Cultural memory, thus seesawed, biographers in the Victorian era, enthralled by the romance of royal courts, depicted her as a tragic figure, the beautiful mistress overshadowed by war and ill health, valiantly saving off the monarchy's decline. They relished dramatic details of her elaborate fashions, her signature pastel dresses, floral motifs, and the Pompadour hairstyle that ironically endured in hairdressing lore. Meanwhile, critics from more austere backgrounds indicted her for entangling France in alliances that backfired. 20th century scholarship, with its penchant for analysing female commis agency, has re-evaluated her as a political actor who leveraged the era's constraints to carve out real influence, albeit overshadowed by a system not designed to respect or credit her fully. In present day, travellers to Versailles often ask about Madame de Pompadour. Tour guides highlight the surviving decor she influenced, certain pastel-lacquered rooms or delicate Sèvres vases. They mention how she nurtured the Rococo style's final flourish, bridging the Baroque opulence of earlier years with subtle, playful elegance. Museums occasionally mount exhibits on her cultural patronage. Her face, captured in portraits by artists like Boucher, exudes a gentle confidence that transcends centuries. For admirers of 18th century history, she stands as a figure who, in the swirl of monarchy's extravagance and looming social tension, found a way to channel her intellect and artistry, imprinting a distinctive feminine mark on French heritage. As modern historians re-examine Madame de Pompadour's life, they continue to discover layers unmentioned in popular accounts. Her personal correspondence, scattered across archives in Paris and provincial chateaux, reveals a woman who wrestled with theological questions, contrary to the jaded depiction of her as purely secular. She wrote to a confidant about the tension between the pomp of Versailles and a spiritual yearning, confessing a sense of guilt at times, but also belief that God might call individuals to serve in worldly spheres. This spiritual dimension complicates stereotypes that she was solely driven by ambition or vanity. Moreover, diaries from palace servants shed light on her daily routines. She rose early to handle letters from provincial officials or meet with artisans about furniture designs. By mid-morning, she might be advising the king on which courtiers to promote. By afternoon, she oversaw rehearsals of comedic plays or small operas, a respite for the war-weary monarchy. In the evening, private dinners with the king, wreathed in the flicker of candle-lit chandeliers, allowed her to glean insights into his anxieties. She balanced each role with remarkable stamina, though migraines and palpitations often tormented her. A newly discovered note from her lady-in-waiting described how, after hosting a lavish ball, Pompadour would retire behind closed doors, pressing cold cloths to her forehead, tears of pain slipping quietly as she resolved not to betray weakness the following day. In addressing her romantic liaisons, it's easy to assume her life was consumed by the king's attentions. Yet subtle references suggest she once harboured affections for an unnamed court musician, exchanging whispered confidences in corridor alcoves. Realising the danger in such a dalliance, she ended it swiftly to avoid scandal, leaving behind a clue to her capacity for self-denial. Another rumoured flame was a philosopher she corresponded with under a pseudonym. Whether that was purely intellectual or tinged with romance remains debated. The overriding truth is that she recognised that enthralling the king required keeping secrets. She had to preserve the monarchy's illusions, even if that meant sacrificing personal longing. Her sense of strategy in coping with the backstabbing environment remained striking. She carefully placed allies in minor roles, a guard captain, a chamberlain, a bishop, so that vital threads of palace life led back to her. If a plot surfaced, she'd hear rumours early enough to steer the king away or quell conspirators. She likewise practiced generosity to those in need, awarding small pensions to older courtiers or assisting impoverished aristocrats with dowries. This generosity wasn't purely altruistic, it fostered an environment where indebted souls recognised her as a pillar of stability. For many at court, she assumed the role of a quiet caretaker, serving as a bridge between a distant monarchy and everyday crises. In an era lacking official welfare, her patronage served as an informal safety net. The deeply personal dimension of her existence was her unwavering devotion to her daughter, Alexandrine. Born before her ascendancy at Versailles, the child's well-being weighed heavily on Pompadour's mind. Alexandrine was placed in a convent for education, occasionally visiting the palace. In 1754, Alexandrine died unexpectedly of peritonitis. The heartbreak shattered Pompadour, who wept inconsolably for days, nearly refusing to appear in public. The king, not known for empathy, attempted consolation, but her grief lingered. Some historians pinpoint this tragedy as a pivot in their relationship. transforming her from a radiant figure to one more introspective, channeling energy into cultural projects. She seldom spoke of Alexandrine publicly, but references to Mon Ange Perdu in her letters allude to that maternal sorrow beneath the gold-laced facade. As the monarchy stumbled from the war fiascos, Madame de Pompadour's composure ironically stabilised the king's morale. She orchestrated an unspoken serenity within the palace walls, ensuring that the presence of music, gentle laughter, and well-executed ceremonies shielded Louis XV from gloom. Although critics called her the Minister of Pleasures, a more profound look reveals her role as a caretaker for the monarchy's emotional climate. That intangible labour, often relegated to women, ensured that even in failing wars, the monarchy projected continuity. Without her, the king might have succumbed to paralysing despair or neglected governance entirely. She, in effect, became the monarchy's emotional pivot. When contemporary readers gauge her significance, they must weigh the paradoxes: a bourgeois woman who championed aristocratic extravagance, a mistress who reconfigured diplomatic ties, and an aesthete who contended with the brutality of war. She was not without faults. Certain decisions sparked conflict, and her loyalty to the monarchy overshadowed empathy for the broader populace. Yet one can see in her a formidable intelligence navigating male-dominated politics, championing creativity and forging a personal brand that outlived her mortal years. That blend of contradictory traits cements her as a figure too complex for simple judgments, a testament to the nuanced roles women could occupy in a kingdom perched precariously on the brink of historical transformation. Today, Madame de Pompadour endures as an emblem of 18th century elegance, overshadowed yet also illuminated by the monarchy's eventual collapse in 1789. She died decades before the French Revolution erupted, which is surprising to some, but her story offers a lens into the monarchy's illusions and the flickers of modern sensibility stirring beneath them. The Rococo style she popularised, with its playful curves and pastel palette, might seem superficial, but it signalled a shift away from the heavy formality of earlier Baroque. In championing intangible pursuits like music, painting, and philosophical discussion, she partially laid a cultural groundwork that, ironically, helped spread ideas that later questioned the monarchy's absolute basis. In the centuries after her demise, her name popped up in unexpected places. Industrial producers of porcelain invoked Pompadour pink or Pompadour blue for delicate tableware. Dressmakers resurrected the Pompadour hairstyle in various reinterpretations, some tall and powdered, others more subtle but referencing that flair she had for graceful display. Literary authors from Balzac to Nancy Mitford explored her biography, each spinning vantage points. Was she a cunning manipulator or a gentle caretaker for an indecisive king? Tourists wandering Versailles can still glimpse spaces she once inhabited, the private apartments facing the gardens, or the opera house she influenced. Guides recount how she once staged private theatricals there, starring as comedic heroines, coaxing the king from his stony reticence. The wallpapers and colour schemes, faintly preserved, reflect that pastel whimsy. Her official portrait by Boucher stands in the Wallace Collection in London, capturing her with a book in hand, emphasising her intellectual bent. Observers note the calm in her eyes, a subtle pride that defies the ephemeral nature of her courtly status. Modern feminism appraises her differently. She was no activist for women's equality by present standards, yet she challenged conventional boundaries. She effectively shaped policies behind the scenes, overshadowing many male courtiers whose official titles dwarfed her own. She minted alliances with philosophers to protect free expression from draconian censors. She financed expansions in fine arts and manufacturing, forging a synergy between monarchy and commerce. While she did not upend the patriarchal structure, her survival hinged on appeasing it. Her example reveals how a determined, intelligent woman could carve a realm of influence. In that sense, she both reaffirmed and quietly subverted the patriarchal monarchy. Her ephemeral presence, overshadowed by new favourites after her death, underscores the monarchy's insatiable appetite for novelty. Yet none repeated the unique blend of artistry, diplomacy, and emotional guardianship she brought. For a fleeting period, she had a near-ministerial role in shaping foreign alliances, a stance that no subsequent mistress or consort fully replicated under Louis XV. By the time of the revolutionary upsurge, that entire system, the monarchy, its fawning courtiers, its cycle of mistresses, faced condemnation. The memory of Madame de Pompadour, both revered and reviled, became part of the propaganda arsenal describing an outdated regime. Her radiant self-assurance in official portraits served as evidence of aristocratic decadence, ironically ignoring the fact that she hailed from the bourgeoisie. For the average person our age stumbling upon her story, the immediate reaction might revolve around the gossip, a mistress at Versailles, the icon of style. But deeper reflection uncovers a figure bridging bold intelligence, aesthetic brilliance, and pragmatic survival in a court bent on devouring the naive. She was that improbable cultural prime minister, as some labelled her, forging a space in a male-dominated environment. If at times she contributed to misguided policies or neglected the plight of the lower classes, such failings aligned with the monarchy's broader blind spots. In that sense, her story reflects systemic complexities rather than personal ones alone, but her narrative might evoke parallels with the art of balancing professional demands, personal identity, and the swirl of public scrutiny that go way deeper than we all might imagine. She found ways to harness her adversity, lack of birth rank, suspicion from aristocrats, to shape a remarkable trajectory. Whether we judge her kindly or harshly, she embodied the precarious dance of pleasing the powerful while forging something new, a synergy of intellectual tastes, refined pleasures, and aesthetic transformations that left France irrevocably changed. Her adversaries wrote pamphlets proclaiming her ephemeral, but ironically she remains a hallmark of that era, overshadowing some royals in cultural memory. Ultimately, Madame de Pompadour's life underscores a universal theme. In an environment where official power rests with men, an individual with vision, resilience, and strategic cunning can mould an age, albeit at personal cost. She gave French culture a final Rococo bloom before the wave of neoclassicism and, eventually, revolution. Her touches on diplomacy and arts, overshadowed though they might have been by war and scandal, continue to invite re-examination. And so, for those who seek nuance in history, her story remains a captivating chronicle of ambition, grace, heartbreak, and a legacy that resonates long after her heart ceased to beat within Versailles' gilded labyrinth. Long before emperors wore purple or legions marched in formation, the land that would become Rome was a collection of mosquito-infested marshes and limestone hills where farmers argued over water rights and cattle thieves operated with impunity. The year was approximately 800 BC, and the Italian peninsula was a patchwork of tribes who shared little beyond their mutual suspicion of strangers. The Tiber River carved its lazy path through central Italy, creating natural ford points that became magnets for travellers, traders and trouble. One particular crossing, roughly 15 miles inland from the Mediterranean, offered something rare, reliable passage even during the spring floods. But what made this location extraordinary wasn't just geography, it was salt. In the ancient world, salt held a significant value in monetary terms. The Via Salaria, the Salt Road, would later become one of Rome's most crucial arteries, but in these early days it was simply a worn path that connected the salt pans near the river's mouth to the mountain communities inland. Control of this route meant control of wealth, and the various hill tribes understood this fundamental truth. The Palatine Hill rose about 150 feet above the marshy river valley, offering commanding views of the surrounding countryside. Archaeological evidence suggests continuous habitation here from at least the 9th century BC, with post holes and pottery fragments telling the story of a community that valued both security and commerce. These weren't primitive cave dwellers, they were sophisticated farmers and herders who understood metallurgy, pottery, and the intricate politics of trade relationships. But the Palatine wasn't alone. 6 other hills dotted the landscape: the Aventine, Capitoline, Caelian, Esquiline, Quirinal, and Vimichal. Each supported its community, its customs, and its interpretation of the divine will. The residents of these settlements spoke various dialects of what we now call Latin, but their differences were more profound than language. They worshipped different gods, followed different leaders, and maintained different relationships with their neighbours. The Capitoline Hill, smaller but strategically positioned, served as a natural citadel. Here, springs of fresh water bubbled up from underground sources, creating an oasis that attracted not just humans but the wildlife they hunted. Wild boar, deer and various birds made the wooded slopes their home, while the wetlands below teemed with fish and waterfowl. This abundance did not occur by chance. It resulted from the careful stewardship of individuals who had an intimate understanding of their environment. Trade relationships extended far beyond the immediate region. Amber from the Baltic, copper from Cyprus, and exotic pottery from Greek colonies all found their way to these hilltop communities. In return, the inhabitants offered agricultural products, livestock, and their services as middlemen in the complex web of Mediterranean commerce. They weren't isolated barbarians, they were active participants in an international economy. The social structure of these early communities was more complex than traditional narratives suggest. Women held significant property rights and religious authority, as evidenced by elaborate burial goods and votive offerings. Children were valued members of society, not merely economic assets, and elderly individuals were respected for their knowledge and experience. This wasn't a society built on military conquest, it was built on consensus, negotiation, and mutual benefit. Religious practices centered around natural phenomena and ancestral spirits. Sacred groves dotted the hillsides, where community members made offerings to ensure prosperous harvests, successful hunts, and protection from disease. These weren't primitive superstitions, they were sophisticated theological systems that provided meaning, structure, and social cohesion. The concept of divine favour earned through proper behaviour would later become central to Roman identity. The climate was slightly different then, with more rainfall and denser forests. The Tiber ran cleaner and deeper, supporting a thriving ecosystem that provided both sustenance and transportation. Seasonal flooding was predictable and manageable, creating fertile soil for agriculture, while also serving as a natural defence against potential invaders. By 750 BC, these 7 hills supported a combined population of perhaps 3,000 people, enough to create a vibrant community, but small enough that most residents knew each other by name and reputation. Leadership was fluid based on achievement, wisdom, and the ability to build consensus rather than hereditary privilege or military prowess. While popular imagination focuses on the Romans themselves, the true architects of early Roman civilization may have been their enigmatic neighbours to the north, the Etruscans. These sophisticated people, whose language remains partially undeciphered, despite centuries of scholarly effort, controlled much of central Italy and possessed technological and cultural advantages that would profoundly shape the emerging Roman identity. The Etruscans weren't simply another Italian tribe, they were urban planners, engineers, and artists whose influence extended across the Mediterranean. Their cities featured sophisticated drainage systems, multi-storey buildings, and public spaces that demonstrated in us an advanced understanding of civic organisation. Most importantly for the Roman story, the Etruscans understood that the concept of confederation refers to independent city-states united by common interests while still maintaining their local autonomy. Etruscan merchants regularly travelled the salt roads, bringing with them not just goods but ideas. They introduced improved metallurgy techniques, advanced pottery methods, and architectural innovations that transformed the primitive hill settlements into something approaching true towns. The distinctive red tile roofs that would become synonymous with Roman architecture were actually Etruscan innovations, as were the sewage systems that made dense urban living possible. But the Etruscan influence went deeper than technology. Their religious practices, based on interpreting divine will through natural omens and ritual sacrifice, provided a framework that the Romans would adapt and expand. The concept of the pomerium, the sacred boundary of a city, came from Etruscan tradition, as did the practice of consulting augurs before making important decisions. These weren't primitive superstitions, but sophisticated systems for building social consensus and legitimizing political authority. The Etruscans also understood something that would become central to Roman success, the integration of conquered peoples rather than their simple subjugation. Etruscan cities welcomed talented foreigners, intermarried with neighbouring tribes, and adopted useful customs from their trading partners. This flexible approach to identity and citizenship would later become Rome's greatest strength. Archaeological evidence from the 8th century BC shows increased Etruscan influence on the Seven Hills. Pottery styles change, burial practices evolve, and architectural techniques become more sophisticated, but the result wasn't simple cultural colonization. It was selective adoption of useful innovations by communities that maintained their essential character and independence. The political structure of Etruscan cities provided a model for Roman development. Rather than autocratic kingship, the Etruscans practiced a form of limited monarchy. where rulers were chosen by councils of elders and held accountable for their decisions. Kings were expected to consult advisors, respect traditional customs, and justify their actions through religious ritual. This balance between authority and accountability would become fundamental to Roman political theory. Etruscan women enjoyed remarkable freedom and influence, participating in public banquets, attending religious ceremonies, and maintaining their names and property after marriage. These behaviours contrasted sharply with Greek practices and may explain why Roman women, despite later restrictions, retained more legal rights and social influence than their counterparts in other ancient civilizations. The Etruscan economy was sophisticated and diversified. They controlled iron mines, operated international trading networks, and developed advanced agricultural techniques that increased both productivity and sustainability. Their influence on Roman farming methods was profound. It introduced crop rotation, improved ploughing techniques, and the systematic use of fertilizers. The Roman villa system, which would later dominate Italian agriculture, had its roots in Etruscan estate management. Military technology and tactics also flowed southward from Etruria. The Etruscans had adapted Greek hoplite warfare to Italian conditions, creating flexible formations that could operate effectively in the peninsula's varied terrain. They understood the importance of engineering in warfare, building roads that facilitated troop movement and developing siege techniques that made fortified positions vulnerable. These innovations would later become hallmarks of Roman military superiority. By 700 BC, the Seven Hills had become a regional centre that attracted attention from Etruscan city-states looking to expand their influence. Rather than direct conquest, however, the Etruscans seemed to prefer a more subtle approach: intermarriage with local elite families, the establishment of trading partnerships, and the gradual introduction of Etruscan customs and technologies. This process created a unique hybrid culture that was neither purely Latin nor solely Etruscan, but something entirely new. The inhabitants of the Seven Hills began to see themselves as distinct from their neighbours, not because of their differences, but because of their ability to successfully integrate the best elements from multiple sources. This adaptability would become Rome's defining characteristic. The religious implications of this cultural mixing were profound. Etruscan divination practices merged with local traditions to create new forms of religious expression that emphasized both personal piety and public responsibility. The concept that the gods demanded not just worship but ethical behaviour became central to Roman religious thought, distinguishing it from the more transactional religious practices common elsewhere in the ancient world. The conventional story of the Sabine women's abduction makes for dramatic storytelling, but archaeological evidence suggests a far more complex and intriguing reality. The Sabines, a hill people who controlled much of the mountainous region northeast of the Seven Hills, weren't victims of Roman aggression. They were partners in a remarkable experiment in political and social integration. The Sabines possessed something the emerging Roman community desperately needed: agricultural expertise and population. The limestone hills around Rome were challenging to farm effectively, but the Sabines had developed techniques for terracing, irrigation, and soil management that could transform marginal land into productive fields. More importantly, they had a social system that complemented rather than competed with Roman customs. Extended family groups, which controlled specific territories and resources, organised Sabine society. Leadership was gerontocratic, with decisions made by councils of elderly males who had proven their wisdom through successful management of family fortunes. This system provided stability and continuity, but sometimes lacked the flexibility needed to respond to changing circumstances. The Romans, with their more merit-based leadership selection and willingness to experiment with new approaches, offered something the Sabines valued: innovation balanced by respect for tradition. The integration process wasn't sudden or violent, but gradual and voluntary. Intermarriage between Roman and Sabine families created kinship networks that crossed ethnic boundaries, while shared religious observances and joint trading ventures built economic interdependence. The famous assault of the Sabine women may have been a ritualized ceremony that formalized pre-existing marriage agreements rather than an act of violent kidnapping. Archaeological evidence supports this interpretation. Pottery styles, burial practices, and architectural techniques show gradual blending rather than sudden replacement. Sabine religious practices were incorporated into Roman ritual, while Roman political innovations were adapted to Sabine social structures. The result was a hybrid culture that was stronger and more sophisticated than either parent tradition. The Sabines brought with them knowledge of animal husbandry that transformed Roman agriculture. They understood selective breeding, pasture management, and the integrated farming techniques that made Mediterranean agriculture sustainable. The Roman emphasis on cattle as a measure of wealth, preserved in words like pecuniary, from picus, meaning cattle, reflects Sabine influence on Roman economic thinking. But perhaps most importantly, the Sabines introduced the concept of tribal organisation that would become central to Roman political structure. Sabine society was organised into the tribes based on kinship and territory, with each tribe responsible for specific civic duties and privileges. This system provided a framework for incorporating new populations while maintaining social cohesion and political stability. The fusion of Roman and Sabine cultures created new forms of religious expression that emphasized community responsibility and mutual obligation. Sabine agricultural festivals merged with Roman trade celebrations to create seasonal observances that reinforced social bonds while ensuring economic cooperation. The Roman calendar, with its emphasis on agricultural cycles and community celebrations, reflects this synthesis of urban and rural values. Military organisation also benefited from Sabine integration. While the Romans understood the importance of discipline and training, the Sabines contributed knowledge of mountain warfare and defensive strategies that proved invaluable in the difficult terrain of central Italy. The Roman legion's flexibility and adaptability owed much to Sabine tactical innovations. The political implications of this cultural merger were profound. The Sabine emphasis on consensus building and respect for age balanced Roman tendencies toward competition and innovation. The result was a political system that could make decisive choices when necessary while maintaining broad support for communal decisions. This balance between efficiency and legitimacy would become a hallmark of Roman governance. By 650 BC, the distinction between Romans and Sabines had become largely meaningless. Families claimed ancestry from both groups, religious practices drew from both traditions, and political leadership reflected the merged community's values rather than ethnic origins. The Seven Hills had become home to a truly integrated society that was neither Roman nor Sabine, but something entirely new. This successful integration established a pattern that would define Roman expansion for centuries. Rather than simple conquest and subjugation, Rome developed a model of incorporation that preserved local customs and leadership while creating loyalty to the larger community. The Sabine synthesis provided both the blueprint and confidence for this approach. The economic benefits of integration were immediately apparent. Combined Roman and Sabine territories controlled important trade routes, provided diverse agricultural products, and offered the population density necessary for major construction projects. The first permanent bridges across the Tiber, the earliest paved roads, and the beginnings of the sewer system all date from this period of cultural fusion. Women's roles in this merged society reflected both tradition's values while creating new possibilities. Sabine women's traditional authority in family matters combined with Roman women's economic independence to create a social position that was remarkably advanced for its time. This synthesis would influence Roman law and custom for centuries. The traditional narrative of Roman kingship focuses on legendary figures like Romulus and Numa Pompilius, but the archaeological record suggests a more complex and intriguing story. Early Roman political development reflected not autocratic rule, but experimental governance that balanced competing interests while maintaining community cohesion. The kings weren't absolute monarchs, but chief executives whose authority derived from their ability to build consensus and deliver results. The institution of Roman kingship evolved from practical necessity rather than divine mandate. As the population of the Seven Hills grew and their economic relationships became more complex, the informal leadership structures that had served smaller communities became inadequate. Someone needed to coordinate public works, mediate disputes, and represent the community in dealings with outsiders. The solution was a form of limited monarchy that borrowed elements from both Roman and Sabine traditions, while creating something uniquely effective. A council representing the various tribal and family groups that made up the community chose Roman kings rather than hereditary ones. This selection process, called the interregnum, involved careful negotiation and extensive consultation to ensure that the chosen candidate commanded broad support. Kings were expected to consult advisors, respect traditional customs, and submit major decisions to popular approval. This wasn't democracy as we understand it, but it was remarkably participatory for its time. The powers of early Roman kings were carefully circumscribed. They commanded the military during wartime and oversaw public works during peace, but they couldn't impose new taxes, change fundamental laws, or make major policy decisions without consent from the tribal councils. Their authority was religious as well as political. They served as chief priests and were responsible for maintaining proper relationships with the gods, but even this religious authority was shared with specialized colleges of priests and augurs. Archaeological evidence indicates that the design of early Roman public buildings facilitated this parliamentary governance. The forum, the central public space, was arranged to accommodate large gatherings where citizens could hear speeches, participate in debates, and vote on important issues. The architecture emphasized accessibility and transparency rather than royal grandeur, reflecting the community's commitment to inclusive decision-making. The economic role of early kings was particularly important. They oversaw the construction of infrastructure projects that required coordinated effort: roads, bridges, drainage systems, and public buildings, but they also regulated markets, mediated commercial disputes, and negotiated trading agreements with neighbouring communities. The king's house was both a residence and a business centre, where merchants, farmers, and craftsmen could seek redress for grievances and negotiate contracts. Military leadership was perhaps the most crucial royal responsibility. The early Roman army wasn't a professional force, but a citizen militia organised by tribal affiliation and led by elected officers. The king's role was to coordinate these diverse units, plan campaigns, and negotiate treaties. Success in warfare enhanced a king's prestige and authority, while military failures could lead to removal from office. This accountability to results, rather than birthright, distinguished Roman kingship from more autocratic systems. The religious dimensions of kingship were equally complex. Roman kings served as intermediaries between the human and divine communities, responsible for ensuring that proper rituals were performed and that the god's will was correctly interpreted. But this religious authority was balanced by colleges of priests who possessed specialized knowledge and could challenge royal interpretations of divine intent. As a result, a system of checks and balances was established to prevent any individual from claiming absolute authority. Women played important roles in early Roman political life, though their influence was often exercised indirectly. Royal wives were expected to participate in religious ceremonies and often served as advisors on matters affecting family life and social customs. Elite women from powerful families could influence the selection of kings through their kinship networks and their control of economic resources. This female influence would persist throughout Roman history, even as formal political participation became more restricted. The transition between kings was carefully managed to prevent civil conflict. When a king died or was removed from office, power reverted to the tribal councils until a new candidate could be selected. This interregnum period emphasized that royal authority came from the community rather than from divine appointment or hereditary right. The new king received his power through formal installation ceremonies that required popular approval and religious sanction. By 600 BC, this system of limited monarchy had created a stable and prosperous community that controlled a significant portion of central Italy. The population had grown to perhaps 10,000 people, living in increasingly sophisticated settlements that featured permanent buildings, paved streets, and public amenities. Trade relationships extended throughout the Mediterranean, while agricultural productivity supported both population growth and urban development. The success of early Roman political innovation attracted attention from neighbouring communities, some of which adopted similar systems of consensual monarchy. What took place wasn't cultural imperialism but voluntary imitation of effective governance techniques. The Roman model demonstrated that authority could be both effective and accountable, powerful and legitimate, and concentrated and responsive to popular will. The legal system that developed during this period reflected the same balance between authority and participation. Kings could issue edicts and make judicial decisions, but these were expected to conform to traditional customs and could be appealed to tribal councils. The emphasis was on practical problem-solving rather than abstract legal theory, creating a flexible system that could adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining fundamental principles of fairness and reciprocity. The period from 600 to 500 BC marked a dramatic transformation in the character and ambition of the Seven Hills. Under kings who were either Etruscan by birth or heavily influenced by Etruscan culture, the loose confederation of hill communities became a true city with the infrastructure, institutions, and imperial ambitions that would define Rome for centuries to come. The arrival of Etruscan-influenced leadership wasn't a foreign conquest, but the logical result of increasing integration between Roman and Etruscan elites. Intermarriage, business partnerships, and cultural exchange had created a cosmopolitan aristocracy that moved freely between Roman and Etruscan cities. When these individuals assumed leadership in Rome, they brought with them the urban planning expertise, architectural knowledge, and political sophistication that transformed a collection of hilltop villages into a Mediterranean metropolis. The most visible changes were architectural and engineering. The Cloaca Maxima, Rome's enormous sewer system, was begun during this period, a massive undertaking that required sophisticated understanding of hydraulics, engineering, and project management. This development wasn't just a practical improvement, but a statement of ambition. Rome intended to support a population density that would make it competitive with the great cities of the Mediterranean world. The Forum was completely redesigned during this period, transforming from an informal gathering place into a monumental civic centre. The new Forum featured permanent buildings for government functions, covered markets for commerce, and ceremonial spaces for religious observances. The architecture was distinctly Etruscan in style, but adapted to Roman social customs, creating public spaces that facilitated the participatory governance that remained central to Roman identity. Temple construction during this period reveals both the wealth and the religious sophistication of the transformed community. The Temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus on the Capitoline Hill, begun around 580 BC, was one of the largest religious buildings in the Mediterranean world. Its construction required the importation of materials and craftsmen from across the region, demonstrating Rome's growing commercial reach and economic strength. But the most significant transformation was demographic. The population of Rome grew from perhaps 10,000 to over 50,000 during this century, making it one of the largest cities in Italy. This growth came not just from natural increase but from immigration, as Rome attracted merchants, craftsmen and farmers from across central Italy. The city's reputation for tolerance, opportunity and effective governance made it a magnet for ambitious individuals from throughout the region. The social implications of this rapid growth were profound. Traditional kinship-based organisation became inadequate for managing such a large and diverse population. The solution was the development of more sophisticated administrative systems that combined territorial and functional organisation. Citizens were registered by both tribal affiliation and residential district, creating multiple forms of identity and belonging that helped maintain social cohesion despite increasing diversity. Military organisation evolved dramatically during this period. The citizen militia of earlier times was supplemented by more professional units that could campaign for extended periods. The famous Roman manipular system, with its emphasis on flexibility and unit cohesion, was developed during this period as a response to the complex military challenges facing an expanding city-state. Rome was no longer just defending its immediate territory, but pursuing active expansion throughout central Italy. Economic structures became increasingly sophisticated. Rome developed the first true banking system in Italy, with institutions that could finance large-scale construction projects, international trade ventures, and military campaigns. The city's strategic location at the intersection of major trade routes made it a natural commercial centre, while its growing population provided both a market and a labour force for increasingly complex economic activities. The legal system was formalised during this period, with the first written laws replacing the informal customs that had previously governed community life. These laws reflected the cosmopolitan character of the transformed city, incorporating elements from Roman, Sabine, and Etruscan legal traditions, while creating new approaches to problems that arose from urban density and cultural diversity. The 12 Tables, which were likely compiled a bit later, reflected the legal thinking that evolved during this transformative century. Religious life became more organised and institutionalised. The informal folk practices that had served smaller communities were supplemented by more formal priesthoods, elaborate ritual calendars, and monumental architecture that demonstrated the community's devotion to the gods. But Roman religion retained its practical character, emphasising the maintenance of proper relationships between human and divine communities, rather than abstract theological speculation. The role of women in this transformed society was complex and changing. While formal political participation became more restricted as the city grew larger and more militarised, elite women retained significant influence through their control of property, their roles in religious ceremonies, and their positions in family networks that remained crucial to political and economic success. The tension between traditional female authority and evolving urban customs would remain a characteristic feature of Roman society. International relations became a major concern during this period. Rome established formal diplomatic relationships with Greek cities in southern Italy, Carthaginian traders in North Africa, and various Gallic tribes to the north. These relationships were commercial and cultural as well as political, creating networks of exchange that brought new ideas, technologies and opportunities to the growing city. By 500 BC, Rome had become the dominant power in central Italy, controlling a territory that extended well beyond the original 7 hills. The city's population was ethnically diverse, economically sophisticated, and politically complex. The institutions developed during this period of rapid growth and cultural synthesis would provide the foundation for Rome's later imperial expansion and administrative achievements. The success of this change created ways of doing things that would shape Roman expansion for many years, bringing together different groups of people using helpful ideas from conquered nations, balancing local independence with central control, and keeping traditional values even as things became much larger and more complicated. The legal system was formalized during this period, with the first written laws replacing the informal customs that had previously governed community life. These laws reflected the cosmopolitan character of the transformed city, incorporating elements from Roman, Sabine, and Etruscan legal traditions, while creating new approaches to problems that arose from urban density and cultural diversity. The 12 tables, which were likely compiled a bit later, reflected the legal thinking that evolved during this transformative century. Religious life became more organised and institutionalised. The informal folk practices that had served smaller communities were supplemented by more formal priesthoods, elaborate ritual calendars, and monumental architecture that demonstrated the community's devotion to the gods. But Roman religion retained its practical character, emphasising the maintenance of proper relationships between human and divine communities, rather than abstract theological speculation. The role of women in this transformed society was complex and changing. While formal political participation became more restricted as the city grew larger and more militarised, elite women retained significant influence through their control of property, their roles in religious ceremonies, and their positions in family networks that remained crucial to political and economic success. The tension between traditional female authority and evolving urban customs would remain a characteristic feature of Roman society. International relations became a major concern during this period. Rome established formal diplomatic relationships with Greek cities in southern Italy, Carthaginian traders in North Africa, and various Gallic tribes to the north. These relationships were commercial and cultural as well as political, creating networks of exchange that brought new ideas, technologies and opportunities to the growing city. By 500 BC, Rome had become the dominant power in central Italy, controlling a territory that extended well beyond the original 7 hills. The city's population was ethnically diverse, economically sophisticated, and politically complex. The institutions developed during this period of rapid growth and cultural synthesis would provide the foundation for Rome's later imperial expansion and administrative achievements. The success of this change created ways of doing things that would shape Roman expansion for many years, bringing together different groups of people using helpful ideas from conquered nations, balancing local independence with central control, and keeping traditional values even as things became much larger and more complicated. Religious institutions were reorganized to serve the new political system. The Rex Sacrorum, king of sacrifices, maintained the religious functions that had previously belonged to the king but without political authority. Various priestly colleges oversaw specific aspects of religious life, ensuring proper relationships with the gods while preventing any individual from claiming divine authority for political purposes. Religion remained central to Roman identity, but it was subordinated to constitutional government. The early republic faced serious challenges that tested its institutional innovations. The conflict between patricians, the traditional aristocracy, and plebeians, the common people, created social tensions that threatened political stability. The solution was the creation of new institutions that gave plebeians their representatives and protection against aristocratic abuse. The tribunate of the plebs, established around 494 BC, provided both a voice for popular grievances and a mechanism for resolving social conflicts without violence. Military organisation reflected republican values while maintaining the effectiveness that had made Rome dominant in central Italy. Citizens were expected to serve in the army as both a privilege and a duty, but military service was balanced with civilian authority. Generals were elected officials with limited terms, not professional soldiers with independent power bases. The citizen-soldier ideal became central to Republican ideology, distinguishing Rome from societies that relied on mercenary armies or professional military castes. Economic policies during the early Republic balanced the need for revenue with respect for property rights and commercial freedom. The state owned significant territory acquired through conquest, which was leased to farmers and graziers for rental income. Public contracts for construction projects and tax collection created opportunities for private profit while accomplishing public purposes. This mixed economy, combining state resources with private initiative, provided both stability and growth. The integration of conquered peoples continued the patterns established during the monarchy, but became more systematic and extensive. Italian communities that submitted to Rome were incorporated as allies with specific rights and obligations rather than being treated as subjects. This policy created a confederation of loyal communities that provided both military strength and economic opportunity while maintaining local autonomy in internal affairs. Women's roles in Republican society reflected both traditional values and evolving circumstances, while formal political participation remained limited. Elite women exercised significant influence through their family connections and property holdings. The Roman matron became an idealized figure who combined domestic virtue with public responsibility, embodying the values that Romans believed distinguished their society from both autocratic monarchies and chaotic democracies. By 450 BC, the Roman Republic had created a constitutional system that was both innovative and stable. The balance of competing institutions prevented tyranny while maintaining governmental effectiveness. The integration of diverse social groups created loyalty to the state while preserving valuable traditions. The combination of military strength and diplomatic flexibility made Rome the dominant power in Italy, while establishing the foundation for Mediterranean expansion. This constitutional achievement wasn't the result of abstract political theory, but practical responses to specific challenges. The Romans didn't set out to create a perfect government, but to solve the problems of governing a large, diverse, and ambitious community. The success of their institutional innovations would influence political thinking for over 2 millennia. By 400 BC, Rome had evolved from a collection of hilltop villages into the dominant power in central Italy, but the most remarkable phase of its development was yet to come. The institutions, values, and strategies that had emerged during 3 centuries of growth and adaptation would now be tested on a Mediterranean stage against opponents who possessed wealth, sophistication, and military power that dwarfed anything Rome had previously encountered. The Gallic invasion of 390 BC, which resulted in the sack of Rome, was both a catastrophe and a catalyst. The traditional narrative emphasizes Roman humiliation and the heroic resistance of defenders on the Capitoline Hill, but the invasion's aftermath reveals more about Roman character than the event itself. Rather than retreating into defensive isolationism, Rome responded with a massive program of military, political, and infrastructural innovation that transformed the city into a power capable of challenging the mighty empires of the Mediterranean world. The reconstruction of Rome after 390 BC reflected both practical necessity and imperial ambition. The Servian Wall, built during this period, enclosed not just the traditional 7 hills, but a much larger area that could accommodate future population growth. This structure wasn't just defensive architecture, but a statement of intent. Rome planned to become much larger and more powerful than it had ever been. The wall's sophisticated design, incorporating Greek engineering techniques with Roman organizational efficiency, demonstrated the city's growing technical sophistication. Military reforms during the 4th century BC created a legionary system that would dominate Mediterranean warfare for centuries. The Manipular Legion, with its flexible organization and professional training, represented a fundamental innovation in military technology. Roman soldiers were citizen farmers who served from patriotic duty, but they were also professional warriors who trained regularly and campaigned for extended periods. This combination of civic motivation and military expertise proved superior to both citizen militias and mercenary armies. The Roman approach to expansion was equally innovative. Rather than simple conquest and exploitation, Rome developed a system of alliances and incorporation that transformed enemies into allies while extending Roman power throughout the Italian peninsula. Communities that surrendered were treated as partners rather than subjects, receiving protection and commercial privileges in exchange for military service and political loyalty. This policy created a confederation of over 150 allied communities that provided Rome with the resources and manpower that no single city-state could match. The social war of the early 3rd century BC, when several Italian allies rebelled against Roman domination, tested this system of incorporation. The resolution of this conflict, extending Roman citizenship to all Italian allies, created a unified Italian state that was unprecedented in both size and social integration. Rome became not just a city but a nation, with citizens spread throughout the peninsula who shared common legal rights, military obligations and political loyalties. Economic development during this period provided the material foundation for imperial expansion. Roman control of Italian agriculture, combined with dominance of Mediterranean trade routes, created wealth that could finance massive military campaigns and public works projects. The Roman currency system, based on standardized weights and silver content, became the preferred medium of exchange throughout the Western Mediterranean. Roman merchants, protected by military strength and supported by diplomatic agreements, established trading networks that extended from Spain to the Black Sea. The Punic Wars against Carthage, beginning in 264 BC, represented Rome's emergence as a true Mediterranean power. These conflicts weren't just military campaigns, but comprehensive tests of Roman institutional capacity. The ability to finance decades of warfare, maintain political stability during military crises, and integrate conquered territories into the Roman system demonstrated that the city-state had evolved into something entirely new, an imperial republic capable of governing diverse peoples across vast distances. Between 264 and 146 BC, the Mediterranean world was conquered, marking the logical culmination of developments that had started centuries earlier on the Seven Hills. Roman military superiority wasn't just a matter of technology or tactics, but reflected deeper institutional advantages: the ability to maintain citizen loyalty through participation in governance, the capacity to integrate conquered peoples through generous terms of surrender, and the flexibility to adapt strategies and policies to changing circumstances. Cultural and intellectual life flourished during this period of expansion. Roman contact with Greek philosophy, art and literature created a cosmopolitan culture that combined practical Roman values with sophisticated Greek theoretical knowledge. The emergence of Latin literature, beginning with writers like Ennius and Plautus, demonstrated that Roman civilization had developed its own distinctive voice, while remaining open to foreign influences. The governance of conquered territories required institutional innovations that extended republican principles to imperial administration. The provincial system, with its appointed governors and standardized legal procedures, provided effective government for diverse populations while maintaining central control. Roman law, originally designed for a single city-state, was expanded to accommodate the needs of a multicultural empire, while preserving its essential characteristics of practicality and fairness. Religious and cultural policies reflected the same balance between unity and diversity that characterized Roman political administration. Conquered peoples were allowed to maintain their traditional customs and beliefs, while being gradually incorporated into Roman cultural patterns. The Roman pantheon absorbed foreign deities, Roman festivals incorporated local traditions, and Roman architecture adapted to regional preferences while maintaining distinctive Roman characteristics. By 146 BC, when Carthage was destroyed and Greece was incorporated into the Roman Empire, the transformation that had begun on the Seven Hills was complete. Rome had evolved from a collection of primitive settlements into the dominant power of the ancient world, controlling territories that stretched from Spain to Syria and from Britain to North Africa. This achievement wasn't the result of exceptional individual leadership or accidental historical circumstances, but the logical development of institutions, values, and strategies that had emerged during centuries of gradual adaptation and growth. The story of Rome's beginnings demonstrates that lasting civilizations aren't created suddenly, but develop through the accumulation of countless small innovations and adaptations. The farmers and herders who first settled the Seven Hills couldn't have imagined that their descendants would govern an empire that included over 50 million people. But the values and institutions they created, practical problem-solving, inclusive governance, military effectiveness, and cultural adaptability, provided the foundation for achievements that would influence human civilization for over 2 millennia. Harry S. Truman's roots trace to the quiet farmlands of western Missouri worlds removed from the polished corridors of Washington he'd one day inhabit. Born on May 8, 1884 in the small town of Lamar, he was the first child of John Anderson Truman and Martha Ellen Young. Modest beginnings shaped his earliest sensibilities. The family moved frequently, chasing opportunities across hard-scrabble farmland and short-lived ventures. Even so, the young Truman absorbed a relentless work ethic from dawn to dusk chores and gleaned an unvarnished sense of people's struggles. Little about his childhood forecasted the presidency that would thrust him into global crises. His boyhood was peppered with a penchant for reading, a borrowed copy of Plutarch's Lives, or perhaps a Mark Twain novel capturing the spirit of Middle America. Unlike many peers, Harry devoured thick tomes about history and political philosophy. The spectacles perched on his nose earned him occasional teasing from schoolmates, but he shrugged it off. His father's farm demands forced him to develop stamina in a literal sense, wrangling mules or stacking hay, even as he contemplated the larger world beyond county lines. With no prestigious family name or wealth, further education was never assured. After finishing high school in the Independence College seemed an unreachable dream. Family finances and obligations rerouted him to an array of odd jobs, timekeeper for the Santa Fe Railroad bank clerk and farmhand. By his early 20s, Truman's curiosity about public affairs solidified. The world was chinaping. Horse-drawn wagons met shiny new automobiles. The economy swelled and new technologies whispered of unstoppable progress. Yet southern Missouri's conservative climate rarely promised fast social or political transformation. Politically, a swirl of party machines, especially the Pendergast faction in the Kansas City, state of Missouri, dominated local elections. Established dynasties overshadowed the notion that ordinary citizens could break into politics. Truman, while not outspoken about these realities, observed them closely. In the year 1905, the young man ventured to Kansas City, the state of Missouri, but his father's declining health compelled him to return to the Grandview farm due to family obligations. The life of a farmer was tough on body and spirit, especially in an era lacking modern machinery, but these years on the farm, some might argue, lay the foundation for Truman's later authenticity. He saw the cyclical nature of crops, the unpredictability of weather, and the straightforward handshake culture of small-town trades. The stoicism gleaned from failed harvests or broken equipment taught him resilience, a trait he'd lean on heavily decades later under unimaginably higher stakes. Then came 1917 and America's entry into World War I. Like many patriots, Truman enlisted. At 33, he wasn't a typical fresh-faced recruit, but his earnestness and unwavering sense of duty propelled him forward. Commissioned as an artillery officer, he found a surprising gift for leadership. Men who initially dismissed him as a four-eyed farm boy discovered a commanding presence. He enforced disciplines, but listened to grievances, forging an efficient battery that ultimately saw action in the muddy, shell-scarred fields of France. Under withering artillery, Truman kept his battery steady and morale intact. That success fueled a new self-confidence. If he could manage the emotional storm of war, maybe leading men, and later constituents, was not so implausible. Returning stateside in 1919, Truman married Bess Wallace, his longtime sweetheart from Independence. She was known for a steady temperament and a gentle reluctance for public life. Their union would provide her emotional grounding through the political turbulence ahead. At first, they tested civilian ventures. He tried opening a men's clothing store in Kansas City, but the post-war economy sank into recession. The store failed, leaving him in debt that took years to repay. Despite the financial strain, he refused to declare bankruptcy, demonstrating his adherence to the moral code of meeting obligations. Around this time, the Pendergast political machine offered a lifeline. Tom Pendergast, a powerful Democratic boss, recognized Truman's war hero reputation and unwavering loyalty. He suggested a run for county judge, a role more administrative than judicial in Jackson County. Truman, initially hesitant, realized politics could merge his sense of civic duty with a means to provide for his family. In 1922, he stepped onto the ballot. The campaign demanded he mingle with rural neighbours, chat in dusty general stores, and knock on thousands of doors. Over time, he honed an everyman approach. Direct, warm, unpretentious. Though overshadowed by bigger city names, Truman won. He soon discovered that politics demanded compromise. The press sniffed at him as a Pendergast puppet, but he set about improving county roads and public buildings, focusing on practical governance. It didn't make headlines in Washington, but local folks started trusting that Judge Truman might be the rare politician who balanced machine loyalty with genuine public benefit. This vantage from county-level duties, juggling budgets, awarding contracts, meeting local taxpayers, would form the bedrock of his pragmatic style, later defining how he navigated the halls of Congress and eventually the White House. Harry Truman's position as a Jackson County judge provided him with an intimate view of the political dynamics that shaped Kansas City and its surrounding areas. Contrary to modern assumptions, judge in that era didn't always require a law degree. The role resembled a county commissioner, managing budgets, overseeing infrastructure, and mediating local disputes. Truman's approach was straightforward: keep roads maintained, ensure budgets balanced, and minimize corruption where possible. Yet the Pendergast machine that backed him thrived on patronage, awarding contracts to friendly bidders. For Truman, the challenge was upholding integrity while not alienating the very network that had placed him in office. Throughout the 1920s, Truman earned a reputation for honesty that set him apart. He rarely indulged in the nepotism that others accepted as routine. Journalists covering local government perceived Judge Truman as a unique individual, a devoted member of the Pendergast team who genuinely aimed to promote the public welfare. He developed a method: maintain civil relationships with boss Tom Pendergast, but quietly push for efficient administration. This precarious balance drew occasional disapproval from reform-minded critics who felt he should break with the machine entirely. Truman reasoned that, from within, he could do more for constituents. In private, he admitted the tension gnawed at him, yet no obvious alternative route existed. The machine was the only ladder for local Democratic politicians. By the early 1930s, the Great Depression rattled every corner of America. Kansas City, state of Missouri, faced bank closures, mass unemployment, and breadlines. Truman, re-elected as a presiding judge in 1930, used New Deal funds to jumpstart local projects, bridges, public buildings, and new highways, attempting to pump lifeblood into the local economy. His sincere empathy for ordinary families, grounded in his experiences of economic hardship, coloured every decision. He oversaw a county relief program that, while not free of cronyism, often delivered real help to needy citizens. This bolstered Truman's standing as a conscientious official, though overshadowed by the iconic New Deal initiatives championed by President Franklin D. Roosevelt at the national level. The year 1934 brought a new opportunity. Pendergast decided to push Truman as the Democratic candidate for the US Senate. Though overshadowed by more prominent figures in state politics, Truman's quiet perseverance appealed to rural voters. On the campaign trail, wearing his trademark wide-brimmed hat and thick glasses, he visited farmhouses and small-town gatherings. He promised to back Roosevelt's programs, praising the impetus behind them. Meanwhile, suspicious voices hammered him as a Pendergast stooge. The boss's endorsements sealed the nomination, but winning the general election was no guarantee. Nonetheless, national frustration with the Republicans' handling of the Depression gave the Democrats a strong tailwind. Truman eked out a victory, heading to Washington at age 50. In the Senate, he was a small fish in a pond teeming with established whales like a Huey Long, Carter Glass, and Robert La Follette Jr., eager to prove his worth. Truman initially found himself overshadowed by Southern Democrats who dominated key committees. He stuck to the Commerce and Interstate Regulation Committees, quietly gleaning how legislative deals were forged. Mindful that he needed to rid himself of the Pendergast stigma, he tackled issues with a methodical zeal. One such moment arrived in 1939, when he chaired a subcommittee investigating railroad reorganization, applying his county-level budgeting lessons to a national stage. Colleagues noticed his meticulous approach. He seldom boasted, rarely sought headlines, but delivered results. The mid-1930s to late 1930s also saw the unravelling of Pendergast's empire. Accusations of tax evasion and corruption soared. In 1939, Tom Pendergast was convicted of tax fraud and imprisoned. Headlines implicated him and his associates in a massive graft. Truman, facing re-election in 1940, braced for the blowback. His opponents painted him as the senator from Pendergast, but Truman countered that he too disapproved of corruption and that his record stood independent. Voters, evaluating his actual performance, decided to give him another term. The tight race confirmed that his margin of victory lay in trust built by actual service, overshadowing the old machine label. In his second term, Truman's name surfaced more often, especially as storm clouds gathered in Europe. World War II erupted in 1939, By 1941, America was edging closer to involvement. Roosevelt's Lend-Lease policies and the ramp-up of defense industries demanded close oversight. Truman, sensing billions of tax dollars swirling into new factories, spearheaded a Senate committee to monitor war profiteering. The Senate Special Committee to investigate the National Defense Program, more famously known as the Truman Committee, set out to ensure that war contracts were legitimate, factories produced quality goods, and unscrupulous profiteers were exposed. This gave Truman a national spotlight. He visited defense plants incognito, scrutinizing paperwork. The committee earned praise for saving taxpayers giant sums. Press coverage portrayed him as a bulldog for accountability, not a grandstander but someone truly outraged by waste or exploitation. By 1943, the Truman Committee had propelled the senator from Missouri into the national consciousness. Pundits who once dismissed him as a backroom functionary now viewed him as a champion of good governance amid a massive global war. The White House noticed, too, Roosevelt, seeking to unify the Democratic Party for the 1944 election, faced the question of who should serve as vice president. His current VP, Henry Wallace, was viewed as too radical by party conservatives. Could Harry Truman, a moderate, pro-defense, corruption-fighting senator, be the compromise pick? The party bigwigs thought so. The stage was set for a twist in Truman's life, from being a steady second-term senator to possibly occupying the second highest office in the land, perched precariously near the centre of a global conflict. Harry Truman never aggressively pursued the vice presidency, but in the swirl of 1944 politics, he emerged as a near-consensus choice. Franklin D. Roosevelt, seeking an unprecedented fourth term, recognised that in a fractious Democratic Party, Henry Wallace polarised too many. Conservative Democrats demanded a replacement, and Truman's unassuming loyalty and his credibility in the war proved to be a suitable fit. When the Democratic National Convention convened that July in Chicago, backroom dealings sealed the arrangement. Truman famously claimed he woke up one morning as a senator and went to bed that night as the party's vice presidential nominee. Even then, he expressed reluctance, famously quipping that the role was largely ornamental, a spare tire on the automobile of government. The Roosevelt-Truman ticket triumphed in November 1944, riding on FDR's record as a wartime leader. The margin was narrower than earlier Roosevelt victories, reflecting war fatigue among Americans, but a victory was still a victory, and in January 1945, Truman took the oath as vice president. Within weeks, the Allies advanced on Nazi Germany, the Battle of the Bulge had ended, and the liberation of concentration camps approached. Meanwhile, the Pacific Theatre raged on, with US forces inching closer to Japan. Truman found himself at the periphery of top-level discussions. Roosevelt, his health failing, still dominated the administration's strategic deliberations. Truman's main tasks involved presiding over the Senate and fulfilling ceremonial roles. He was rarely looped into the secrets of the Manhattan Project or the exact shape of post-war negotiations. Everything changed abruptly on April 12, 1945. Roosevelt died in Warm Springs, Georgia, after months of visibly declining vitality. A stunned Truman was summoned to the White House and took the oath of office as president in a small tent ceremony. He later recalled, "I felt like the moon, the stars, and all the planets had fallen on me." The man who had been in the dark about critical aspects of the war, particularly the atomic program, now became commander-in-chief of a global superpower in waiting. Advisors scrambled to brief him on ongoing strategies, secret weapons research, and the complexities of Allied negotiations with Stalin and Churchill. Truman's earliest decisions revolved around ending World War II. In Europe, victory seemed imminent, with Hitler's regime collapsing. VE Day, victory in Europe, arrived on May 8, 1945, overshadowing the raw sense of Roosevelt's absence. Meanwhile, the Potsdam Conference in July saw Truman meet Winston Churchill, later replaced by Clement Attlee mid-conference, and Joseph Stalin. With the war in Europe settled, the conversation pivoted, dividing Germany into zones, shaping Eastern Europe's future, and extracting concessions from the Soviet Union about joining the war against Japan. Truman, a novice in the high-stakes diplomacy that Roosevelt had navigated, approached Stalin with caution. He gleaned that the Soviet leader had ambitions in Eastern Europe, a harbinger of post-war friction. Simultaneously, Truman faced a moral and strategic quandary in the Pacific. The Manhattan Project had succeeded, the atomic bomb was ready. Military planners estimated an invasion of Japan's home islands could cost a catastrophic number of Allied and Japanese lives. The question was whether dropping the bomb might force a swift surrender. Truman wrestled with the ethics, but ultimately authorized using atomic weapons, believing it would end the conflict more quickly. On August 6, 1945, a B-29 dropped the first bomb on Hiroshima. 3 days later, Nagasaki was hit. Japan announced surrender on August 15th. The effect was as unprecedented as it was terrifying. The world recognized a new era of nuclear capability. Truman justified his choice to the American public as a necessary evil, one that, in his view, saved more lives than it cost. Others debated the morality for generations to come, but the immediate aftermath was a wave of relief that the war was over. Emerging from the war's conclusion, Truman found an altered planet. The Soviet Union and the US stood as rival superpowers. Europe lay in ruins. Asia wrestled with new independence movements, and the nuclear age overshadowed all. Many Americans wanted a return to domestic normalcy, hoping to spend energy on economic revival. But the unravelling alliance with Stalin's USSR hinted at a new conflict in the making. A Cold War of ideologies, spies, and proxy battles. Truman, the accidental president, would have to craft policies that shaped this precarious world. In 1946, as the rest of the Allied powers demobilised, the Soviets entrenched in Eastern Europe. Winston Churchill, no longer Britain's Prime Minister, visited the US and declared an Iron Curtain had descended across the continent. Truman recognised the need for a doctrine to counter Soviet expansion, albeit short of direct warfare. The seeds of the containment strategy took shape, culminating in what would be known as the Truman Doctrine, pledging support to countries threatened by the communist subversion. With minimal foreign policy background, he relied on seasoned figures like George Marshall, Dean Acheson, and others to devise new frameworks for the global stability. Meanwhile, on the domestic front, the challenge of reconverting the economy from wartime production to peacetime soared. Labour strikes in Flecken and demands for civil rights tested Truman's leadership. As 1947 approached, Truman's tenure had only begun. The decisions about nuclear arms, the aid programs for war-ravaged allies, and the looming confrontation with Soviet policies in Europe and Asia, these would define not just his presidency, but the entire global order. Once a quiet senator overshadowed by Roosevelt's magnetism, Truman had stepped into the spotlight. He was about to introduce a new vocabulary to American statecraft, the Marshall Plan, the Berlin Airlift, and the seeds of NATO, forging an era where the United States embraced superpower responsibilities unthinkable a mere decade earlier. In the tumultuous post-war climate, Harry Truman found his presidency pivoting on two broad fronts: foreign policy crises and domestic upheaval. Fresh from the euphoria of victory over fascism, Americans soon recognized that a new tension with the Soviet Union dominated world affairs. Eastern Europe lay under communist influence, and Stalin's grip tightened across Poland, Hungary, and others. These developments spurred Truman's administration to articulate a more defined stance. In March 1947, he presented to Congress what became known as the Truman Doctrine. The United States would aid nations resisting subjugation by armed minorities or outside pressures. Though triggered by crises in Greece and Turkey, the doctrine signalled a broader commitment to containing communism. Skeptics worried about entangling America in endless foreign struggles, but Truman insisted that inaction would yield greater perils. Soon after, Secretary of State George Marshall proposed the European Recovery Programme, colloquially the Marshall Plan. War-ravaged Europe faced famine and economic collapse, conditions ripe for communist infiltration. Marshall's plan offered massive financial aid to rebuild infrastructure, revitalise industries, and stabilise currencies. Truman championed this approach as simultaneously humanitarian and strategic. Western Europe's swift reconstruction under the plan created an economic boom, forging stable democracies less vulnerable to Soviet influence. This bold initiative reshaped America's global role. No longer isolationist, it was now the engine of a nascent Western alliance. Domestically, Truman encountered an equally formidable challenge. Millions of veterans returned, seeking jobs and affordable housing. Labour unions, having postponed strikes during the war, now pressed for raises in an inflationary climate. The Republican resurgence in the 1946 midterms gave the GOP control of Congress, complicating Truman's legislative ambitions. He advanced what he dubbed the Fair Deal, a suite of proposals aiming to expand upon Roosevelt's New Deal, national health care, civil rights measures, aid to education, and a higher minimum wage. Yet these ran headlong into congressional opposition, with Republicans and conservative Southern Democrats blocking large segments. The result, incremental progress, overshadowed by persistent gridlock. Matters of race also percolated. Despite Roosevelt's colourblind rhetoric during the war, African Americans faced persistent discrimination. In 1948, Truman issued an executive order to desegregate the armed forces, a bold move that outraged many Southern politicians but signalled a new federal stance on civil rights. He also called for an end to poll taxes and for legislation banning lynching, though those proposals stalled in Congress. Civil rights leaders applauded him as the first modern president to make such a stand, though it carried political risks in the upcoming election. The 1948 presidential race shaped up as a daunting one for Truman. Many believed he was doomed to defeat. Even within his party, Southern Dixiecrats broke off, championing Strom Thurmond in the protest of civil rights, while Henry Wallace, a former vice president, led the Progressive Party from the left. The Republican nominee, Thomas Dewey, exuded confidence. Pollsters and newspapers predicted a sure Republican victory, but Truman embarked on a legendary whistle-stop campaign across the country by train, hitting small towns and big cities with fiery speeches. He hammered the Do-Nothing Congress for blocking his Fair Deal measures, championed the average Indian citizen's needs, and exuded an underdog energy that resonated with voters. On election night, the Chicago Tribune famously printed its "Dewey defeats Truman" headline prematurely. The actual result? A surprise Truman victory, securing his place in the White House for a full term. Historians still marvel at this upset, attributing it to Truman's relentless grassroots appeal and Americans' preference for continuity in uncertain times. Even after this triumph, the Cold War's drumbeat intensified. In 1949, the Soviets tested their first atomic bomb sooner than Western intelligence had anticipated. China's civil war ended with Mao Zedong's communist victory, another blow to US hopes of containing communism. Within the US, paranoia about Soviet infiltration soared, prompting investigations of alleged spies in government. Accusations by Senator Joseph McCarthy of communist sympathizers in the State Department gained traction, fueling an era of blacklists and loyalty oaths. Truman, initially dismissive of McCarthy's claims, found the climate overshadowing more moderate approaches to subversion. The so-called Red Scare impacted the national mood, making Americans suspicious of any perceived left-leaning activity. Simultaneously, the Berlin crisis escalated. In 1948 to 1949, Stalin blockaded West Berlin, hoping to force the Allies out. Truman answered with the Berlin Airlift, a logistical marvel ferrying supplies by air to 2 million Berliners. Round the clock, cargo planes soared over Soviet-occupied zones, bringing food and coal. The operation's success showcased Truman's willingness to stand firm without triggering direct war. By mid-1949, the blockade ended, proving Western unity triumphant. Yet Germany's formal partition into East and West underscored that the global divide was no fleeting spat. It crystallized an iron curtain across Europe. Truman's presidency thus served as the crucible forging NATO, established in 1949, to unify Western defense. By 1950, the stage was set for the next major conflict. In Korea, Communist North invaded the South, prompting UN-led intervention. Truman, fervent to stop aggression, but wary of another world war, authorized forces under General MacArthur. The Korean War would define his final years in office, intensifying domestic debates over how to contain communism without triggering nuclear catastrophe. So, from the vantage of the early 1950s, Harry Truman, once a relatively obscure senator, had become the architect of containment, the man behind the Fair Deal, and the figure bridging FDR's global legacy with a precarious new order. His next steps would further test both his presidency and the tolerance of a public increasingly fatigued by unending conflicts abroad. June 1950 jolted the Truman administration when North Korean forces, under Kim II-sung, surged across the 38th parallel, overwhelming the ill-prepared South Korean army. Within days, Seoul fell. The UN Security Council swiftly condemned the aggression, a rare instance where the Soviet Union's absence from the Council, due to boycotting over China's seat, allowed a unanimous resolution to pass. Truman responded promptly. He committed US air and naval support, soon dispatching ground troops. Technically, the conflict was a police action rather than a declared war, but thousands of American servicemen found themselves in brutal combat across the Korean peninsula. General Douglas MacArthur, a decorated World War II figure, assumed command of UN forces. At first, the situation was dire. Allied lines shrank to a small defensive pocket around Pusan. Then came the bold Incheon landing in September 1950, a brilliant amphibious operation that outflanked North Korean supply lines. MacArthur's troops recaptured Seoul, reversing North Korea's gains. Buoyed by success, MacArthur pushed north, crossing the 38th parallel with Truman's tentative endorsement. The objective evolved from merely repelling the invasion to toppling the Kim regime entirely, or so the general believed. Yet a new threat loomed. Communist China warned it would not tolerate foreign armies on its border. Truman's advisors debated whether unifying Korea by force was feasible or wise. Crossing into the far north could lead to Chinese intervention, many warned. MacArthur, brash and confident, discounted such warnings. By late 1950, Chinese volunteers poured across the Yalu River, launching a massive counter-offensive. American and Allied forces reeled southward in a grim winter retreat. Public shock at this sudden reversal battered Truman's popularity. As casualties mounted, a rift yawned between MacArthur, who demanded expanded war, potentially bombing Chinese bases, and Truman, who insisted on avoiding a broader conflict. MacArthur, disregarding presidential directives, publicly criticized Washington's caution, effectively undermining Truman's authority. In April 1951, Truman made a fateful decision. He relieved MacArthur of command. The uproar was immediate. MacArthur was a national hero, welcomed home by throngs chanting his name. Meanwhile, critics accused Truman of weakening the war effort, but Truman, committed to civilian control of the military, stood firm. He believed that letting a general define foreign policy threatened the very core of democracy. Despite the controversy, the Korean War ground on. Armistice talks started in mid-1951 but dragged on for months, even as battles flared along entrenched lines near the 38th parallel. While US public support for the war waned, Truman's White House wrestled with spiralling defense costs, anxious to avoid overextension. Some saw parallels to the frustration in World War I trenches: minimal territorial gains, high casualties, and endless negotiations. By 1952, many Americans had grown disillusioned. The war overshadowed domestic progress on the fair deal. Political opponents hammered Truman for what they saw as a stalemate in Asia, tying it to claims of infiltration by communist sympathizers at home. Fed by these tensions, the 1952 presidential election shaped up. Truman, battered by criticism, decided not to run for another term. He had served nearly 8 years after Roosevelt's death, plus the partial term. Instead, the Democratic Party nominated Adlai Stevenson II, who faced Dwight D. Eisenhower, the popular general from World War II. Eisenhower's promise to go to Korea and end the war resonated deeply with a weary public. Truman, overshadowed, simply hoped the conflict might find resolution. In January 1953, he left office with approval ratings near historic lows, overshadowed by the drawn-out Korean struggle and the McCarthy-era's relentless accusations of communist infiltration in the government. Yet even as he vacated the White House, Truman insisted that the containment strategy was correct. He recognized that waiting passively would yield expansions of Soviet or Chinese communism, which he believed threatened global stability. The Berlin airlift, the Marshall Plan, the formation of NATO, and aid to Greece and Turkey stood as cornerstones of what he considered necessary steps. The Korean War, while painful, in his view had halted a potential chain reaction of communist conquests in Asia. The public and policy circles fiercely debated whether the high cost justified the war. Returning to Independence, Missouri, Truman embraced private life without many of the trappings modern presidents would later enjoy. He had minimal pension, no Secret Service detail initially, and took up everyday routines, morning walks, visits to his library, and lively discussions with passers-by. Over time, Americans softened toward him. The same man once reviled for MacArthur's firing and for the loss of China found belated appreciation as a symbol of plain-spoken decency. Journalists occasionally visited his modest home to chat about world events. He deflected speculation about regrets, typically remarking that under the same conditions, he'd do much the same. The aging man, in his signature fedora, projected an air of calm that belied the turmoil he once navigated. In the broader sense, the years following 1953 revealed that the Cold War strategies Truman helped pioneer would endure across presidencies, shaping US foreign policy for decades. The notion that America must lead alliances, prop up threatened governments, and maintain a robust military footprint owed much to the architecture he and his advisors sketched. Controversies over nuclear arms, covert interventions, and moral trade-offs would continue to swirl. Meanwhile, the so-called Truman Doctrine in simpler times evolved into myriad forms, from Vietnam to the Middle East. Whether favourable or unfavourable, the boundaries Truman established during the initial years of the Cold War established a superpower's worldwide stance. After leaving the presidency, Harry Truman quietly returned to the same unpretentious Independence neighbourhood he'd left behind. Reporters marvelled that, unlike many political figures who retreated into comfortable consultant gigs or lavish perks, Truman strolled about as though unchanged. He personally answered the phone at his home, penned his letters at a small writing desk, and took daily constitutionals through the neighbourhood. When neighbours encountered him, he was as likely to talk about local weather as global affairs. However, his historical decisions carried significant weight, despite the sense of normalcy. In 1953, the Korean War's armistice took effect, largely shaped by his successor, Eisenhower, who carried forward negotiations that Truman's administration had begun. Though the conflict remained technically unresolved, the ceasefire established the demilitarized zone, freezing the peninsula's division. Critics contended that a final peace was never achieved under Truman's watch, yet defenders argued that halting North Korean advances preserved South Korea's future. As years passed, the ongoing partition cemented a legacy of tension in East Asia, intimately linked to Truman's stand against communist aggression. In the realm of civil liberties, the McCarthy era's fervour gradually subsided. Senator McCarthy overreached and was eventually censured by his colleagues. Retrospective analyses revealed the climate of fear had led to blacklists and ruined careers with scant evidence of actual subversion. From his vantage point, Truman felt vindicated about firing MacArthur and resisting extremes. He had insisted that constitutional processes matter more than a general's personal convictions or a demagogue's accusations. Yet the climate had left scars on the Democratic Party. Truman's own brand of moderate liberalism, heavy on foreign policy hawkishness and domestic incremental reforms, had receded under the weight of political realignments. Truman's financial situation post-presidency was precarious. At that time, ex-presidents received no pension. Except for a small army pension from his service in World War I, he faced burdensome living costs. A modest book deal for his memoirs helped, but it was not extravagant. He refused to cash in on corporate lobbying or serve on boards he considered morally dubious. Eventually, Congress passed the Former President's Act in 1958, partly spurred by Truman's circumstance, providing a pension and resources for office staff. He disliked taking charity, but recognised the policy served future ex-presidents more than himself. Meanwhile, he poured energy into his presidential library, determined that the story of his administration, warts and all, be accessible to scholars. His memoirs, published in 2 volumes, 1955 and 1956, revealed a candid, plain-spoken narrative of events. He offered no apologies for the atomic bomb decisions, emphasising that the abrupt end to the Pacific War saved countless Allied and Japanese lives. On the controversies surrounding recognition of Israel, Truman's swift acknowledgement of the new state in 19 was a watershed moment in Middle East politics. He insisted it was the moral path despite opposition from key advisors. Indeed, this quiet, steadfast approach characterised his recollections. He may have been overshadowed by FDR or disliked by flamboyant generals, but in times of crisis, he did what he believed was necessary. Over time, public perception of Truman shifted from unremarkable caretaker to gutsy decision-maker. Revisionist historians started praising the Truman Doctrine's clarity, the Marshall Plan's success in rebuilding Europe, and the pragmatic approach to containing Soviet influence. They noted how he integrated civil rights stances into mainstream democratic ideology, setting the stage for the more comprehensive reforms of the 1960s. Younger politicians, from John F. Kennedy onward, acknowledged a debt to Truman's legacy, that the presidency was about forging alliances, championing domestic fairness, and preserving a stable global order. Not all revered him. Some leftist critics hammered the extremes of anti-communist actions, while others on the right called the stalemate in Korea evidence of half-hearted war. Yet a nostalgic sentiment gradually emerged, painting Truman as a leader of a simpler, more honest era. Truman's personal life in his later years revolved around devotion to Bess, who remained reclusive, preferring not to appear in public. The couple's daily routine included quiet breakfasts, visits to the library, and an occasional drive. Grandchildren brought new joy. Sometimes foreign dignitaries or scholars would drop by, seeking the older man's perspective. He offered unvarnished answers, peppered with plain-spoken Missourian humour. There were no illusions or frills in his answers. Journalists noticed that he rarely exploited the spotlight, preferring to let official archives and librarians handle big historical queries. By the 1960s, the Cold War had escalated to new crises: the Berlin Wall, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and Vietnam's deepening conflict. Truman watched with concern. He occasionally wrote letters to current officials, carefully disclaiming that he was not meddling, merely offering the wisdom gleaned from the post-World War II crucible. Presidents of both parties recognized the significance of a living repository of post-war policy decisions, sometimes hosting him at White House gatherings. Though not an official advisor, Truman's moral authority soared. People perceived him as the final figure from a crucial period of transition: the establishment of the atomic age, the emergence of containment, and the delicate balance between social justice and political realism. In December 1972, at the age 88, Harry Truman passed away. The state funeral in Independence was modest, reflecting his personal style. Presidents, foreign dignitaries, and ordinary Americans paused to salute a man whose improbable journey took him from a Missouri farm to the White House's epicenter. Eulogies recalled him as the champion of the Marshall Plan, the father of containment, the unlikely victor of 1948, and the president who integrated the military. Over time, his name became shorthand for fortitude under pressure. Though buck stops here, in his own famous phrase, it stands as an emblem of personal accountability that, for better or worse, shaped the modern presidency and the free world's post-war order. Fast forward to the present, and Harry Truman's memory stands as a fascinating study in leadership. He was a product of small-town America, shaped by the unvarnished realities of farm labour and local politics. He lacked formal college degrees or aristocratic lineage, initially seeming an improbable figure to guide the world's most powerful nation. Yet guided by personal ethics and a knack for directness, he navigated global crises unmatched in scale. Historians often place him among the near-great presidents, an honour marking how significantly he steered the US in the aftermath of World War II. One of the most potent lessons gleaned from his presidency lies in how he approached big decisions. Truman rarely wallowed in indecision. Faced with the atomic bomb's moral quagmire, he concluded swiftly to use it. Faced with Soviet expansion, he launched the Truman Doctrine. Even the firing of General MacArthur, a national hero, illustrated a principle: no individual stands above civilian authority. Many leaders might waffle or fear public backlash, but Truman's style was to weigh advice, pick a course, and then bear the consequences. That unwavering approach still informs discussions about how leaders handle emergency powers. His era also cements the notion that personal authenticity can matter more than rhetorical polish. Unlike FDR's patrician confidence or JFK's glamour, Truman's persona was straightforward, sprinkled with folksy phrases. Critics at times derided his style as hickish or unrefined, but millions of Americans identified with it, seeing in him a mirror of their anxieties and aspirations. Political culture in the 21st century, saturated with scripted soundbites, often yearns for that raw sincerity, even if the complexities are far more complicated than a single personality trait can address. Another dimension of Truman's story pertains to the permanent changes in US governance. He presided over the creation of the National Security State, CIA, NSA, and the mushrooming Defense Department. He also oversaw the near-permanent mobilization of the economy to feed the Cold War's demands. This shift from a more isolated republic to a globally engaged superpower was not wholly his alone, but he carried forward the impetus. The ongoing debate about how much government surveillance or global policing is justified owes a debt to the structures built under Truman. His own personal discomfort with certain expansions, such as loyalty oaths, testifies to the moral dilemmas entwined with these transformations. Civil rights also saw impetus under his watch, though This took decades for the full effect to unfold. His desegregation of the armed forces in 1948 was one of the earliest executive acts dismantling institutional racism. Though overshadowed by the more dramatic battles of the 1950s and 60s, it laid a crucial precedent. Black veterans who served in integrated units carried new expectations for equal treatment, fueling the civil rights movement. This example underscores that incremental changes, championed even by leaders not known primarily as civil rights crusaders, can pivot historical momentum in ways invisible at the time. Modern presidents, from both parties, occasionally invoke Truman's name when justifying bold stances. They highlight his willingness to buck popularity for principle or highlight how, under crisis, he harnessed executive power to contain threats. Some hail him as the father of American internationalism, forging alliances and frameworks like NATO. Others cringe at the memory of the bombings and the loyalty purges. That duality, heroic to some, morally fraught to others, mirrors the complexity of the 20th century itself. For the typical American family, though, the memory of Truman might conjure images of that iconic 1948 photo with the newspaper headline, "Dewey defeats Truman," or the black and white footage of him announcing Japan's surrender. Libraries across the country preserve diaries from grandparents who felt uncertain about sending their sons to Korea, reading day-by-day news of the Truman War. The narrative resonates. A low-profile man confronted with outsized responsibilities, forging a path that was neither perfect nor doomed, but shaped by moral convictions and a refusal to shirk tough calls. In the end, Harry Truman's life serves as a testament to the unexpected emergence of leadership and the resilience and determination of common men in the face of extraordinary events. For a generation battered by depression and war, he was a reassuring presence. For modern society grappling with new global threats, from climate crises to cyber conflicts, his blueprint of strategic alliances, unwavering moral lines, and willingness to face unpopularity might hold valuable lessons. Indeed, his story stands as a testament to how the unassuming can transform into pivotal figures once fate thrusts them into the spotlight. As the decades roll on, the modest Missourian who saw himself simply as a public servant remains emblematic of how steadfast character can guide a nation through perilous times and reshape the very meaning of American leadership. Picture yourself standing in the shadow of the Parthenon, the Mediterranean sun beating down on marble columns that have witnessed 25 centuries of human folly. You're about to embark on a journey through ancient Greece's most peculiar judicial practices, a world where justice wasn't just blind, but occasionally completely unhinged. Before we embark on this journey of strangeness, keep in mind that the Greeks who devised these ancient punishments believed they were perfectly reasonable. After all, when your civilization invented democracy, philosophy, and theatre, why not get creative with criminal justice too? The ancient Greeks didn't mess around when it came to maintaining order. Their approach to punishment was like their approach to everything else: dramatic, philosophical, and occasionally bordering on the theatrical. They believed that punishment should fit not just the crime, but also serve as a spectacular lesson for society. Think of it as ancient reality television, except the consequences were decidedly more permanent. You might assume that ancient punishments were simply brutal affairs involving dungeons and executioners. While the Greeks certainly had their share of harsh sentences, they also possessed an almost artistic flair for crafting punishments that were psychologically sophisticated, symbolically rich, and sometimes downright bizarre. They understood that true justice required more than mere physical suffering. It demanded a kind of poetic appropriateness that would resonate through the ages. Take the concept of hubris, for instance. The crime wasn't just excessive pride, it was a cosmic offence against the natural order. When someone committed hubris, the punishment had to match the grandiosity of the transgression. The situation led to some remarkably creative judicial solutions that would make modern legal scholars scratch their heads in bewilderment. The Greek city-states each developed their own flavour of justice. Athens, with its democratic ideals, favoured punishments that involved public humiliation and civic exile. Sparta, ever practical, preferred methods that were both efficient and educational. The island communities developed their own maritime-themed penalties that reflected their seafaring culture. What's particularly fascinating is how these punishments reflected Greek values and worldview. They believed in the interconnectedness of all things, that a person's actions rippled outward to affect the entire community. Therefore, punishment wasn't just about deterrence or retribution, it was about restoring cosmic balance. When someone disrupted the social fabric, the punishment had to be equally disruptive, but in a way that ultimately reinforced societal norms. You'll notice as we explore these tales that the Greeks had a particular genius for matching the punishment to the personality of the offender. They studied human nature with the same intensity they applied to mathematics and astronomy. This psychological sophistication meant that punishments were often tailored to exploit the specific weaknesses or character flaws that led to the original crime. The role of shame in Greek society cannot be overstated. While many ancient cultures relied primarily on physical pain or death as deterrents, the Greeks understood that social ostracism could be far more devastating than any bodily harm. They weaponized embarrassment with surgical precision, creating punishments that would haunt offenders long after any physical wounds had healed. Religious considerations also played a crucial role. The Greeks lived in a world populated by capricious gods who demanded respect and proper ritual observance. Many punishments had religious dimensions, designed to appease divine wrath or demonstrate piety to the community. This spiritual element added layers of meaning that transformed simple legal consequences into profound moral statements. As we journey through these 7 tales of Greek judicial creativity, you'll encounter punishments that range from the ingeniously appropriate to the utterly mystifying. Some will make you laugh at their absurdity, others will make you wince at their cleverness, and a few might make you wonder if the ancients were right. Each story reveals not just how the Greeks dealt with lawbreakers, but also how they understood human nature, social responsibility, and the delicate balance between individual freedom and collective welfare. These were not merely punitive measures, they were tangible manifestations of philosophical ideas, akin to theatrical performances on the public stage. This grand tour of Greek judicial creativity begins in classical Athens, the birthplace of democracy, where a citizen's social reputation could quickly determine their fate. The Athenians had elevated public shaming to an art form that would make modern social media pile-ons look like gentle suggestions. Imagine being an Athenian citizen in the 5th century BC, when your reputation was literally your most valuable possession. The Athenians understood something that modern psychologists are only now rediscovering. Social exile can be more devastating than physical punishment. They developed a sophisticated system of shame-based penalties that targeted the very core of Greek identity, one standing in the community. Ostracism was the most famous, but it may not be what you think. Every year, Athenian citizens could vote to temporarily exile one prominent person for 10 years, not because they'd committed a specific crime, but because they'd become too powerful or influential. Picture the ultimate democratic timeout, where success itself became grounds for punishment. The person could return after a decade with full rights restored, but their political career was effectively ruined. The experience was akin to losing a beloved job, with the entire city functioning as your human resources department. But ostracism was just the beginning. The Athenians developed an entire spectrum of shame-based punishments that demonstrated their profound understanding of human psychology. Take the practice of atimia, literally meaning dishonour. At stake wasn't just losing face, it was a legal status that stripped away citizenship rights while leaving the person physically present in the community. You could walk the streets of Athens, but you couldn't vote, hold office, or even speak in court to defend yourself. You became a ghost haunting your life. The genius of atimia lay in its graduated nature. Different crimes resulted in different levels of dishonour. A tax evader might lose the right to hold office, but could still participate in religious festivals. Someone who shirked military duty might be barred from the agora, the bustling marketplace that was the heart of Athenian social life. The punishment was precisely calibrated to the offence, like a master craftsman adjusting the tension on a lyre string. One particularly creative form of Athenian justice involved the use of public monuments to shame. When someone committed fraud or betrayed the city, their punishment might include having their crime literally carved in stone and displayed in a prominent location. Unlike modern criminal records that gather dust in filing cabinets, these marble testimonials to poor judgment stood in the busiest parts of the city for generations. Imagine having your worst moment chiseled in granite and placed where everyone you know would see it daily. The Athenians also pioneered the concept of financial punishment as social surgery. They didn't just fine people, they structured fines to maximise social impact. A wealthy merchant caught cheating might have to pay not just compensation to his victims, but also fund a public festival or donate a warship to the navy. The punishment transformed private wrongdoing into public spectacle, forcing the offender to buy their way back into society's good graces through conspicuous generosity. Perhaps most ingeniously, Athens developed punishments that turned social connections into instruments of justice. If you were found guilty of certain crimes, your philotai, your tribal kinsmen, would collectively bear some responsibility for your actions. These individuals created an entire network of social surveillance and intervention. If your cousin knew he might share in the consequences of your failure, he would reconsider lending you money for a questionable business venture. The Athenian approach to punishment reflected their belief that crime was primarily a social disease rather than individual moral failure. They treated criminals like patients who needed to be reintegrated into the community rather than simply eliminated from it. Their approach required a surgical precision in their penalties. Cut too little, and the offence would fester. Cut too much, and you'd destroy the patient along with the disease. Women faced their own unique forms of social punishment in Athens. Since they were already excluded from most public life, traditional forms of civic dishonour were ineffective. Instead, Athenian law developed elaborate systems of domestic shame. An adulteress might be barred from participating in religious festivals, the one area of public life where women could shine. She would become invisible at the very moments when her community gathered to celebrate their shared identity. The Athenians understood that effective punishment required an audience. Many of their penalties were designed to be witnessed and discussed, turning the entire city into a theatre of justice where every citizen was both spectator and potential performer. Such an approach wasn't cruelty for its own sake. It was recognition that social bonds require constant maintenance, and occasionally that maintenance required public demonstrations of what happened when those bonds were broken. Now shift your perspective from the bustling democracy of Athens to the stark military efficiency of Sparta, where punishment wasn't just about justice, it was about forging the perfect warrior society. If Athens was a theatre of social drama, Sparta was a laboratory of human endurance, and their punishments reflected this fundamental difference in values. You've probably heard about Spartan military training, but you might not realise how their approach to criminal justice was simply an extension of their educational philosophy. The Spartans believed that every experience, pleasant or painful, should serve to strengthen the individual and the state. Their punishments weren't just penalties, they were lessons disguised as suffering, designed to create better citizens through carefully calibrated adversity. Consider the fate of Spartan cowards, perhaps the most despised criminals in this warrior society. Rather than execution or exile, which would simply remove the problem, Spartans subjected cowards to a fate worse than death. They were required to live among their fellow citizens while bearing visible marks of their shame. They were required to shave half their beards, don distinctive clothing, and refrain from taking part in communal meals or exercises. Imagine being permanently labelled as the only person who failed while everyone else succeeded. Constant reminder of what not to become. Such behaviour wasn't random cruelty. The Spartans understood that courage was contagious, but so was cowardice. By keeping cowards visible but dishonoured, they created living examples that reinforced brave behaviour in everyone else. The punishment served multiple functions simultaneously. It deterred future cowardice, provided ongoing education for young Spartans, and offered the remote possibility of redemption for the offender. Theft in Sparta received perhaps the most paradoxical punishment in ancient Greece. Instead of punishing the act of stealing, they punished individuals for being caught while stealing. Their decision wasn't because Spartans encouraged theft, but because they valued cunning and stealth as military virtues. A successful thief demonstrated skills that could be useful in warfare or espionage. However, catching them revealed either poor planning or inadequate execution, flaws that could prove fatal in battle. The punishment for caught thieves was brilliant in its educational value. The public flogging they endured was not merely a form of retribution. Peers administered the beating in front of the entire community, transforming punishment into a performance. Young Spartans learned about both the acceptable limits of cunning and the consequences of failure. Some historians record that particularly stoic thieves who endured their punishment without crying out were eventually praised for their endurance, transforming shame into honour through sheer toughness. Spartan women, who enjoyed far more freedom than their Athenian counterparts, faced correspondingly unique punishments. A woman who failed in her duties as a mother might be required to participate in public ceremonies where her shortcomings were ritually acknowledged. But true to Spartan efficiency, these ceremonies were designed to be educational rather than merely humiliating. Other women learned from observing both the punishment and the offender's response to it. Perhaps the most psychologically sophisticated Spartan punishment involved the practice of perioesai degradation. Citizens who violated certain laws might be reduced to the status of perioikoi, free residents who lacked full citizenship rights. This punishment was particularly devastating because it was hereditary. Your crime wouldn't just affect you, it would impact your children and their children. The Spartans understood that the threat of generational consequences was a powerful deterrent, especially in a society that prized family honour above individual achievement. The Spartans also developed unique punishments for military failures that went beyond individual cowardice. If a unit underperformed, the Spartans might assign them to domestic duties normally reserved for their enslaved population, known as helots. Warriors would find themselves cooking, cleaning, and maintaining equipment instead of training for battle. They intended the role reversal to be so psychologically uncomfortable that it would motivate better performance in the future. What made Spartan punishment particularly effective was its integration into their broader social system. Unlike other Greek cities where punishment was often an interruption of normal life, in Sparta it was woven into the fabric of daily existence. Training exercises regularly included elements of controlled suffering, making the transition from education to punishment almost seamless. The Spartans recognized that their society's survival depended on everyone understanding and accepting their role in the collective defense of the state. Punishments were therefore designed to reinforce social hierarchy and shared values, rather than simply deter specific behaviors. Every penalty served as a reminder of what the community expected and what happened when those expectations weren't met. Their approach was remarkably forward-thinking, in its recognition that punishment should serve multiple purposes simultaneously. Modern criminologists still struggle to balance deterrence, rehabilitation, and social cohesion in their recommendations for criminal justice reform. The Spartans integrated all three goals into a system that, while harsh by modern standards, was internally consistent and remarkably effective at maintaining social stability. Your journey through Greek judicial creativity now takes you to the scattered islands of the Aegean, where communities surrounded by endless blue develop their own distinctive approaches to punishment. When you're living on a small island where everyone knows everyone else's business, and escape is only possible by boat, traditional forms of justice require some serious adaptation. Island communities faced unique challenges that shaped their approach to criminal justice. You couldn't simply exile someone to another city-state when the nearest land might be days away by sail. Similarly, maintaining prisons was impractical when every resource had to be imported or carefully conserved. This geographic reality forced Greek islanders to develop some of the most creative punishments in the ancient world. Take the island of Chios, famous for what you might call democratic suicide. When someone committed a serious crime that disrupted community harmony, they were given a choice: face trial with potential execution or drink hemlock voluntarily in a public ceremony. The twist was that the community would gather to witness the event, and the condemned person was expected to give a speech explaining their actions and accepting responsibility. The speech wasn't just punishment, it was therapy for the entire community, allowing them to process the crime and its consequences collectively. The genius of this system was that it transformed the most serious punishment into an act of personal choice rather than community violence. The criminal maintained some dignity while still paying the ultimate price, and the community avoided the psychological burden of executing one of their own. It was like a tragic play performed for an audience of friends and neighbours, with real stakes but a cathartic resolution. Maritime crimes received particularly inventive punishments that reflected the islanders' relationship with the sea. Pirates caught in island waters might be sentenced to sea walking, essentially an early form of keel hauling, where the offender was dragged behind a ship through rough waters. But the creative part wasn't the physical punishment, it was the symbolic element. The condemned pirate would be dressed in the finest clothes stolen from their victims, transforming them into a grotesque parody of wealth before the sea reclaimed, both criminal and treasure. Some islands developed elaborate rituals around the punishment of theft, particularly theft of fishing equipment or boats, crimes that could threaten the survival of the entire community. The thief might be required to fast for several days, then swim to a designated rock formation offshore, while the community watched from the beach. If the thief successfully completed the swim, the community considered their punishment complete and welcomed them back. If they failed, well, the sea had rendered its verdict. This trial by ordeal wasn't arbitrary cruelty. It served multiple psychological and social functions. The physical challenge tested the offender's commitment to redemption, while the community's witness meant everyone participated in the resolution of the crime. The successful completion of the trial demonstrated both divine approval and personal transformation, making reintegration into society psychologically easier for everyone involved. Island communities also refined their methods of punishment by using isolation instead of exile. On larger islands, criminals might be required to live alone on the uninhabited portions of the land for specified periods. They would be provided with minimal supplies and tools, forcing them to survive through their skills while remaining technically within the community's territory. Villagers would check on them periodically, creating a system of monitored solitude that combined punishment with rehabilitation. This form of punishment was particularly effective because it addressed one of the root causes of many crimes: the inability to function independently within social constraints. By forcing criminals to survive alone, the community was essentially providing intensive training in self-reliance and resource management. When the punishment period ended, the offender often returned with enhanced skills and a deeper appreciation for community support. The islands also developed unique approaches to dealing with adultery and other sexual crimes. Rather than the violent punishments common in mainland Greece, island communities often employed ritualized humiliation that involved the entire population. The guilty parties might be required to walk through the village wearing distinctive garments that identified their offence, while the community sang traditional songs that told stories of similar transgressions and their consequences. These musical punishments served multiple purposes. They provided emotional release for the community, educated young people about sexual mores, and gave the offenders a structured way to acknowledge their wrongdoing. The songs often included verses about redemption and forgiveness, creating a pathway back to respectability that was both public and personal. Perhaps most remarkably, some islands developed seasonal punishments that aligned with their agricultural and fishing cycles. Some islands banned serious offenders from participating in specific seasonal activities, such as the olive harvest, fishing seasons, or religious festivals which defined community life. These restrictions created a rhythm of punishment and reintegration that matched the natural cycles of island life. The effectiveness of island justice lay in its recognition that small communities couldn't afford to lose members permanently, but they also couldn't tolerate behaviour that threatened group survival. Your exploration of Greek punishment now leads you into the realm where justice meets divine will, where the gods themselves were believed to participate in the judicial process. At places like Delphi, where the famous oracle delivered cryptic prophecies, the lines between earthly law and heavenly judgment became beautifully, bizarrely blurred. You need to understand that for the ancient Greeks, crime wasn't just a violation of human law, it was a disruption of cosmic order that demanded divine attention. This belief led to some of the most psychologically sophisticated punishments in the ancient world, where offenders faced not just human consequences, but the perceived wrath of immortal beings with very long memories and creative approaches to vengeance. The oracle at Delphi occasionally prescribed punishments that were as enigmatic as her prophecies. When someone committed sacrilege or violated religious law, they might be told to carry water to the dry place, or feed the hungry stones. These weren't random instructions, they were elaborate metaphorical punishments that required interpretation and often years to complete properly. Consider the case of a merchant who cheated temple pilgrims. Rather than simple restitution, the oracle commanded him to count every grain of sand on the sacred beach and return when the number matches the stars. This wasn't literally possible, of course, but the merchant spent 3 years attempting the task, during which time he experienced profound personal transformation. He learned humility, developed patience, and became more familiar with the infinite nature of divine justice. When he finally returned to ask for clarification, the priest declared his punishment complete, not because he'd finished the impossible task, but because he'd become someone who would never commit the original crime again. Religious punishments often involved what you might call divine comedy, situations where the punishment was so perfectly matched to the crime that it revealed a kind of cosmic humour. A priest who had been selling false blessings was required to tend a garden where nothing would grow, spending each day caring for barren soil while contemplating the difference between genuine and counterfeit spiritual nourishment. After months of fruitless labour, he finally understood that his fraudulent blessings had been equally barren, and genuine remorse led to his eventual forgiveness. Some punishments required offenders to reenact mythological scenes, turning classical literature into rehabilitation therapy. An individual guilty of hubris might be required to spend time each day recreating Sisyphus's eternal task of rolling a boulder up a hill, but their version would be temporary and educational rather than eternal and torturous. The physical labour was less important than the symbolic understanding, learning through repetition what it meant to struggle against impossible odds and find meaning in the effort itself. The Greeks also developed elaborate purification rituals that served as both punishment and redemption. These weren't simple religious ceremonies, but complex psychological processes that could take years to complete. An offender might be required to visit specific sacred sites throughout Greece, performing designated tasks at each location while following strict behavioural guidelines. These ritual journeys were brilliant in their psychological sophistication. They removed criminals from their familiar environment, forced them to interact with strangers who knew nothing of their crimes, and provided structured opportunities for reflection and personal growth. Many offenders reported that the journey changed them more profoundly than any conventional punishment could have. Temple punishments often involved service to the gods, specifically designed to address the spiritual dimension of the crime. Someone who had broken an oath might be required to serve as a temple messenger, carrying sacred communications between different religious sites. These conditions forced them to repeatedly handle and deliver messages of truth and commitment, literally surrounding themselves with the values they had violated. The genius of religious punishment lay in its recognition that many crimes stemmed from spiritual emptiness or disconnection from community values. Rather than simply inflicting suffering, these punishments provided opportunities for genuine transformation. Offenders were given the chance to rebuild their relationship with the divine, while also serving their human community. Most remarkably, the design of some religious punishments made them impossible to complete without divine intervention. Such an approach wasn't cruelty. It was recognition that some offences were so serious that human effort alone couldn't provide adequate redemption. The punishment became a form of extended prayer, where the offender had to genuinely seek divine forgiveness to achieve resolution. Often, these impossible punishments entailed paradoxical tasks that defied conventional solutions. An offender might be told to find the beginning of a circle, or speak a word that has never been spoken. The resolution came not through completing the task, but through understanding its impossibility and accepting the need for grace beyond human achievement. What made divine punishment particularly effective was its integration of personal transformation with community healing. Religious offences harm not just individuals, but the entire community's relationship with the walls. The elaborate punishments demonstrated to everyone that the offence was being taken seriously, while providing a pathway for restoring cosmic balance. Now, as you continue your journey through Greek justice, you will enter the realm of philosophical punishment, where thinkers such as Plato and Aristotle theorized about justice and completely redesigned it. In this intellectual landscape, punishment became an opportunity to explore the deepest questions of human nature, moral responsibility, and the purpose of society itself. Picture yourself in ancient Athens, where philosophy wasn't an abstract academic discipline, but a practical tool for creating better human beings and more just communities. The great philosophers approached criminal justice with the same analytical rigour they applied to mathematics and ethics, producing punishments that were as intellectually sophisticated as they were practically effective. Plato's Republic outlined punishments that were essentially educational programs designed to cure the soul rather than simply inflict suffering. He believed that crime resulted from ignorance, not factual ignorance, but a fundamental misunderstanding of what would truly make a person happy and fulfilled. Therefore, punishment should be therapeutic, helping criminals discover the error in their thinking and choose better paths forward. Consider how this philosophy translated into practice. A thief in Plato's ideal city wouldn't just return stolen goods and pay a fine. They would be assigned to study with philosophers who would help them understand why they believed stealing would improve their lives. They would engage in structured dialogues designed to reveal the contradictions in their reasoning and guide them toward more productive ways of meeting their needs. This wasn't soft treatment. It was incredibly demanding. Imagine being required to examine every assumption you've ever made about right and wrong, to defend your choices in front of brilliant thinkers who could expose every flaw in your logic. Many criminals found this intellectual punishment more challenging than physical suffering because it required them to confront the reality of their own poor judgment. Aristotle took a different but equally sophisticated approach. He believed that virtue was a habit developed through practice and that criminal behaviour resulted from bad habits that could be corrected through proper training. His punishments were like moral exercise programs, designed to strengthen the ethical muscles that had grown weak through misuse. An Aristotelian punishment might require a dishonest merchant to spend time each day practicing small acts of honesty, gradually building up to more significant challenges. The merchant would start by accurately describing the quality of goods to customers, then progress to admitting mistakes or offering fair prices without negotiation. Each day would bring new opportunities to practice virtue until honest behaviour became as natural as the original dishonesty had been. The Stoic philosophers contributed their own unique perspective on punishment. They held the belief that external circumstances could not truly harm a person unless they actively chose to do so. This belief led to punishments that focused on internal transformation rather than external suffering. A Stoic judge might sentence someone to spend time each day contemplating their crime and writing about what they learned from the experience. These written reflections weren't just busy work. They were sophisticated psychological exercises designed to help offenders develop emotional resilience and moral clarity. The daily practice of examining their thoughts and motivations gradually built the inner strength needed to resist future temptations. Many of these philosophical journals survived and offer intriguing details about the criminal mind's journey toward redemption. Through the development of group punishment schemes, certain philosophical schools transformed criminal justice into a form of community education. When someone committed a crime, they would be assigned to participate in philosophical discussions with other offenders, exploring questions related to their specific types of wrongdoing. These weren't support groups in the modern sense, but rigorous intellectual workshops where participants had to defend their ideas and examine their beliefs under scrutiny. The cynics, known for their rejection of social conventions, created punishments that challenged offenders to question the assumptions underlying their crimes. Someone caught cheating in business might be required to live as a beggar for several months, experiencing firsthand the insecurity and desperation that drove many people to dishonesty. The outcome wasn't just punishment, it was immersive education in the social conditions that contributed to crime. Most remarkably, some philosophers designed their punishments to be voluntary and self-administered. Offenders would be given detailed instructions for programs of self-examination and moral development, then trusted to carry them out without supervision. The community would check their progress periodically, but the real accountability came from the offender's own conscience and commitment to improvement. This approach recognised that lasting change had to come from within rather than being imposed from outside. External punishment might deter future crimes through fear, but only internal transformation could eliminate the desire to commit crimes in the first place. The philosophers understood that true justice required changing hearts and minds, not just behaviour. The effectiveness of philosophical punishment lay in its recognition that crime was often a symptom of deeper problems, confusion about values, poor reasoning skills, or lack of purpose and direction. By addressing these root causes, philosophical punishments offered genuine solutions rather than temporary deterrents. Modern cognitive behavioural therapy owes much to these ancient Greek innovations in using intellectual exercises to change destructive patterns of thinking and behaviour. As your journey through the bizarre punishments of ancient Greece draws to a close, you find yourself standing once again in the shadow of the Parthenon, but now with a deeper appreciation for the complex civilization that created both architectural marvels and judicial innovations that continue to influence our understanding of justice today. The ancient Greeks bequeathed us something far more valuable than simply colourful stories of unusual punishments. They demonstrated that justice could be creative, therapeutic and transformative rather than merely retributive. Their approach to criminal justice was fundamentally optimistic. They believed people could change, communities could heal, and society could improve through thoughtful application of consequences that served multiple purposes simultaneously. You've seen how different Greek communities adapted their approach to punishment based on their unique circumstances and values. Athens emphasized social reintegration through controlled shame. Sparta focused on strengthening both individual character and collective defense. Island communities developed solutions appropriate to their geographic isolation. Religious authorities integrated divine will with human judgment, and philosophers treated crime as an educational opportunity. This diversity wasn't accidental. It reflected the Greek understanding that justice must be tailored to specific contexts rather than applied uniformly regardless of circumstances. They recognized that what worked in a military society, like Sparta, might be counterproductive in a commercial democracy like Athens. This flexibility and willingness to experiment with different approaches provides helpful lessons for modern criminal justice systems struggling with similar challenges. Consider how Greek innovations anticipate modern developments in criminology and psychology. Their recognition that shame could be more powerful than physical punishment predated our understanding of social psychology by millennia. Their use of community involvement in the justice process foreshadowed restorative justice programs. Their emphasis on rehabilitation and transformation anticipated the therapeutic model of criminal justice that emerged in the 20th century. The Greek insight that punishment should serve education rather than mere deterrence remains revolutionary even today. Most modern criminal justice systems still struggle to balance punishment with rehabilitation, often emphasizing one at the expense of the other. The Greeks demonstrated that this was a false choice. Punishment could be educational, and education could be punitive if properly designed and implemented. Perhaps most importantly, the Greeks understood that effective justice required community participation. Crime wasn't just a matter between offender and victim, but a disruption of social fabric that required collective healing. Their punishments were designed to engage the entire community in the process of restoration, ensuring that everyone learned from each instance of wrongdoing. This communal approach to justice offers a stark contrast to the increasingly impersonal nature of modern legal systems, where justice is administered by professional bureaucrats with little connection to the communities affected by crime. The Greek model suggests that justice is too important to be left entirely to specialists. It requires the active participation of ordinary citizens who understand local conditions and relationships. The creativity of Greek punishment also challenges our assumptions about the purposes of criminal justice. Rather than focusing primarily on deterrence or retribution, they emphasize transformation and education. They ask not just how can we prevent this crime from happening again, but also, how can we use this opportunity to create better people and stronger communities? Their willingness to experiment with different approaches, from the theatrical humiliation of Athens to the military discipline of Sparta to the philosophical dialogue of the academies, demonstrates the value of treating justice as an ongoing experiment rather than a fixed system. They were constantly learning from their experiences and adapting their methods based on what worked and what didn't. Modern criminal justice reformers are rediscovering many Greek innovations: therapeutic courts that address underlying causes of criminal behaviour, community service programs that connect offenders with the people they've harmed, and restorative justice processes that emphasize healing over punishment. These contemporary developments suggest that the Greeks were onto something profound in their approach to justice. As you reflect on these ancient stories, consider how they challenge contemporary assumptions about crime and punishment. The Greeks remind us that justice is not a natural phenomenon with fixed laws, but a human creation that reflects our values, priorities, and understanding of human nature. Their bizarre punishments were actually sophisticated attempts to solve timeless problems. How do we maintain social order while preserving individual dignity? How do we deter crime while offering opportunities for redemption? How do we balance the needs of victims, offenders, and the broader community? The Greek legacy in criminal justice is not a set of specific practices to be copied, but an approach to thinking about justice that remains relevant across cultures and centuries. They taught us that punishment can be art, justice can be creative, and even serious crimes can be learning opportunities. Their most important lesson may be that justice, like democracy and philosophy, requires active participation from thoughtful citizens willing to experiment with new approaches and learn from both successes and failures. The bizarre punishments of ancient Greece were not the products of primitive brutality, but sophisticated attempts by civilized people to create a more just society, an aspiration that remains as relevant today as it was 25 centuries ago. Ares was never the type of god to sit neatly in the lore of ancient Greece. Scholars often reduce him to a one-dimensional force of bloodlust, but his origins stretch into an older tapestry of mortal dread and shifting mythic structures. Long before he stood on Olympus, war itself existed. The roiling turmoil of Bronze Age conflicts shaped a primal deity, one who came to embody every surge of aggression in the human heart. Yet it wasn't always straightforward. A culture deeply familiar with the horrors and necessities of war formed something beyond a single note of violence. We picture the pantheon, Zeus the king, Hera the queen, Athena the strategic warrior, Apollo the golden archer, and so on. In that lineup, Ares is typically an outlier, unpredictable, quick to anger, sometimes portrayed as a brutish cousin no one fully respects. But in archaic traditions, he embodied the rawness of battle in a way that only a people who both feared and revered the bloodshed that either secured or destroyed their homes could comprehend. No harvest could be protected without swords, no city walls stood firm without warriors, and no spoils of victory existed without devastating defeats. Ares was the embodiment of that paradox, the proud figure who could inspire men to both valiantly defend their families and commit unspeakable atrocities. In these early conceptions, Ares was not simply a cartoon of unbridled cruelty. There's evidence that some city-states elevated him as a symbol of gritty valour. The Spartans, for instance, admired many aspects of martial prowess, though Athena's strategic cunning often overshadowed his more direct approach to conflict. Even so, it was Ares who symbolised the adrenaline and terror that overcame a battlefield moments before the first spear was thrown. He embodied the unadulterated strength of battle, a force as ancient as the clash of bronze weapons against wooden shields. Homer's epics cast a particular light on him, but even within the Iliad, his presence can be contradictory. One moment he's yelping from a wound inflicted by Athena, the next he's levelling entire phalanxes. This spectrum illustrates the capricious nature of war itself, ephemeral victories, devastating losses, and the hollowness that can follow even the most triumphant campaign. In many ways, Ares represented the chaos that no general's plan could fully tame. It's important to note that ancient worshippers were not naive about the price of war. Bloodshed came at a high cost. Temples dedicated to Ares were fewer compared to Athena's, indicating a cultural ambivalence. While Athena's tactical brilliance was easier to appreciate, Ares demanded acceptance of the darkest aspects of war. In desperation, people might invoke him, pleading for the strength to defend their homes and hearts. Yet they also prayed for protection from his fury, aware that uncontrolled combat risked swallowing both winners and losers alike. Between regional variants, Ares took on local traits. In some areas, he was worshipped as Enyalios, linked to the ear-splitting battle cries that preluded skirmishes. Other localities invoked him in rituals involving the binding of war's spirits, trying to keep violent impulses at bay. These complexities reflected the moral quagmire of mortal conflict, an interplay of necessity, pride, survival, and raw fear. Over time, Ares amassed titles that reflected both devotion and dread, serving as a constant reminder that the boundary between revered protector and menacing harbinger is often extremely thin. While modern retellings often trivialise him, archaic hymns and fragments reveal a god that mirrored the complicated psyche of a society dependent on war for expansion and survival. He wasn't a demon lurking at the edge of campfires, nor was he a glorious knight in shining armour. Instead, he occupied a realm of grey, where instincts of rage and honour coexisted. This realm, while brutal, was also strangely human. Conflict was embedded in daily life, raids, clan feuds, territorial disputes, and Ares was that small. Primal voice urging men onward when reason wavered. By the time classical myths fully evolved, that primal energy was fitted, somewhat uneasily, into the regal halls of Olympus. Surrounded by cunning gods and goddesses who valued wit, he became something of a misfit, the most mortal-like deity in his raw passions. In adopting him, the Greeks enshrined war within their divine family. They recognized that violence, while abhorrent, was also integral to how their worlds spun. Ares stood there as a living testament to the fact that civilization is built on the bones of the conquered. Those earliest conceptions set a tone that would reverberate through every subsequent portrayal. Ares, the unstoppable engine of conflict, simultaneously revered, feared, and occasionally pitied for a destiny bound to endless strife. If Ares embodied the screaming crescendo of conflict, then one might wonder how he behaved among gods celebrated for wily intelligence, justice, or cultural refinement. The image of the Greek pantheon at council, Zeus presiding, Apollo offering measured insight, Athena speaking with calculated reason, clashes with the idea of Ares pacing impatiently, eager for action. Indeed, many myths depict him as too headstrong for delicate planning, too impatient to grasp the subtle arts of negotiation. Yet this portrayal, while not wholly inaccurate, might obscure deeper textures to his mythic personality. Consider his kinship dynamics. He was the son of Zeus and Hera, both formidable in their own right. That heritage alone should grant him respect, yet the myths consistently show an heir as overshadowed, especially by Athena. Where she used logic to conquer, he used sheer force. Where she favoured cunning, he favoured brute strength. It wasn't just a clash of personalities, it reflected the Greeks' internal tension between strategy and aggression. Athena's popularity soared because her mode of warfare aligned with a sense of honourable wisdom. Ares, however, reminded the Greeks of war's uglier truths that still demanded acknowledgement. At times, these sibling confrontations bordered on comic. Homer describes Ares bellowing in pain when struck by Athena's spear, his pride wounded as much as his flesh. Yet beneath the humour lay a sobering reality. No matter how often cunning triumphs, there remains a force that neither wit nor reason can fully placate. In the cosmic scheme, Ares symbolised the unstoppable wave of violence that occasionally crashed through even the most fortified cities. He might lose a battle here or there, but conflict itself never truly vanished. Gods like Apollo or Hermes approached him carefully. They perceived him as a ferocious storm, both beneficial and hazardous to provoke. Hera, equally temperamental, maintained a complicated relationship with her son, alternating between chastisement and support, depending on her shifting alliances. Zeus, for all his might, sometimes expressed exasperation with Ares, calling him a pariah among the gods. The Thunderer accepted war as part of the cosmic order, even though it resented Olympus's civilized ambitions. In some accounts, Ares' relationships extended beyond family feuds. His union with Aphrodite remains one of the more intriguing pairings in mythology. The goddess of love, entwined with the god of war, often appears as a paradox. How can tenderness and aggression coexist? Yet their mythic affair echoes a universal truth. Passion and conflict can be intertwined aspects of human experience. War spurs impulses of possession, protection, and desire, while love can incite jealousies fierce enough to spark conflict. Aphrodite's involvement with Ares isn't just a sensational rumour about the gods' personal lives. It symbolises how love and war, seemingly at odds, intertwine in human affairs. Furthermore, Ares' offspring with Aphrodite and other partners reflect different shades of struggle. Some myths speak of Deimos, terror, and Phobos, fear, as his children, manifestations of the dread that precedes any battle. Others hint at Harmonia, harmony, a curious byproduct of love and war merging. This dichotomy reveals that for all his destructive tendencies, Ares participated in generating forces that could unify people. If only they learned to harness conflict's lessons, a battlefield can unite comrades as powerfully as it drives them to oppose an enemy. Outside these grand narratives, certain cult practices suggest that not every devotee saw Ares as irredeemably brutish. In some Greek regions, modest shrines were dedicated to him, places where warriors offered thanks for survival or supplicated for courage. While his worship never equalled Athena's broad acclaim, it served a ritual function in communal life. Soldiers recognised that, for all the talk of strategy, once spears flew and blood spattered the earth, raw fighting spirit might decide who lived and died. They turned to Ares for that final push. His image was not static. The city of Thebes once honoured him, linking him to its legendary founder. Arcadian villages performed complex rites blending fertility with battle lust. Through these examples, we glimpse how local traditions interpreted him not just as a mindless brute, but as a necessary power. War was seldom glorified, yet the Greeks knew that ignoring its presence was folly. Thus, Ares moved through their myths, never quite loved, never entirely shunned, an essential if uncomfortable relative at Olympus's table. Over time, as Greek culture embraced philosophies exalting reason and order, Ares' impulsive nature stood out even more. Yet he endured, unchanged in essence, reminding gods and mortals alike that conflict is sometimes an unavoidable part of existence. In a pantheon full of varied personalities, he was the stinging reality check, the raw surge of chaos no treaty or supplication could fully tame, and the rest of the immortals, though annoyed, amused, or appalled, had no choice but to allow him a seat at the feast. Though Ares belonged to the grand tapestry of the Greek pantheon, his reputation moved beyond mere mythic banter when mortals invoked him on actual fields of war. One of the most significant stages for such invocations was the long, grueling conflict of the Trojan War. This monumental clash blurred the boundaries between myth and history, as gods intervened in and out of mortal affairs. On those plains, Ares found himself embroiled in a drama where battles were fought not just for territory, but for the glory of reputations, and occasionally at the whims of meddling deities. In the Trojan War narratives, Ares was not a distant observer. He appeared directly on the battlefield, siding first with one army then the other, reflecting the chaotic nature of real warfare. Mortals pray for advantage, but war itself can pivot on a random arrow or a single emotional outburst. Ares represented that fickle momentum. One moment he'd empower Trojan warriors, the next he'd be seen clashing fiercely against them if the cosmic tides shifted. Homer's Iliad underscores how terrifying it was for mortals to witness Ares in his full war god fury. Armies might have boasted skilled generals and heroic champions, but none could remain truly fearless before a literal incarnation of bloodshed. Whenever he charged onto the field, the ground seemed to tremble. This gesture was more than poetic flourish. It symbolised how the mere prospect of unstoppable violence could unnerve even seasoned veterans. Yet, Ares was not invincible. The Iliad records moments where Athena tricked or outmanoeuvred him. She caused him to take a spear to the side, leading him to howl in pain and retreat to Olympus for healing. Such scenes reveal an essential dichotomy. War can be overwhelming, but cunning can wound brute force. In that sense, Ares embodied war's brutality, while Athena stood for strategy's triumph. The Trojan War's shifting alliances laid bare the uneasy truth that raw power alone doesn't guarantee victory. The war also highlighted that Ares was not universally beloved. Even his father, Zeus, scolded him for reckless meddling. Trojans and Achaeans alike found themselves cautious about calling on him. Indeed, his influence could be significant, yet his participation carried a cost. Unbridled violence has no favourites. It consumes everything in its path. In focusing on the Trojan War, we see that Ares' presence on the battlefield, while potent, came with a sense of looming catastrophe. Some Trojan War side stories cast Ares in more personal conflicts. Legend says that he intervened when one of his mortal sons joined the fray, or that he shed tears of rage when certain Trojan champions fell. These smaller tales highlight a surprising capacity for paternal grief, though overshadowed by his broader persona of carnage. They remind us that he was not an indifferent cosmic machine, but a god shaped by relationships, pride, and the complexities that come from seeing mortals engage in the art of killing, an art he himself personified. Conversely, certain Greek heroes believed that if they fought valiantly enough, Ares would grant them a special ferocity. A handful of them, hopped up on the adrenaline of battle, claimed to feel him surging in their veins. Yet in the Iliad's bigger picture, such touches were fleeting, overshadowed by the stories of how Athena guided heroes to more lasting triumph. In these tales, Ares remained a paradoxical force, both unstoppable and vulnerable to setbacks when faced with cunning or divine retribution. Outside the epic's main narrative, later poets added layers, some praising Ares for upholding an aspect of heroic masculinity, while others condemned him as the root of humanity's darkest impulses. The Trojan War amplified both those perspectives. On one hand, it needed his presence to stir armies and keep the frenzy alive. On the other, it was a testament to war's destructive nature, leaving a trail of burned cities, grieving widows and shattered dynasties. In short, the Trojan War stories brought Ares down from the distant halls of Olympus and thrust him into the grit of mortal existence. His involvement illustrated the raw power that can't be fully contained or directed, the impetus behind every destructive charge. As watchers and participants, ancient audiences saw that war was not just a concept but a living presence. Ares' actions offered a cautionary tale. Tapping into unbridled aggression can be a quick path to fleeting victories and catastrophic loss. Even among gods, war remains an unpredictable companion, and nowhere was that more apparent than on the bloody fields of Troy. Outside the epic swirl of Trojan battlefields, Ares' narrative also intersects with tales of passion, fatherhood, and the everyday churn of mortal life. His most famous love affair with Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, exemplifies how war can become entwined with desire. However, it was more than just a tale of romance between diametrically opposed forces. The childlike notion that love and war are opposites misses how deeply they interact. Ares and Aphrodite's bond revealed how conflict and attraction both simmer under mortal consciousness, driving individuals toward acts of devotion or destruction. Their liaison birthed multiple offspring, each embodying a particular face of war's emotional heft. Deimos, terror, and Phobos, fear, are the most famous, personifying the dread that grips soldiers before a charge. However, less renowned figures also emerged from Ares' line, Eros, in some versions, and Harmonia, indicating that out of conflict could come forms of unity or even love, albeit rarely. The ancient poets debated these genealogies, but they consistently underscored a central idea: the energies fueling war are not wholly divorced from those that spark affection or loyalty. Despite that, Ares was seldom depicted as a doting father. Epic conflicts and divine feuds overshadowed his paternal role. Some small myths, however, suggest moments of personal attachment. One tells of him avenging the death of a daughter by slaying her murderer. Another recounts him raging against a rival who dared insult his lineage. In these glimpses, we see that war's fury might also be a twisted expression of care, a readiness to destroy anyone threatening those under one's protection. In mortal eyes, such stories played out in real life. Soldiers, spurred by love for family, might descend into savage violence to defend them. Ares' fatherly instincts mirrored that fundamental human contradiction. People kill to protect what they cherish. As savage as that seems, it's an undeniable element of human conflict across centuries. In raising his spear for those he loved, Ares exposed a strain of loyalty overshadowed by more sensational accounts of his ferocity. Meanwhile, everyday worship of Ares remained measured. Very few large temples honoured him, but smaller cultic practices sprang up in city-estates contending with frequent warfare. Soldiers might sacrifice animals or lay symbolic weapons on makeshift altars, hoping to appease a god who could lend them ferocity or spare them from it. While Athens and Sparta revered Athena's strategic mind, individual warriors sometimes felt a more visceral connection to Ares' raw impetus. He believed that war drums and conflict chants were sacred, inspiring a trance-like fervour in combatants. Some historians argue that these rituals were psychologically vital, building unity before battle. In Greek culture, rousing songs and rhythmic marches might have invoked the presence of Ares, galvanizing hearts against fear. This communal invocation was less about praising wanton destruction and more about anchoring courage in a face-off where hesitation could spell defeat. Beyond these rites, travellers' tales claimed that some remote villages honoured Ares with festivals combining martial contests with solemn remembrance of the dead. Rather than glorifying conquest, they recognised the dual face of war, victory and devastation. One tradition described men wearing battered helmets as they recited the names of lost warriors, a ritual to keep war's toll visible. Ares, as the core deity of combat, stood in the midst of these ceremonies, a reminder that behind each triumph lay the heartbreak of mourning families. Mythic genealogies also link Ares to fearsome beasts, a reflection of how war unleashes primal instincts. Wolves, vultures, and other scavengers were said to be under his domain, just as they often feasted on battlefields. In some stories, he even assumed the form of a monstrous boar or a phantom huntsman, intent on causing chaos. These metamorphoses illustrated how conflict can reduce humanity to a pack of territorial predators, fighting over resources and pride. Thus, while popular imagination frames Ares as a brute lusting for carnage, the fuller tapestry is more nuanced. He intersects with love, stands as a father, fosters communal rituals, and even emerges as a punisher of injustice when it aligns with his personal vendettas. Yet none of this fully negates his central nature, a living representation of war's capacity to enthrall, unite, destroy and protect. The contradictions run deep, reflecting the human psyche's capacity for both nurturing affection and ruthless violence. Therefore, Ares' story not only depicts ancient conflicts, but also represents every heart that has ever been torn between the embrace of love and the call of aggression. When Greek culture eventually interfaced with Rome, many gods found themselves reinterpreted under new names and contexts. Ares became Mars, but the Romans gave this war deity a different flavour, less of the raw carnage and more of the disciplined soldier. Despite the transformation, echoes of the original Ares persisted, reflecting the ways in which mythic figures adapt to the cultural needs of conquering powers. Mars became a city protector for Romans due to his power and order. Rome's legions prided themselves on strategy, discipline, and loyalty to the state. This emphasis on structure contrasted with the more chaotic Greek view of Ares. Yet behind the Roman veneer of organisation, the essence of warfare remained the same. Swords still drew blood, conquest still spawned grief, and fear soared as armies marched. In adopting Mars, Rome validated the necessity of war in building an empire, turning it into a civilizing force rather than a purely destructive one. Still, aspects of Ares bled through. Roman temples to Mars, while more prominent than Greek shrines to Ares, included rituals acknowledging the grim realities of combat. Soldiers prayed for victory but also recognized the sacrifice demanded by war. Boot camp drills, strict codes of behaviour, and elaborate triumphs for victorious generals illustrated the discipline that Rome grafted onto the older Greek model of conflict. Ares might have found it strange to see war so rigidly choreographed, but the underlying violence would feel familiar. Interestingly, Roman myth weaves Mars into the founding tale of Romulus and Remus, the city's legendary twin founders. This paternal link underscores how war, in Roman eyes, could also create worlds, not just destroy them. Ares' Greek narratives included fatherhood as well, but the Romans were bolder in presenting Mars as a generative force behind empire building. The maniacal edge was toned down, the fervour to conquer remained. Over time, Roman expansion carried Mars' worship from the British Isles to the deserts of Africa. Armies marched under his banner, carrying an icon that blended Ares' ancient fury with Roman efficiency. In legion camps, shrines to Mars often appeared near training grounds, reinforcing the close bond between the soldier's routine and the deity's domain. It was a stark reminder that no matter how advanced Roman engineering or governance became, it still relied on the martial spirit to maintain its vast territory. Nevertheless, the more civilized Mars, while overshadowing Ares in official propaganda, still harboured that kernel of merciless aggression. Soldiers who faced barbarian raids or harsh frontier wars sometimes abandoned the polished veneer of discipline. Accounts exist of punitive massacres and scorched earth tactics, revealing that beneath the Roman sense of order lay the same primal savagery known to the Greeks. Ares' original unpredictability surfaced whenever the flames of war grew uncontainable. Cultural shifts during the late Empire period further complicated these distinctions. As Christianity spread, official reverence for the old pantheon waned. Mars' temples fell into the partial disuse or were rebranded, and the empire itself began to crack under external pressures. Conflicts raged along borders, revealing that even centuries of martial tradition could not stave off decline. Wars that once served expansion became desperate acts of defence, draining the treasury and morale. The figure of Mars receded, but the essence of war endured, echoing Ares' timeless reality that bloodshed never truly fades from human affairs. Later historians and scholars drew connections between Ares and Mars, picking apart how the latter was nobler. But at heart they remained facets of the same concept: conflict personified. Roman society placed a practical gloss on it, but could not mask the brutality embedded in conquest. The war gods soared high in ceremonies, while legionaries spilled blood on the distant fields. This duality, ritual homage and raw violence, kept the flame of Ares' Greek essence alive beneath Roman steel. In modern scholarship, some paint Mars as a sanitized reflection of Ares, while others insist that the difference is cosmetic. Both deities represent a fundamental recognition that order and chaos collide whenever armies meet. Both speak to humankind's ongoing entanglement with aggression, pride, and territorial ambition. The shift from Greek to Roman worship might highlight style over substance, but war's nature endures. Ares, in whichever name or uniform, remains a haunting reminder that power and discipline cannot fully tame the beast within the battlefield's heart. Long after the Roman Empire fractured, the figure of Ares lingered in cultural memory, carried through medieval scribes and eventually Renaissance humanists who rediscovered classical texts. In each retelling, Ares transformed yet again, sometimes demonized by Christian writers who equated him with the sins of violence and wrath, other times romanticized by revivalists seeking to channel ancient virtues. Throughout these shifts, Ares remained a cipher for humanity's conflicted relationship with war. During the medieval period, chivalric ideals placed a veneer of nobility over combat. Knights fought for honour, weaving in Christian piety. In that environment, Ares found little direct worship, but the ethos of battle still carried echoes of his domain. When crusaders marched, the fervour that gripped them had parallels to his ancient mania, albeit cloaked in religious justification. Chronicles might not mention Ares by name, yet the spirit of relentless aggression was alive in siege engines and cavalry charges. With the Renaissance came a resurgence of interest in Greek and Roman lore, spurring new discussions on classical deities. Ares appeared in treatises contrasting him with Mars, analysing the moral dimensions of warfare. Scholars debated, did the ancients see war as a necessary evil or an exalted path to glory? Ares' stories were passed for symbolic meaning, and his coarse passions seemed jarring against the Renaissance's admiration for harmony and proportion. Still, war raged across Europe in conflicts like the 30 Years' War, demonstrating that refined philosophies did not necessarily curb the reality of bloodshed. Meanwhile, artists and poets began portraying Ares in fresher contexts. Paintings of Ares and Aphrodite multiplied, each capturing the volatile mix of seduction and violence. Some Baroque composers wrote pieces referencing the spear of Ares, turning destructive force into musical allegory. In these works, the god of war became an aesthetic symbol rather than a religious figure, serving to dramatise the tension between unrestrained might and cultivated grace. As modernity emerged, nationalism took hold, forging new rationales for conflict. He's drifted away from religious or even moral interpretations, recast as a mythic emblem for militaristic pride. Nations invoked him indirectly, boasting of unstoppable armies. Political cartoons or propaganda posters might depict a warlike figure reminiscent of Ares, brandishing rifles instead of spears, fueling mass mobilization. Though few invoked his name, his spirit loomed in the grand mobilizations of the Napoleonic era, or the world wars, when entire continents caught fire. In the intellectual sphere, critiques of war found renewed voice. Philosophers like Kant or Rousseau, each in their own way, grappled with the tension between man's capacity for reason and his penchant for violence. They might not have cited Ares specifically, but his essence was there, the recognition that conflict repeatedly shatters idealistic visions of peace. Attempts to create lasting treaties often crumbled under national rivalries, echoing Homeric narratives where no truce lasted long once egos flared. With the rise of psychology, Ares gained an unexpected new framework. Analysts probed the death drive or the innate aggression they believed resided in human nature. In that context, Ares became a metaphor for primal impulses buried deep within the psyche. Archetypal theorists labelled him an enduring symbol of the warrior within, an ancient blueprint for aggression that civilization struggles to contain. Writers and therapists used this angle to explore personal struggles, like anger management or PTSD, arguing that ignoring the Ares archetype could lead to unchecked violence or sublimated rage. In the late 20th century, pop culture reimagined him yet again. Films, comic books, and video games cast Ares as a villain or anti-hero, charging onto digital battlefields or cinematic showdowns. These portrayals often relied on superficial traits, bulging muscles, booming voices, and unstoppable bloodlust, while occasionally teasing at deeper complexities. Even so, the essence of the ancient god persisted, bridging centuries. Modern war narratives remain haunted by the same questions the Greeks wrestled with. Does conflict define us? Can it be transcended, or is it inherent to our being? Through all these evolutions, Ares never fully disappeared. His story threads through every epoch that grapples with violence and the uneasy admiration it can inspire. Whether demonized or glorified, he stands as a collective symbol for humanity's willingness to pick up weapons in pursuit of power, survival, or ideals. Whenever peace falters, the old war god stirs in the background, a reminder that the same primal force that hammered bronze swords millennia ago still courses through the veins of modern armies and everyday individuals alike. In considering Ares' full trajectory, one sees that he transcends neat categories of good or evil. He is, rather, a reflection of how humans conduct themselves when pushed to extremes, whether in ancient Greece, imperial Rome, medieval crusades, Renaissance treatises, or modern conflicts. The spectre of war has consistently hovered, sometimes worshipped, sometimes feared, always consequential. Ares, as an entity, clarifies that violence cannot be exercised by moral condemnation alone. It is woven into the very tapestry of human civilization. Modern commentators might describe him as a cautionary metaphor, a primal reminder of our capacity for both communal defence and savage destruction. Yet the older Greeks saw more than mere caution. They recognised war as a fundamental element of fate, unstoppable and often necessary. Armies marched not out of love for bloodshed, but because survival or ambition demanded it. Ares thus appeared both monstrous and essential, an uncomfortable contradiction that still resonates whenever diplomatic efforts fail. In the Pantheon's grand drama, Ares never fully fits. Athena, goddess of calculated tactics, earned widespread reverence. Apollo, with his luminous artistry, commanded spiritual devotion. Even Dionysus, the wild reveller, offered ecstatic release that could be twisted into mania. But Ares was war unvarnished, immediate, brutal, reeking of sweat and metal. The ancients lacked illusions about the cost of violence, but acknowledged its presence in forging empires and defending homes. A temple to Ares might be smaller, overshadowed by other deities, yet when swords were drawn, prayers to him rose with urgent fervour. From a cosmic standpoint, Ares is arguably the most human-like deity, subject to rage, prone to heartbreak, swayed by familial attachments, and all too familiar with the destructive impulses that swirl in mortal hearts. He fights, fails, and fights again. Myths like the Trojan War underscore that even divine power cannot bring about clean victories. War is messy. So is Ares. Time after time he rushes into conflict, battered by contending gods or turned aside by fate, yet never extinguished. The cycle continues, reflecting the unstoppable continuity of human violence across ages. Yet amid the cruelty, traces of compassion surface. Myths telling of Ares avenging or protecting someone dear reveal a twisted sense of care. Perhaps the moral puzzle lies in the fact that war and love are not diametrically opposite, but rather two extremes of human passion. Ares' famous liaison with Aphrodite stands as a mythic testament to how destructive impulses can tangle with desires for union, each fueling the other. Far from being a cheap storyline of taboo romance, it exemplifies the contradictory ways passion manifests in our world. In examining Ares' modern legacy, one sees that we still wrestle with the same archetype. Soldiers sacrifice themselves out of fierce loyalty to country, tribe or cause. Leaders might vow peace, yet mobilize armies when threatened. People decry warfare's horrors, yet remain enthralled by the tales of valour and the adrenaline of conflict. Some even argue that competition, if not outright conflict, drives innovation and progress. Thus, the war god remains relevant, not because society idolizes mayhem, but because it struggles to escape it. Perhaps the true lesson Ares offers is about grappling with humanity's inner contradictions. We crave harmony, but prepare for battle. We condemn violence, yet permit it under certain rules. We honour heroes who defend the helpless, yet question the morality of conquest. Ares doesn't solve these contradictions, he illuminates them. By stepping into his realm, we confront the unstoppable surge that can erupt within any of us, individually or collectively, under fear, anger, or ambition. And that confrontation is neither gentle nor purely savage. It is human. Peace advocates might shudder at the thought of exalting a war deity, but ignoring him does little good. Recognizing Ares means recognizing that aggression is part of our lineage. Only through understanding that reality can we hope to channel it responsibly or mitigate its worst effects. In the end, Ares is not just the sword raised high or the shield clanging in defiance. He is the flicker of rage in the eye of someone cornered, the tremor of adrenaline before a decisive stand, the triumphant shout that echoes across a battlefield. War's form changes, from bronze spears to nuclear arsenals, but the core impulse remains. Ares stands eternal, no longer needing sacrifices in quiet shrines, yet thriving wherever conflict looms. Through him, we witness a facet of ourselves that is both awe-inspiring and terrifying, our capacity to wage war, and perhaps one day to master it. William Shakespeare was born in the spring of 1564 in the small town of Stratford-upon-Avon, England. Though the exact date of his birth is not known, tradition holds it to be April 23rd. The streets of Stratford were quiet, lined with timber-framed houses, their white plaster walls crisscrossed by dark wooden beams. The gentle flow of the River Avon had meandered through the town, reflecting the sky in its soft, rippling waters. William was the third child of John Shakespeare, a glove maker and local merchant, and Mary Arden, who came from a respected farming family. Their home on Henley Street was modest, but comfortable, filled with the sense of leather and parchment from his father's work. In those early days, William's world was shaped by the sounds of bustling markets, church bells, and the hum of conversation among townsfolk. The air in Stratford was filled with the rhythms of everyday life, the changing seasons, and the echoes of a world on the brink of cultural awakening. As a boy, William likely spent time exploring the fields and woods beyond the town, where wildflowers bloomed and the calls of birds filled the air. He may have wandered along the banks of the Avon, his curious eyes taking in the flowing water, the shifting light, and the small wonders of nature. William attended the King's New School, where he received a solid education in reading, writing, and classical literature. He studied the works of Roman poets like Ovid and playwrights like Plautus and Seneca. These ancient stories of gods, heroes, and tragic fates ignited his imagination, giving him a foundation that would later blossom into his own masterpieces. The days at school were long, filled with the scratch of quills on parchment, the low hum of Latin recitations, and the occasional creak of wooden benches. William learned not only the rules of language, but also the power of storytelling, the ability to capture the human experience in words. When William was 18, he married Anne Hathaway, a farmer's daughter who lived in a small cottage outside of Stratford. Their marriage was a quiet affair, held in the local church, surrounded by family and friends. A year later, they welcomed their first child, Susanna, followed by twins, Hamnet and Judith. The small house they shared was filled with the sounds of children's laughter and the simple comforts of family life. Yet, even as a young man with a family, William's mind seemed to yearn for something more. Somewhere within him, the seeds of creativity were beginning to sprout. By the late 1580s or early 1590s, Shakespeare left Stratford and made his way to London, a city alive with energy, opportunity, and artistic expression. London in the 1590s was a place of contrasts, cobblestone streets filled with carriages, merchants selling their wares, and the hustle and bustle of a growing metropolis. It was a city where theatres were becoming centres of cultural life, drawing people from all walks of society. Amidst this vibrant chaos, William Shakespeare found his place in the world of theatre. He began his career as an actor and playwright, with a company called the Lord Chamberlain's Men. His early plays were performed in small theatres, where audiences gathered in the dim light, eager to be transported by stories of love, betrayal, and adventure. The scent of burning tallow candles filled the air, mingling with the excited whispers of the crowd. Shakespeare's talent quickly became evident, and his works began to captivate London's theatre-goers. His early successes included plays like Henry VI and Titus Andronicus, stories of war, revenge, and political intrigue. Each line he wrote seemed to pulse with life, filled with the richness of human emotion and the beauty of language. By the late 1590s, Shakespeare had become a respected figure in the theatre world. He purchased shares in the newly built Globe Theatre, a wooden structure that would become the heart of his creative endeavours. The Globe stood on the southern bank of the River Thames, its thatched roof and open-air stage welcoming thousands of eager spectators. It was here that some of his greatest plays came to life: Romeo and Juliet, A Midsummer Night's Dream, and The Merchant of Venice. These stories of a young love, magical realms, and complex human relationships resonated with audiences who laughed, wept, and marvelled at the tales unfolding before them. As his reputation grew, so did the depth of his work. In the early 1600s, Shakespeare wrote some of his most profound and powerful tragedies: Hamlet, Othello, King Lear, and Macbeth. These plays explored the darker corners of the human soul, delving into themes of ambition, jealousy, madness, and fate. Imagine the dimly lit stage, the flicker of candlelight, the hushed anticipation of the crowd as the curtain rose. The words of Shakespeare filled the air, weaving a tapestry of emotion, drama, and insight that would echo through the centuries. Even as he found success in London, Shakespeare never lost his connection to Stratford-upon-Avon. He returned frequently to his hometown, where he purchased New Place, one of the largest houses in the town. It was a place of peace and reflection, a retreat from the bustling world of the theatre. As he entered the later years of his life, his writing took on a gentler tone. Plays like The Tempest and The Winter's Tale spoke of forgiveness, redemption, and the passage of time. These final works reflected a man who had seen much of life's beauty and sorrow, and who sought peace and understanding. On April 23, 1616, at the age of 52, William Shakespeare passed away in his hometown of Stratford-upon-Avon. His life had been a journey of words, stories, and imagination, a journey that left an indelible mark on the world. He was buried in the chancel of Holy Trinity Church, and where his gravestone still rests today. As you breathe deeply now, let the story of William Shakespeare settle gently into your mind. His legacy lives on, in every play, every sonnet, and every line that continues to inspire generations. His words remind us of the beauty of language, the complexity of the human experience, and the power of storytelling. William Shakespeare's life was one of continuous growth, creativity, and exploration. Even though he left the world far too early at the age of 52, his legacy continued to flourish long after his death. His works were not confined to his own time. They transcended generations, cultures, and continents, shaping the world of literature, theatre, and language in ways no one could have predicted. In the years following his passing, Shakespeare's fellow actors and friends, John Hemingway and Henry Condell, took on the task of preserving his work. They compiled and published the first folio in 1623, a collection that ensured his plays would be remembered and performed for centuries to come. This remarkable volume contained 36 of his plays, including comedies, histories, and tragedies, preserving works that may otherwise have been lost. Without the dedication of these friends, some of Shakespeare's most beloved works, such as Macbeth and The Tempest, might never have reached us. Thanks to this labour of love, his stories endured, spreading far beyond the theatres of London to inspire future generations of readers, actors, and writers. Shakespeare's influence on the English language is unparalleled. He coined or popularised thousands of words and phrases, many of which are still in use today. Expressions like break the ice, wild goose chase, and heart of gold can all be traced back to his plays. His ability to capture human emotion and experience in words gave the language a richness and expressiveness that endures. His works reflected the human condition in all its complexity, the joys, the sorrows, the triumphs, and the tragedies. Shakespeare's characters were not just figures on a stage, but living, breathing reflections of humanity. They spoke of love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption with a clarity that resonated across time. Imagine Romeo and Juliet, young lovers torn apart by the feud of their families, speaking words that echo the passions and heartbreaks of every generation. Picture Hamlet, the introspective prince, grappling with questions of life, death, and morality. Think of King Lear, an old man facing the consequences of his pride and folly, or Macbeth, driven to ruin by ambition and fate. These stories were not just meant to entertain. They were designed to make audiences think, feel, and understand themselves and the world around them. In Shakespeare's time, the theatre was a place where the barriers of class and status melted away, where the common folk and the nobility could come together to share in the experience of a story. The Globe Theatre, with its thatched roof and wooden beams, echoed with the laughter, tears, and applause of audiences who saw their lives reflected on stage. Shakespeare understood that stories had the power to unite people, to reveal truths, and to inspire change. In his quieter moments, Shakespeare returned to Stratford-upon-Avon, where he enjoyed the peace of his family home. Here, he could escape the noise of the city and the demands of the theatre. He tended to his affairs and spent time with his family and walked the familiar streets of his hometown. But even in retirement, the creative spark never truly left him. Later years, he collaborated with younger playwrights and continued to refine his craft. The serenity of Stratford offered him a chance to reflect on his life's work, to find peace in the knowledge that he had given the world something timeless and extraordinary. Though his life ended on April 23, 1616, his impact was only just beginning. Over the centuries, Shakespeare's works were performed in countless theatres, translated into every major language, and adapted into countless forms. His stories found new life in operas, films, novels, and modern reinterpretations that brought his characters into new settings and contexts. Generations of actors, from humble players to celebrated stars, found their voices through Shakespeare's words. Directors reimagined his plays in endless ways, setting them in modern cities, distant futures, and war-torn landscapes. Each interpretation shed new light on his timeless themes. In schools and universities, students continue to explore his plays, discovering the brilliance and depth of his writing. His sonnets, with their delicate beauty and insight into the nature of love and time, continue to touch the hearts of readers across the globe. Shakespeare's legacy is not just in the pages of books or on the stages of theatres. It lives in the way we use language, the way we tell stories, and the way we understand ourselves. His genius lies in his ability to capture the full spectrum of human experience, from the lightest moments of comedy to the darkest depths of tragedy. As you lie here, feeling the weight of sleep gently pressing upon you, know that Shakespeare's story is one of inspiration, creativity, and boundless imagination. He reminds us that even the simplest beginnings can lead to extraordinary journeys, that the world is full of stories waiting to be told, and that words have the power to change hearts and minds. Allow his life story to guide you into a restful slumber, where dreams unfold like the scenes of a play, filled with wonder, beauty, and endless possibility. Let the words of the past wrap around you like a soft blanket, comforting and timeless. As we continue to reflect on the life and legacy of William Shakespeare, his story weaves a rich tapestry of creativity, resilience, and timeless brilliance. Though the world around him changed, his works remained steadfast, a beacon of human expression that endured across centuries. The years following his death saw a gradual rise in recognition, as scholars, actors, and audiences began to understand the profound impact of his words. In the decades after his passing, the first folio, published in 763, 1623 by his friends and fellow actors, secured his place in history. This collection ensured that plays like Macbeth, The Tempest, Twelfth Night, and Julius Caesar would be preserved and shared with future generations. Each of these works held a mirror to society, reflecting the complexities of human nature, politics, and morality. As time went on, Shakespeare's works spread beyond the shores of England. Travelling troupes of actors performed his plays across Europe, carrying his stories to new audiences. By the 18th century, his influence had reached the far corners of the world, with translations bringing his words to new languages and cultures. The universality of his themes, love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption, resonated with people from all walks of life. His birthplace, Stratford-upon-Avon, slowly became a place of pilgrimage for lovers of literature and theatre. Visitors walked the same cobblestone streets, passed by the same riverbanks, and stood in the same rooms where Shakespeare once lived. The small town grew into a symbol of creativity and artistic heritage, forever linked to the legacy of its most famous son. As the centuries progressed, Shakespeare's plays were studied in schools, performed in grand theatres, and adapted for new media. Actors found endless opportunities to breathe life into his characters, from the tragic figures of Hamlet and King Lear to the comedic brilliance of Much Ado About Nothing and A Midsummer Night's Dream. Directors reimagined his stories in modern settings, on battlefields, in boardrooms, and in far-off galaxies, proving that his themes remained ever relevant. His influence on the arts is immeasurable. Painters depicted scenes from his plays in rich, vibrant canvases. Composers like Felix Mendelssohn and Giuseppe Verdi turned his works into operas and orchestral pieces. Poets and writers drew inspiration from his words, finding new ways to explore the human experience. In the 19th century, Shakespearean festivals began to emerge, celebrating his works with performances, lectures, and readings. The Royal Shakespeare Company, founded in the 20th century, became a beacon for the continued performance and exploration of his plays. The dedication to his work ensured that his stories remained alive, evolving with each new interpretation and performance. Shakespeare's works also found a home in cinema, with directors like Laurence Olivier, Kenneth Branagh, and Baz Luhrmann bringing his plays to the silver screen. Films adapted from his plays reached audiences around the world, introducing his characters and stories to new generations. The power of cinema allowed his words to take on new dimensions, with stunning visuals and powerful performances amplifying their emotional depth. Even in the modern world, his influence persists. Expressions he penned over 400 years ago are part of everyday language. When someone speaks of wearing their heart on their sleeve, or describes a task as a wild goose chase, they are echoing Shakespeare's voice. His ability to capture the human condition ensured that his words would forever be woven into the fabric of our lives. As you lie comfortably, breathing gently, imagine the quiet streets of Stratford-upon-Avon, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Picture the river Avon flowing peacefully, its surface shimmering with the last rays of the setting sun. The breeze carries the faint scent of blooming flowers, and the world slows to a tranquil hush. Let the image of a young William with eyes full of wonder and curiosity fill your mind. See him wandering the countryside, dreaming of the stories he would one day tell. His journey reminds us that creativity, passion, and perseverance can shape a legacy that outlives us all. Allow these thoughts to soothe you, like the gentle turning of pages in an old book. The weight of history and the timeless beauty of Shakespeare's words settle around you, a comforting presence that whispers of endless possibilities. As sleep draws you deeper, know that you are connected to a rich lineage of dreamers, thinkers, and storytellers. The same stories that moved audiences in Shakespeare's time continue to resonate today, bridging the gap between past and present. Nikola Tesla's boyhood in the small village of Smiljan, nestled in the rural reaches of the Austrian Empire, now Croatia, was as far removed from the noise of modern contraptions as one might imagine. Yet even amid this pastoral backdrop, Tesla found ways to indulge his curiosity. His father, Milutin, was an Orthodox priest often occupied by religious duties, but he also possessed a serious library where young Nikola snuck away to read. In fact, Tesla frequently credited these secretive explorations for sparking his fascination with science. Meanwhile, his mother, Juka, a resourceful and gifted woman, crafted household tools with her hands, granting Tesla a first-hand look at the interplay between imagination and utility. One story that rarely gets retold, overshadowed perhaps by grander anecdotes, involved a small wooden water wheel he built at age 9, determined to harness the churning stream that ran behind his home. Tesla carved rough paddles from scavenged driftwood and improvised an axle from a broken cart part. While the contrivance was crude, it worked, sort of. It sputtered and jammed more often than it spun, but this half-success taught him the power of redirecting natural forces. Even as a child, he recognized that nature housed tremendous energy, just waiting to be tapped. It was also during these early years that Tesla started experiencing acute visualizations. Later, he described how bright flashes before his eyes would conjure vivid images of objects he hadn't even witnessed before. This phenomenon, which he called his mind's eye, sometimes unsettled people around him, but it had a silver lining. Whenever an idea flickered through his consciousness, he could examine its details in these mental pictures, rotating and refining them before he ever set pen to paper. This unique ability, often minimized in popular accounts, shaped his inventive process. Of course, not all was idyllic. As a schoolboy, Tesla nursed a rebellious streak and loathed rote memorization. His teacher once scolded him for insisting that the Earth was a giant magnet, telling the class that Tesla was letting his imagination run wild. The teacher was unaware of how close Tesla was to the truth, nor how that minor humiliation inspired him to study magnetism more thoroughly. Some say the seeds of his future AC motor began here, in the tension between authority and Tesla's unwavering self-belief. In spare moments, the young Tesla found camaraderie with friends who joined in his experiments, like building hand-cranked contraptions or trying to talk through tin can telephones. Yet, if a contraption failed, Tesla vanished into introspection, recalculating every step in his mind. In those hours, no one could pry him away from his reflections. It was as if he was lost in that luminous inner workshop. Despite bouts of quiet withdrawal, Tesla still lived in a household that valued performance, especially rhetorical flair. His father believed in the power of eloquence and would often deliver stirring orations. Perhaps this is how Tesla learned to present radical ideas with poise. He also gleaned from his mother the virtue of patient tinkering, an aspect overshadowed by stories of his brilliant flashes of insight. Though untrained formally, Duca's improvisational skills showed him that great inventions need not come from grand laboratories. They could begin at a humble table or by the riverside, as long as one had the drive to see them through. By the time he reached adolescence, Tesla had devoured nearly every science book in his father's library. He immersed himself in electricity, magnetism, and mechanical wonders, his fascination growing with each page. Late at night, when the household slept and a single kerosene lamp flickered in the corridor, Tesla mulled over new concepts, making mental notes on how to apply them. He never just read, he scouted for clues, each bit of knowledge layering onto his mental designs. These experiences in Smiljan formed the bedrock of a lifetime of invention. While the world would one day witness Tesla's theatrical experiments and transformative discoveries, it all began beside a murmuring creek and within the hush of a modest library. There, free from urban clamour, Tesla learned the value of curiosity, observation, and sustained determination. It was in this unassuming domain, where wooden water wheels sputtered and a boy's imagination soared, that the seeds of an extraordinary destiny first took root. Perhaps most telling, these formative years cemented in Tesla a lifelong pattern of introspection and experimentation. The young inventor not only absorbed knowledge, he reinvented it in his imagination. For him, Smiljan was not a backwater. It was a secluded incubator for unexplored possibilities. Tesla's departure from home was spurred by academic pursuits that beckoned him to larger arenas, eventually landing him at the Austrian Polytechnic in Graz. The environment there demanded rigour, which suited Tesla's capacity for total immersion. He sank his teeth into mathematics, physics, and mechanics with a feverish intensity. Professors noted his uncanny ability to answer complex theoretical questions without referencing textbooks, a result of his extraordinary mental visualization. However, the spark that truly lit his imagination was the direct current, DC, electrical machinery in the school's labs. Conventional wisdom suggested DC was the future of power, but Tesla found its inefficiencies maddening. Observing how DC motors generated sparks and wasted energy, he questioned how nobody noticed a better pathway. When one professor pronounced that harnessing alternating current, AC, at scale was an impossibility, Tesla resisted the urge to argue. Instead, he spent late nights in his boarding room, sketching out rotating magnetic fields in his head. If he dozed off at all, it was with diagrams dancing across his eyelids. Despite his academic prowess, Tesla's stint in Graz did not end smoothly. Exhaustion, and perhaps an underlying rebellious streak, contributed to friction with university administrators. He once rigged an experiment to demonstrate a refined method for measuring electric resistance. When the apparatus short-circuited, Tesla found himself facing the wrath of a professor outraged by unorthodox experimentation. Feeling unwelcome, Tesla walked out, leaving conventional academia behind. From Graz, Tesla moved to other opportunities, including a brief and often overlooked period in Marburg, now Maribor, Slovenia. There, a shadow seemed to fall over him. Separated from the camaraderie of classmates, he grappled with bouts of anxiety. Without structured lab access, Tesla turned to solitary experiments, tinkering with leftover scraps of metal and wire. Yet the gloom of isolation gnawed at him, and he eventually returned home for a spell. His confidence rattled, but not shattered. It was in Budapest. While working at the Budapest Telephone Exchange, that Tesla began to regain his footing. In that frenetic workspace, he was tasked with improving the nascent telephone system's design. One lesser circulated story details how Tesla once clambered onto a rooftop to adjust overhead lines, the lightning flashes giving him new ideas about high-frequency current. Colleagues regarded him as eccentric competent. Crucially, it was during a routine walk through Budapest's city park that the notion of the rotating magnetic field crystallized in his mind. Inspired by a poem he recited aloud, Tesla abruptly stopped, drew a stick from the ground, and began tracing swirling diagrams in the dirt. He explained to his companion how two or more alternating currents, out of phase, could induce a rotating field capable of spinning a motor. That eureka moment set the course for his next inventions. It was an unveiling of practical AC concepts in the most unassuming of settings, far from any official laboratory. Shortly after, Tesla found himself with an opportunity in Paris, working for the Continental Edison Company. His tasks involved troubleshooting installations of Edison's DC systems, the very technology that had vexed him back at grads. Even so, the job introduced him to real-world engineering challenges, from power outages to generator malfunctions. By day, Tesla tackled these issues, becoming something of a specialist in diagnosing electrical breakdowns. By night, he refined sketches of his AC motor, desperately wishing for the chance to build a prototype. The interplay between the daily grind of DC hardware maintenance and the nightly pursuit of AC innovation lent Tesla's life a peculiar duality, an unresolved tension between the present and what he believed the future should be, although overshadowed by the high drama of later years. These formative experiences taught Tesla resilience. He learned how to negotiate limited resources, how to observe the smallest anomalies in mechanical performance, and how to coax visions from his mind into workable sketches. More importantly, his confidence in the feasibility of AC power solidified, even as he undertook the tedium of DC-based assignments. The world around him might have regarded AC as a flight of fancy, but in his eyes it was the rightful heir to the electrical throne, waiting for its moment to shine. Tesla's fateful journey to the United States in 1884 has often been romanticized, yet a host of lesser-known details enrich that narrative. He arrived in New York with next to nothing, carrying a letter of introduction to Thomas Edison from his former employer in Paris. The letter supposedly claimed Tesla was an exceptional engineer who would produce wonders. In popular retellings, this encounter frames Tesla and Edison as instant rivals. But in truth, their relationship began with cautious respect. Edison recognized Tesla's competence right away and put him to work on projects deemed too intricate or menial for others. There's a story, one not widely circulated, that Tesla fixed a defective shipboard lighting system, saving Edison's company from contract penalties. Tesla never used it as leverage. Still, Edison noticed. Intrigued by Tesla's meticulous approach, he assigned him to redesign DC generators. Tesla toiled day and night, confident his improvements would prove their worth. And they did, but when he sought remuneration, misunderstandings piled up. It wasn't a single dispute over a massive bonus, more a pattern of unkept promises and blurred expectations. By early 1885, the veneer of cordiality evaporated, and Tesla left Edison's employ. That was the genesis of a rivalry later amplified by newspapers, driven more by conflicting technologies than personal hatred. Financial troubles beset Tesla almost immediately. With few acquaintances in New York, he found himself digging ditches for $2 a day. Yet it might have been that physical labour, under a harsh sun, that sharpened his resolve. He told a friend that while his body dug ditches, his mind was far away, describing elliptical arcs of thought. Where some might have fallen into despair, Tesla saw an interval to refine his intended path. That path led to the formation of Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing, his first entrepreneurial venture in America. He secured backers who, at first, promised to let him develop arc lighting systems and eventually his prized AC motors. However, once Tesla delivered an efficient arc lighting solution, those investors showed no interest in AC. Capital wanted quick returns, not imaginative leaps. Frustrated, Tesla found himself pushed out of the very company bearing his name. This episode left him wary of business partnerships and taught him that investors valued immediate profit over long-term vision. Undeterred, Tesla began to demonstrate his AC motor concept in small lecture halls around the city. One venue, the back room of a modest Manhattan building, had an audience of barely 20 people. But among them was Alfred S. Brown, a Western Union superintendent who recognized Tesla's potential. Another backer, Charles Peck, also attended. Together, they formed a partnership with Tesla, pledging to support his AC technology. These unglamorous sessions laid vital groundwork for Tesla's next breakthrough. Soon, with newfound supporters, Tesla established a laboratory at 89 Liberty Street, Manhattan. Amid coils of wire and improvised setups, he tinkered relentlessly. The space was cramped but offered freedom. He constructed prototypes of the polyphase AC motor, painstakingly refining them until they could run smoothly under load. Maintaining a consistent rotating magnetic field was one challenge. Ensuring it didn't damage the apparatus over time was another. Tesla tackled each obstacle systematically, relying on mental simulations before any real-world tests. One anecdote from this period recounts Tesla experimenting with high-speed turbines that let out unnerving whines. Passers-by grew wary, prompting multiple visits from the local fire brigade after neighbours complained of sparks. Tesla, oblivious to the fuss, would apologise earnestly, then resume his adjustments the moment they left. Such episodes highlight his tendency to live almost entirely in his realm of ideas, paying little heed to outside alarm. While public fascination with electricity was on the rise, spurred by the novelty of electric lights, most industrialists still viewed AC with caution. Tesla's goal was not simply to make AC motors feasible, but to persuade key players that this technology was reliable, safe, and profitable. Each small success in his lab bolstered his resolve, inching him closer to a grand future shaped by alternating current, truly unstoppable. By 1888, Tesla was ready to unveil his AC motor to the world, and the venue was the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. While typical accounts highlight the significance of this event, few explore the hushed excitement that filled that lecture hall. Attendees included professors, journalists, and industrial titans, all abuzz with talk of a new era in electrical distribution. Some were openly sceptical, others arrived hoping to witness the demise of what they considered an impossible dream. Tesla walked onto the stage with a calm demeanour, unveiling his motor and discussing its principles with methodical precision. Crucially in the audience sat George Westinghouse, who had embraced AC for power transmission. Impressed by Tesla's clarity and the elegant simplicity of his motor, Westinghouse quickly reached out. In negotiations, he purchased Tesla's patents for a substantial sum and promised royalties for every horsepower generated by his inventions. While mainstream retellings mention the deal, the nuance of their discussions, shaped by Tesla's vision for future expansions of AC, often remains overlooked. With Westinghouse's backing, Tesla moved into a well-resourced facility in Pittsburgh to refine his designs for commercial production. The cultural shift from his Liberty Street lab to an industrial setting was stark. Tesla sought perfect synergy of frequency and voltage, while corporate engineers focused on the standardized parts. Despite tension, seeing his motors mass-produced thrilled him. He was elated when AC Systems lit parts of the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, showcasing a cityscape aglow with alternating current, courtesy of Westinghouse and Tesla. A lesser-known interlude occurred when Tesla visited Niagara Falls to survey the planned hydroelectric station. Standing at the brink of the thundering cascade, he reportedly mused that harnessing such power would reflect humanity's harmony with nature. When it went online, delivering electricity as far as Buffalo, it proved AC's potency. Yet the war of the currents, fueled by Edison's campaign labelling AC dangerous, cast shadows on these achievements. Edison's allies staged gruesome demonstrations, electrocuting animals to highlight AC's hazards. Tesla, though offended, avoided direct public attacks. Instead, he showcased AC's safety in flamboyant ways, passing high-frequency currents through himself to light lamps. Newspapers seized on these spectacles. Tesla disliked theatrics for mere hype, but saw them as necessary to shift perception. Tesla's finances briefly soared. His arrangement with Westinghouse promised substantial gains as AC spread. However, Westinghouse soon faced financial strain from the Niagara project and market fluctuations. When bankers threatened the Westinghouse company, Tesla made a dramatic choice. He released Westinghouse from the heavy royalty agreement. Some see it as altruism. Others suspect that he believed broader AC adoption would bring even greater wealth down the line. Either way, This decision cost him millions. That shift altered Tesla's partnership with Westinghouse. Meanwhile, his growing celebrity pushed him to chase new ideas. Fascinated by high-frequency currents and wireless power, he fed doubt that AC power distribution was only a starting point. His pivot from engineer to visionary signalled the dawn of a new phase. Yet the transition was uneasy. Industry leaders wanted market-ready products, not grand experiments. Tesla, ever the dreamer, yearned to break boundaries. This clash set the stage for his most audacious projects, some of which risked isolating him from commercial backers. Even so, as AC quietly became the worldwide standard, Tesla's decisive role could not be denied. He had toppled the seemingly immovable DC regime and paved the road for an era defined by alternating current, a feat that left him eager to explore even more uncharted terrain. These wins fueled Tesla's restless imagination, propelling further innovation. By the mid-1890s, Tesla had garnered a reputation as an inventor who might rewrite the laws of nature with each new contrivance. In truth, his methods combined meticulous trial and error with nights of solitary reflection. He fashioned advanced coils to produce high-voltage, high-frequency alternating currents, creating dramatic arcs of artificial lightning. While crowds flocked to watch his public lectures in Manhattan, Tesla was growing restless, longing for a place where he could attempt even bigger experiments unencumbered by city constraints. That desire took him to Colorado Springs in 1899. Perched at a higher altitude where thinner air helped facilitate certain high-voltage tests, the remote location was an ideal laboratory. He set up shop at the edge of town, building a structure equipped with a tall mast jutting above the roofline. Locals spoke in hushed tones about lightning machines and eerie after-dark glows. Some worried about potential catastrophe, while others were simply curious about the lanky figure who wandered fields at odd hours, studying the interplay of natural lightning. Inside that workshop, Tesla probed frontiers that mainstream scientists had scarcely imagined. He fixated on the resonance of Earth's ionosphere, believing signals could be beamed wirelessly across vast distances if properly tuned. According to diary entries, he meticulously recorded every spark, every flash, every ear-splitting crack of artificial thunder. On occasion, he produced such intense discharges that the crackle could be heard for miles. One account claims that he caused the local power station's generator to overheat, prompting a short-lived blackout. Ever the polite guest, Tesla apologized, then resumed tinkering. In Colorado, Tesla crystallized his grand vision, a system of global wireless communication and power distribution. The townspeople, hearing rumors of free electricity, speculated he might supply power at no cost. Tesla's goals, however, were subtler. He pictured networks of towers resonating with the Earth's natural electrical charge, carrying voice or energy anywhere. This concept was a precursor to technologies that would surface decades later, from radio transmissions to radar and beyond. Yet life in Colorado was more than just experiments and thunderous arcs. Tesla occasionally mingled with the locals, regaling them with tales of Europe and his earlier exploits in New York. Despite his eccentric schedule, he possessed impeccable manners. One story recounts how he gave a personal demo of wireless lamps to a bewildered blacksmith, who later insisted Tesla was pulling electricity from thin air. Such encounters spurred legends of Tesla as a wizard, blending science with something like sorcery. Still, financing these colossal tests drained Tesla's resources. His main backer, J.P. Morgan, had initially supported the wireless project, likely anticipating a monopoly on global information. But once Morgan realized Tesla's schemes were far more ambitious and riskier than mere wireless telegraphy, his enthusiasm cooled. Tesla pressed on, convinced one decisive demonstration would open funding floodgates. That breakthrough, however, remained elusive. Newspapers amplified rumors about Tesla's activities, some claiming he was attempting to signal distant planets. Though Tesla did speculate about extraterrestrial intelligence, his real focus lay on terrestrial wireless. The lurid headlines, while fueling his legend, did little to alleviate his financial pressures. Eventually, funds ran low, forcing Tesla to close the Colorado lab in 1900. He left with crates of notes and undiminished zeal, convinced he could still bring wireless power to the masses. For townspeople left behind, the memory of glowing skies and roiling static lingered, a testament to the spectacular possibilities that science could conjure. For Tesla, Colorado Springs became a pivotal chapter, a proving ground that fortified his belief in the limitless potential of electrical resonance. It was there he most clearly foresaw a connected world, bound less by wires than by the atmospheric and earth-circling energies he aimed to harness. In hindsight, Colorado was the overture to his next attempt at global electrification, an attempt that would manifest in the towering outline of Wardenclyffe on Long Island's shores. Upon returning to New York, Tesla consolidated his findings from Colorado Springs into an audacious new venture, the Wardenclyffe Tower Project. With financing from J.P. Morgan, initially obtained under the premise of groundbreaking wireless telegraphy, Tesla purchased land in Shoreham, Long Island, overlooking the Atlantic. Construction began in 1901. The looming structure stood nearly 187 feet high, topped by a bulbous metal dome, and extended deep below ground through a network of iron rods. Many observers had no idea what to make of it. Tesla, ever enigmatic, preferred sweeping claims about sending both signals and energy across continents. What often goes unappreciated is how deeply Tesla believed in the underlying physics. His notes show that Wardenclyffe wasn't limited to broadcasting telegraph signals. He intended it as the first of many transmitters, all resonating with Earth's natural electrical cavities to convey messages or even power to any matching receiver worldwide. In his mind, it wasn't fantasy. It was a logical leap from the high-voltage experiments he had run in Colorado Springs. However, the timing was not in his favour. In the same year that Wardenclyffe's skeletal form emerged from the treetops, Guglielmo Marconi successfully conducted the first transatlantic radio transmission. Reporters hailed Marconi as a giant in wireless communication. Tesla, outraged, pointed out that his own patents on alternating current and related technologies predated Marconi's work. Nevertheless, the public and financiers were smitten with Marconi's simpler, more immediately marketable setup. Morgan's patience wore thin. Why bankroll Tesla's massive tower if Marconi's apparatus sufficed for long-distance signalling? Wardenclyffe, still incomplete, hemorrhaged money. The crew building it dwindled, salaries went unpaid, and Tesla found himself pleading for fresh capital. Each conversation with Morgan ended in terse demands for tangible proof, which Tesla couldn't produce fast enough. Desperate for funds, Tesla tried licensing auxiliary inventions, turbines, pumps, and even a plan to harness geothermal heat. But investors questioned his broader intentions, wary he might pivot their money into the tower. As financial constraints tightened, Wardenclyffe remained a half-realised vision. By 1905, the site was effectively deserted, the tower a silent monument to Tesla's ambitions and the shifting tides of investor faith. During these bleak years, Tesla's public persona grew more eccentric. Journalists occasionally interviewed him, only to hear about proposals for death rays or atmospheric power. Rumours circulated that he was becoming a recluse. Yet his mind stayed agile, continuing to churn out possibilities. He foresaw solar energy as a future mainstay, though few listened. The industrial world seemed enthralled by oil and coal, while Tesla's musings about sun-powered engines drew smirks. Wardenclyffe was never fully operational, and the newspapers offered little sympathy. Some newspapers ridiculed him, portraying him as an unrealistic idealist. Others barely mentioned his name, focusing instead on Marconi's ongoing successes. The sting of being overshadowed was palpable. Tesla clung to the belief that one day the world would recognize the practicality of wireless power. Indeed, later generations would adapt many of his principles for radio and beyond. But in his time, the tower's failure left him saddled with debt and weighed down by public skepticism. Even so, Tesla didn't abandon optimism. He often spoke as if Wardenclyffe had simply been delayed, not cancelled. In private, he refined sketches of improved transmitters, reimagined the tower's design, and kept dreaming of a worldwide grid of resonant stations. He believed that the planet itself, with its vast electrical potential, could be turned into a conduit of universal energy. The fact that society wasn't ready did little to dampen his conviction. Despite setbacks, fragments of Tesla's vision crept into later technological revolutions. Wireless communication would evolve in leaps and bounds, though powered by the more conventional means. Concepts like global connectivity and broadcast energy, dismissed in Tesla's day, surfaced decades afterward in varying forms. Yet at the dawn of the 20th century, Tesla faced only mounting bills, evaporating capital, and a tower rusting away on Long Island. The heartbreak of Wardenclyffe marked a turning point. leaving Tesla to operate mostly on the margins of an industry he had once revolutionized. As the 20th century marched on, the world Tesla had done so much to illuminate surged ahead. The AC systems he championed became the backbone of modern infrastructure, yet Tesla himself slipped from the spotlight. He moved between New York hotels, sometimes leaving unpaid bills behind. Public interviews grew sparse. When he did speak, he mentioned theories of beam weapons, weather manipulation, and advanced propulsion, sowing intrigue even as some questioned his grasp on reality. But his notebooks, to the extent they survive, reveal how these ideas built on earlier experiments rather than mere whimsy. A lesser-known facet of Tesla's later life was his nightly ritual of feeding pigeons in Bryant Park. Observers saw a solitary figure scattering seeds by lamplight, but Tesla found solace in caring for those birds, claiming a special bond with one white pigeon in particular. It may have seemed an odd pastime for a renowned inventor, yet it reflected a familiar pattern. Tesla's deep empathy for natural phenomena, creatures included. Meanwhile, patent disputes raged over the origins of radio. Tesla had filed patents before Marconi's breakthroughs, yet Marconi was lauded for bringing wireless transmission into the mainstream. The legal entanglements dragged on for years. In 1943, the US Supreme Court finally recognized Tesla's priority for paying certain critical radio patents, though this vindication arrived too late to alter his financial straits. He was never able to capitalize on the official ruling, nor did it quell the public's association of radio primarily with Marconi. Tesla spent his final stretch of life at the New Yorker hotel. Though short on funds, he still scrawled ideas on scraps of paper, proposing cosmic ray engines and new power methods. Visitors who managed to see him might find him animated and eloquent, speaking in polished tones about harnessing the energy of the sun or channeling power from the Earth's magnetic field. He believed that a teleforce beam could end war by making national borders impenetrable. To many, these notions sounded impossible, yet Tesla's track record left room to wonder. When he passed away on January 7, 1943, in room 3327, he left behind boxes of documents that soon became the subject of intense scrutiny. Authorities seized some of his papers, fueling rumours of hidden innovations or weapons too dangerous for public consumption. Conspiracy theories flourished. While the reality likely involved routine security concerns, the secrecy lent mystique to Tesla's legacy. It became hard to disentangle fact from folklore. Over the decades, Tesla's standing in popular consciousness swung wildly. Edison's name overshadowed his for a time, especially in school textbooks. Only later did movements rise to credit Tesla for his revolutionary contributions to AC power, radio technology, and more. Modern engineers, scientists, and curious laypeople uncovered his patents and writings, marvelling at how he'd anticipated entire fields of inquiry, from robotics to wireless communication. His pioneering theories on resonance and frequency also informed aspects of modern electronics, though that debt was seldom acknowledged until much later, in daily life. Tesla's true genius shines in the simplest of ways. Flick a light switch, and you reap the benefits of alternating current. Use wireless devices, and you operate on a principle Tesla believed could reach across the planet. The synergy he envisioned, between inventor, nature, and the unstoppable march of progress, remains a potent reminder of how one brilliant mind can shape whole eras. Tesla's story is, above all, a study in perseverance and paradox. He shunned the pursuit of wealth yet needed capital to materialize his dreams. He relished public demonstrations yet often worked alone, lost in interior worlds. He was both lauded and dismissed, recognized as a key figure in electrifying the modern world, yet branded at times as an eccentric on the fringes of acceptable science. Even so, he left an imprint rivaled by few. Long after his death, the hum of AC power lines, the glow of electric lamps, and the chirp of wireless signals echo Tesla's influence. He never saw the breadth of his triumph in person, yet the future he glimpsed was not mere fantasy. It was an inevitable extension of the forces he harnessed so elegantly. And though the man himself passed in relative obscurity, his ideas still crackle with a vitality that defies the boundaries of time and imagination. Picture this. You're walking down a busy street when it starts to drizzle. Without even thinking, you reach into your bag, pull out that trusty umbrella and pop it open. It's just another Tuesday, right? But here's the thing that might blow your mind a little. That simple gesture connects you to one of humanity's most quietly revolutionary inventions. You see, umbrellas didn't just keep people dry. They accidentally rewrote the rules of civilization itself, and nobody really noticed it happening. It's the kind of story that makes you wonder what other everyday objects have been secretly running the world while we weren't paying attention. Let's start with your ancestors' funny and sad weather experiences. Catching the rain was a full contact sport before the invention of umbrellas. People would sprint from building to building, dive under whatever shelter they could locate, or just accept their soggy fate and trudge along looking thoroughly miserable. But the real problem wasn't just getting wet, it was what getting wet meant for society. Rain acted as a significant impediment to civilization. Markets would shut down, construction would stop, people would huddle indoors waiting for the sky to clear before they could get back to the important business of building the world. The ancient Egyptians were the first to crack this code, though they were actually trying to solve a different problem entirely. They invented the first umbrellas around 3,000 years ago, but get this, they were for blocking sun, not rain. Egypt isn't exactly known for its downpours, so they needed shade more than waterproofing. These early umbrellas were basically portable shadows, and they worked beautifully for that purpose. The funny thing is, these Egyptian umbrellas were also status symbols. Only the wealthy and powerful got to walk around with their personal shade makers. Common folks just had to squint and sweat their way through the desert heat, while the pharaohs and nobles glided along in their little circles of cool comfort. But here's where it gets interesting. The umbrella didn't stay in Egypt. Like all good ideas, it started travelling, and every culture that adopted it changed it a little bit. The ancient Chinese took the basic concept and made it waterproof, because unlike Egypt, China actually had rain to deal with. They used wax paper and bamboo to create the first real rain umbrellas, and suddenly, staying dry became a possibility for ordinary people. The Greeks and Romans adopted the umbrella trend, but were unsure how to use it. The Greeks mostly used them for sun protection, particularly for women. Roman women wore them as stylish accessories, while Roman men avoided carrying them. It's amusing to consider that carrying an umbrella was deemed unmanly in Roman culture. These individuals, who had conquered half of the known world, had a strict stance on staying dry. This gender divide around umbrellas would pop up again and again throughout history, and it's one of those cultural quirks that makes you realise how arbitrary our social rules can be. Something as practical as not getting soaked somehow became tangled up with ideas about masculinity and femininity, and it would take centuries for that to sort itself out. What's really fascinating is how the umbrella quietly began changing the rhythm of daily life. In places where people started using them regularly, you'd see something remarkable happen. Rain stopped being a reason to cancel everything. Markets could stay open. People could keep working. The weather became less of a dictator and more of a minor inconvenience. This may sound like a small change, but small changes have a way of snowballing into big ones. When people can move around regardless of weather, commerce improves. When commerce improves, cities grow. When cities grow, civilization becomes more complex and interesting. The umbrella served as a tiny key, enabling a more weather-independent way of living, and this was just the beginning. The umbrella's real impact on human civilization was still centuries away, waiting to unfold in ways that would surprise everyone. Now you might be wondering how a simple device for staying dry could possibly migrate around the world and change everything it touched. But that's exactly what happened, and the story gets more interesting when you realise that umbrellas didn't just travel. They adapted, evolved, and caused little revolutions wherever they landed. After the Chinese perfected the waterproof umbrella, the concept began its slow journey westward along the ancient trade routes. Picture merchants carrying these ingenious devices alongside silk and spices, probably not realising they were transporting one of history's most underrated game changers. The umbrella was like a technological sleeper hit, quietly impressive but not flashy enough to grab headlines. When umbrellas reached medieval Europe, they encountered a culture that was, frankly, pretty resistant to change. Europeans had been dealing with rain the same way for centuries, running, hiding, and generally accepting that weather was something that happened to you, not something you could do anything about. The idea that you could just carry weather protection with you was genuinely revolutionary, but here's where the story gets delightfully weird. The umbrella faced some serious cultural resistance in Europe, and the reasons were absolutely ridiculous. In many places, people thought umbrellas were somehow ungodly. The logic went something like this. God sends rain, so trying to avoid rainfall was like rejecting God's will. It's the kind of reasoning that makes you grateful to live in more practical times. The Catholic Church initially had mixed feelings about umbrellas. Some clergy embraced them as sensible tools, while others worried they represented human arrogance in the face of divine weather. Imagine having to get theological approval for your rain gear. It's almost endearing how seriously people took these things. Meanwhile, the umbrella was having a completely different reception in Asia. In Japan, umbrellas became integrated into daily life so seamlessly that they influenced art, literature, and social customs. Japanese umbrella makers developed techniques that turned umbrella crafting into a true art form. They created umbrellas that were beautiful enough to be accessories, but practical enough to actually keep you dry. The Japanese also figured out something that Europeans were still struggling with. Umbrellas could be both functional and fashionable. In Japan, your umbrella choice said something about your personality and social status, but it wasn't considered strange or ungodly. It was just practical style, which is a concept that Europe would take much longer to embrace. Back in Europe, the umbrella was slowly winning converts, but it was an uphill battle. The turning point came when some brave individuals decided to just start using umbrellas and ignore the cultural weirdness. These umbrella pioneers faced ridicule, religious criticism, and social ostracism, all for the crime of wanting to stay dry. When you think about it, they were basically the civil rights activists of weather protection. The breakthrough moment came in the 1700s when umbrellas finally gained acceptance among European women. This wasn't because attitudes had suddenly changed, but because women's fashion had reached a point where protecting elaborate hairstyles and expensive clothing from rain had become a real necessity. Usually practicality prevailed over prejudice, but European men were still holdouts. The gender divide, which had been prevalent in ancient Rome, persisted in 18th century Europe. Men would rather get soaked than carry something that might make them look feminine. It's one of those historical details that makes you realise how much energy people used to spend on completely arbitrary social rules. The umbrella's journey through different cultures created fascinating variations. In India, umbrellas became symbols of authority and power. Indian rulers would have elaborate ceremonial umbrellas held over them as signs of their status. The umbrella went from being a practical tool to being a piece of royal regalia. In Thailand, the umbrella became so culturally significant that it appeared in religious ceremonies and royal processions. Thai craftsmen developed incredibly ornate umbrella designs that were as much art as they were weather protection. These weren't just umbrellas, they were cultural statements. It's amazing how each culture made the umbrella their own. The Chinese focused on practical efficiency. The Japanese emphasized beauty and craftsmanship. The Indians turned umbrellas into symbols of power. The Thais made them into works of art. Europeans spent centuries arguing about whether they were morally acceptable. This pattern of cultural adaptation would become crucial to understanding how umbrellas eventually changed civilization. They weren't just tools that people used. They were tools that adapted to each culture's needs and values, becoming more useful and socially acceptable with each adaptation. By the time umbrellas were ready to make their real impact on human civilization, they had been tested and refined by dozens of different cultures. No longer were they merely Egyptian sunshades or Chinese rain protection. They had become a truly global technology, ready to solve a problem that nobody quite realized was holding back human progress. If you want to understand how umbrellas really changed human civilization, you need to understand London in the 1700s. Picture the rainiest city in Europe, filled with people who had convinced themselves that carrying an umbrella was somehow embarrassing or unmanly. It was like watching an entire population choose to suffer for completely arbitrary reasons. London's weather was legendary for its ability to ruin plans. Drizzle, downpours, and a persistent mist constantly enveloped the city, soaking you without your awareness. Londoners had developed an entire culture around being perpetually damp, and they wore their weather-beaten stoicism like a badge of honour. But London's weather wasn't just inconvenient, it was economically devastating. Every time the rain became excessively heavy, businesses would come to a complete halt. Street markets would close, construction projects would stop. People would huddle in taverns and shops, waiting for the weather to clear enough to get back to their lives. Precipitation essentially held the city's economy hostage. enter Jonas Hanway, a man who would unintentionally become one of history's most unlikely revolutionaries. Hanway, a philanthropist and social reformer, had travelled extensively to observe how other cultures dealt with rain. Specifically, he had witnessed the practicality and effectiveness of umbrellas. So in 1750 he decided to do something radical. He started carrying an umbrella through the streets of London. The reaction was immediate and brutal. Londoners were horrified. Here was this gentleman walking around with what they saw as a feminine accessory, completely unbothered by the social rules that everyone else was following. Hanway was mocked, ridiculed, and subjected to a level of public shaming that seems absolutely absurd now. People threw things at him. Children followed him around, laughing and pointing. Adults whispered about him in shops and taverns. But here's the thing about Hanway. He just kept walking. Day after day, rain or shine, he carried his umbrella through London streets. He was dry, comfortable, and completely unbothered by the social hysteria swirling around him. He had discovered a valuable insight. Prioritising practicality over arbitrary social norms was crucial. The campaign against Hanway's umbrella was led by an unexpected group, London's hackney carriage drivers. These were the taxi drivers of their day, and they correctly realised that if people could stay dry while walking, they might not need as many carriage rides. Hanway's umbrella represented a genuine economic threat to their livelihood, so they organised a campaign of harassment that would make modern internet trolls proud. Carriage drivers would try to run Hanway down. They'd splash him with muddy water. They'd shout insults and make obscene gestures. The umbrella had become a symbol of economic disruption, and the old economy was fighting back with everything it had. But Hanway had allies he didn't even know about. There were other Londoners who had been watching this drama unfold, and they were starting to think that maybe the crazy umbrella man had a point. Why should people have to get soaked just to follow social conventions? Why should the weather control everyone's daily lives? Slowly, quietly, other people started carrying umbrellas. At first, it was just a few brave souls who were willing to endure the social consequences of staying dry. But as more people joined the umbrella movement, the social pressure began to shift. It became harder to mock people for doing something that was sensible. The turning point came when prominent members of London society began carrying umbrellas. Once respected businessmen, government officials and social leaders started using them. The cultural tide turned. It became acceptable, fashionable, then absolutely normal to carry an umbrella in London. What happened next was remarkable. London's economy began to change in ways that nobody had predicted. With people able to move around regardless of weather, commerce became more reliable. Markets could stay open in light rain. Construction projects could continue through drizzle. The city's economic activity became less dependent on perfect weather conditions. This had a snowball effect that transformed London into a more dynamic, productive city. When people can work and shop and travel regardless of weather, the entire pace of urban life accelerates. London was becoming a modern city, partly because its residents had finally figured out how to stay dry. The umbrella revolution also changed London's social dynamics. Street life became more vibrant because people weren't constantly ducking into buildings to avoid rain. Public spaces became more usable. Even during London's frequent light rain, people could enjoy the city's famous parks and squares. But perhaps most importantly, the umbrella breakthrough in London proved that cultural resistance to practical innovations could be overcome. Hanway had shown that one person, consistently doing something sensible despite social pressure, could eventually change an entire city's behaviour. London's umbrella adoption was being watched by other cities across Europe and beyond. If London, conservative, traditional, weather-obsessed London, could embrace umbrellas, then maybe the resistance to this simple but revolutionary technology was finally breaking down. The stage was set for umbrellas to spread across the developed world, and when they did, they would change far more than just people's relationship with rain. They would fundamentally alter how human civilization dealt with the unpredictable forces of nature. You probably never thought of umbrellas as industrial equipment, but that's exactly what they became during the 1800s. While everyone was focused on steam engines and factories, umbrellas were quietly solving one of the Industrial Revolution's biggest problems, keeping workers productive regardless of weather. Before widespread umbrella adoption, industrial productivity was still surprisingly dependent on weather patterns. Construction workers would lose entire days to rain. Dock workers couldn't effectively load and unload ships in heavy downpours. Even factory workers were affected, since many had to travel significant distances to work and would arrive soaked and miserable on rainy days. But here's where it gets interesting. As umbrellas became more common and socially acceptable, something remarkable happened to industrial productivity. Workers could travel to their jobs regardless of weather. They arrived at work dry and ready to be productive. Construction projects could continue through light rain. The weather became less of a factor in industrial output. The data clearly demonstrates this. Cities that adopted umbrellas earlier showed measurably higher productivity during rainy seasons compared to cities that resisted them. It wasn't a huge difference, but it was consistent and significant. Umbrellas were literally helping power the Industrial Revolution by making human labour more weather independent. This industrial connection led to the first mass production of umbrellas. Factories began producing affordable umbrellas for working class people, not just the wealthy. The Industrial Revolution created a need for weather-independent workers, and umbrellas filled that need perfectly. It's one of those beautiful examples of technology creating its own demand. The umbrella industry itself became a significant part of the industrial economy. Umbrella factories employed thousands of workers and developed sophisticated manufacturing techniques. They pioneered new materials, improved designs, and created distribution networks that reached every corner of the developed world. The umbrella had gone from being a curiosity to being a cornerstone of industrial society. But the real breakthrough came when umbrellas started changing urban planning. City planners began to realise that if people could move around comfortably in light rain, they could design cities differently. Pedestrian areas could be more extensive. Public spaces could be designed with the assumption that people would use them in various weather conditions. This shift in urban planning philosophy was subtle, but profound. Cities began to feel more livable because they were designed for people who had weather protection. Street layouts became more pedestrian-friendly. Public transportation systems could be designed with the assumption that people could walk to stations regardless of weather. The umbrella also played a crucial role in the development of modern retail. Department stores and shopping districts became viable because customers could browse and shop even during light rain. Before umbrellas, retail was much more weather dependent. Storekeepers would lose entire business days to rain. But with umbrellas, shopping became a year-round activity. This retail revolution had enormous economic implications. Cities with good umbrella adoption developed more sophisticated commercial districts. Consumer culture could flourish because consumption wasn't limited by weather patterns. The modern shopping experience, where people casually browse stores regardless of weather, was made possible partly by umbrellas. The umbrella's impact on women's participation in public life was particularly significant. Before umbrellas, women's elaborate clothing and hairstyles made them especially vulnerable to weather. A sudden downpour could ruin an expensive dress or destroy hours of careful grooming. This made women more likely to stay indoors during uncertain weather, limiting their participation in public life. But umbrellas changed this dynamic completely. Women could venture out with confidence, knowing they had protection from sudden weather changes. This might sound like a small thing, but it contributed to broader changes in women's social participation. When women could move around cities more freely, they became more active in commerce, culture, and eventually politics. The umbrella also influenced the development of modern professional culture. Business meetings could be scheduled without as much concern about weather. Professional appointments became more reliable. The business world could operate with greater predictability because weather became less of a disruptive factor. Perhaps most importantly, umbrellas helped create the modern expectation that daily life should be comfortable and predictable. Before umbrellas, people accepted that weather would occasionally make them miserable. There was a fatalistic attitude toward getting soaked or overheated. But umbrellas introduced the idea that discomfort from weather was optional, not inevitable. This psychological shift was enormous. Once people realised they could control their comfort level in relation to weather, they started expecting that control in other areas of life. The umbrella contributed to the modern mindset that sees environmental discomfort as a problem to be solved, not a fate to be accepted. The Industrial Revolution is usually remembered for its big dramatic innovations: steam engines, railways, factories. But umbrellas were quietly enabling all of these larger changes by making human activity more weather independent. They were the unsung heroes of industrial productivity, urban development, and social progress. By the mid-1800s, umbrellas had become so integrated into industrial society that it was hard to imagine how civilization had functioned without them. They had transformed from exotic curiosities to essential tools of modern life, and their biggest impact was still to come. By the late 1800s, something remarkable was happening with umbrellas that would change the course of human civilization. They were becoming truly democratic. For the first time in history, protection from weather wasn't just for the wealthy. Anyone could afford an umbrella, and this simple fact had consequences that nobody quite saw coming. The democratization of umbrellas happened because of mass production, but its effects went far beyond just making rain gear affordable. When ordinary people could move around comfortably regardless of weather, the entire social structure of cities began to shift. Class distinctions that had partly depended on weather vulnerability started to blur. Think about it this way. Before cheap umbrellas, getting caught in the rain was a class marker. Wealthy people had carriages, covered walkways, and servants to handle weather-related inconveniences. Working class people just got wet. But when everyone could carry an umbrella, this particular form of weather-based inequality disappeared. This levelling effect was more significant than it might seem. In societies where your social status was partly determined by how well you could avoid life's discomforts, accessible weather protection was genuinely revolutionary. An umbrella couldn't make you wealthy, but it could make you look and feel more dignified in public regardless of your economic circumstances. The psychological impact was enormous. People who had spent their entire lives accepting that weather would occasionally make them miserable suddenly had control over at least one aspect of their comfort. This sense of agency, the feeling that you could do something about your circumstances, had implications far beyond just staying dry. Women's rights activists of the era understood this connection intuitively. They saw that umbrellas gave women more freedom to move around cities independently. When you could protect yourself from sudden weather changes, you could participate more fully in public life. Umbrellas became symbols of women's increasing autonomy and social participation. The umbrella also played a surprising role in the development of modern democracy. When people could gather outdoors regardless of weather, political rallies and public meetings became more viable. Democratic participation increased because weather became less of a barrier to political engagement. You could attend a political rally even if it looked like rain, because you had your umbrella. This might sound like a stretch, but consider how many historical political movements depended on outdoor gatherings. The ability to assemble regardless of weather conditions was crucial to the development of mass democracy. Umbrellas didn't create democratic movements, but they made democratic participation more accessible to ordinary people. The economic implications were equally profound. Small businesses could operate more reliably because customers could shop in light rain. Street vendors could serve customers regardless of weather. The entire informal economy became more weather independent, which was particularly important for working-class entrepreneurs who couldn't afford covered storefronts. Urban culture was transformed as well. The weather no longer constantly forced people indoors, resulting in cities becoming more vibrant. Street life flourished. Public spaces were used more intensively. The rhythm of urban life became less dependent on weather patterns, which made cities feel more alive and dynamic. The umbrella also changed fashion and social norms in unexpected ways. For the first time, people could dress nicely without worrying constantly about weather damage. This encouraged more elaborate and delicate clothing styles, which in turn influenced the development of modern fashion. When you can protect your outfit from rain, you can take more risks with style. But perhaps the most important change was in people's relationship with nature itself. For thousands of years, humans had seen weather as something that happened to them, a force they could only endure or hide from. Umbrellas represented the first truly portable weather protection that anyone could use. They were a step toward humans having more control over their environment. This shift in mindset was crucial to the development of modern civilization. Once people realized they could modify their relationship with natural forces, they started looking for ways to control other aspects of their environment. The umbrella was an early example of technology making humans more independent from natural conditions. The success of umbrellas also proved that simple, practical innovations could have enormous social impact. They weren't complex machines or dramatic scientific breakthroughs. They were just well-designed tools that solved a universal problem. Their success demonstrated that civilization could be advanced through accessible, democratic technologies, not just through elite innovations. By 1900, umbrellas had become so integrated into daily life that most people couldn't imagine functioning without them. They had transformed from luxury items to basic necessities, and in doing so, they had helped create a more egalitarian, weather-independent form of human civilization. The stage was set for umbrellas to play an even larger role in shaping the modern world. Their greatest impact on human civilization was about to unfold in ways that would touch every aspect of 20th century life. As the 20th century dawned, umbrellas had already changed human civilization in ways that nobody fully appreciated. But their most profound impact was still ahead, waiting to unfold in the rapidly modernising world of the 1900s. What happened next would show just how much a simple piece of technology could influence the development of modern society. The automobile revolution might have killed the umbrella industry, but it actually did the opposite. As cars became common, people realised they still needed umbrellas for the walk from their car to their destination. Urban parking wasn't designed to protect people from weather, so umbrellas became essential accessories for the automotive age. They bridged the gap between private transportation and public spaces. This relationship between umbrellas and cars helped shape modern urban design. City planners began to assume that people would have portable weather protection, so they could design parking areas and public spaces with less concern about providing comprehensive weather shelter. The umbrella had become an integral part of the urban infrastructure, even though it wasn't technically infrastructure at all. The adoption of umbrellas also closely correlated with the rise of office culture in the early 1900s. Umbrellas partly enabled the modern expectation that workers would arrive at the office presentable and ready to work regardless of the weather. People could maintain professional appearance standards during their commute thanks to reliable weather protection. The economic implications of this revolution in professional culture were immense. Businesses could operate more predictably because their workforce wasn't constantly disrupted by weather. The reliability of meeting schedules increased. Umbrellas played a significant role in enabling the modern business world, which prioritises punctuality and a consistent professional appearance. World War I demonstrated the umbrella's importance to modern military logistics. Soldiers needed to stay functional in all weather conditions, and umbrellas became important pieces of equipment for officers and support personnel. The war showed that even military operations could benefit from better weather protection for personnel. Adoption of umbrellas also influenced the post-war economic boom of the 1920s. Consumer culture flourished, partly because people could shop comfortably in various weather conditions. The development of modern retail districts with their emphasis on pedestrian shopping and outdoor displays was made possible by the assumption that customers would have weather protection. Another aspect of the umbrella's social importance emerged during the Great Depression. Even during economic hardship, people prioritized having weather protection. Umbrellas became symbols of dignity and self-sufficiency during tough times. They represented the idea that you could maintain your comfort and appearance even when facing economic difficulties. Hollywood and popular culture of the era embraced umbrellas as symbols of sophistication and urban life. Movies showed elegant people navigating city streets with stylish umbrellas, reinforcing the idea that weather protection was part of modern living. The umbrella had become a cultural icon representing humanity's triumph over natural discomfort. The post-World War II suburban boom created new roles for umbrellas. Suburban living meant more outdoor activities and more walking between cars and buildings. Umbrellas became essential equipment for the suburban lifestyle, helping people maintain the casual outdoor culture that defined post-war America. The development of modern air travel also relied on umbrellas. Airports were designed with the assumption that passengers would have portable weather protection for moving between terminals and aircraft. Transportation planning had integrated the umbrella so deeply that people took it for granted as an integral part of their toolkit. Adoption of umbrellas also contributed to the rise of the service economy in the latter half of the 20th century. Service workers needed to move between locations and meet clients in various weather conditions. Umbrellas made service-based businesses more viable by allowing workers to maintain professional standards regardless of weather. The women's liberation movement of the 1960s and 70s built on the foundation of independence that umbrellas had helped create. Women who could move around cities confidently, protected from weather, were better positioned to participate fully in professional and political life. The umbrella had been quietly supporting women's autonomy for decades. Umbrellas also played a crucial role in the development of modern sports and recreation culture. Outdoor events could proceed in light rain because spectators had weather protection. The availability of personal weather protection supported the modern expectation that recreational activities should be comfortable and accessible. By the end of the 20th century, umbrellas had become so thoroughly integrated into modern life that they were invisible. They had helped create a civilization where weather was a minor inconvenience rather than a major constraint on human activity. Accessible, portable weather protection laid the foundation for the modern world's assumption that people could function normally in various weather conditions. The umbrella had accomplished a remarkable feat. It increased human independence from natural forces without necessitating complex technology or extensive infrastructure. It was a democratic solution to an ancient problem, and it had quietly enabled much of what we consider modern civilization. Here you are at the end of this story, probably looking at umbrellas completely differently than you did an hour ago. What started as a simple tale about staying dry has revealed something much more profound. How a basic tool can quietly reshape the entire trajectory of human civilization. The most remarkable thing about the umbrella revolution is how invisible it became. By the mid-20th century, umbrellas were so thoroughly integrated into human life that people stopped thinking about them as revolutionary technology. They had become part of the background infrastructure of modern living, like sidewalks or streetlights, essential but unnoticed. This invisibility is actually the mark of the umbrella's complete success. The most transformative technologies are often the ones that become so natural that we forget they're technologies at all. You don't think about your umbrella as a sophisticated piece of engineering that represents thousands of years of human innovation. You just think of it as the thing that keeps you dry. But now you know better. You know that your umbrella connects you to ancient Egyptian pharaohs seeking shade, Chinese inventors creating the first waterproof designs, and brave souls like Jonas Hanway, who endured ridicule to prove that staying dry was worth fighting for. Every time you open your umbrella, you're participating in one of humanity's longest-running technological traditions. The umbrella's story also reveals something important about how civilization actually progresses. It's not just about dramatic breakthroughs and famous inventors. Sometimes the most important advances come from simple tools that solve everyday problems so effectively that they change how entire societies function. The umbrella proves that democratic innovations, technologies that everyone can use, can be just as revolutionary as elite scientific discoveries. Think about what umbrellas actually accomplished. They made human activity more weather independent, which sounds modest but turned out to be civilization changing. They enabled the development of modern urban life, professional culture, consumer society, and democratic participation. They helped create the modern expectation that daily life should be comfortable and predictable regardless of natural conditions. Perhaps most importantly, umbrellas demonstrated that humans could take control of their relationship with nature through accessible technology. They were an early example of how simple tools could make people more independent from environmental forces. This mindset, the idea that natural discomfort is a problem to be solved rather than a fate to be accepted, became fundamental to modern civilization. The umbrella revolution also shows how cultural resistance to practical innovations can be overcome. Remember all those people who thought umbrellas were ungodly, unmanly, or just plain weird? They were swept aside by the simple logic of staying dry. Good ideas eventually win, even when they face intense social resistance. Today, as you navigate a world shaped by umbrella adoption, you're living in a civilization that's more weather independent, more democratic, and more comfortable than any previous human society. The modern world's assumption that people can function normally in various weather conditions is built on the foundation that umbrellas helped create. The next time you see someone struggling with an umbrella on a windy day, remember that they're participating in one of humanity's most successful ongoing experiments in environmental control. That flimsy piece of fabric and metal represents thousands of years of human ingenuity and determination to make life a little bit better. The umbrella story is still being written. New materials, better designs, and changing social needs continue to evolve this ancient technology. But its fundamental promise remains the same, that humans don't have to accept discomfort from natural forces when simple, practical solutions are available. So the next time you reach for your umbrella, take a moment to appreciate what you're holding. It's not just weather protection, it's a symbol of human adaptability, ingenuity, and the quiet persistence that has shaped civilization. You're carrying a piece of history that changed the world by helping people stay dry. And that's how umbrellas changed human civilization, not through dramatic revolution, but through the simple, persistent logic of making life a little bit better, one rainy day at a time. Sometimes the most profound changes come from the most humble tools, and sometimes the greatest revolutions are the ones that happen so gradually that nobody notices until they're complete. Now you know the secret history of one of humanity's most underestimated inventions. The umbrella didn't just keep people dry, it helped create the modern world. And every time you use one, you're participating in that ongoing story of human progress, one comfortable step. It is quite intriguing to consider that you are likely resting on a meticulously designed mattress composed of foam and springs, while listening to a narrative about how your ancestors slept on much less comfortable surfaces. While not literally on rocks, though we will address that aspect shortly, this evening we will journey back in time to explore the sleeping arrangements of those who lived before the innovative concept of filling a fabric sack with soft materials to create a mattress was conceived. Well, they didn't actually sleep on rocks, though we'll discuss that part soon enough. Tonight, we're going back in time to discover what people did before someone had the brilliant idea to stuff a fabric sack with soft things and call it a mattress. Picture this. It's 200,000 years ago, and your great-great-great time's about 10,000 grandmother is getting ready for bed. She's not scrolling through her phone or adjusting her memory foam pillow. She's not even wearing pyjamas because pyjamas haven't been invented yet. Neither has the bed she's about to sleep in. In fact, the idea of having a specific sleeping area, rather than just collapsing wherever exhaustion takes you, has not been developed either. The earliest humans were remarkably practical about sleep. They found a spot that wasn't too rocky, hopefully not too muddy, and definitely not occupied by something with more teeth than they had. Then they curled up and hoped for the best. You might think this scenario sounds uncomfortable, but remember, these people had never experienced a Tempur-Pedic mattress, so they had no idea what they were missing. Ignorance was bliss, literally. However, as is typical of humans, they quickly began to get creative. Archaeological evidence shows that around 77,000 years ago, people in South Africa were making the world's first beds out of sedge grass and aromatic leaves. They'd layer these materials in caves, creating what was essentially nature's first mattress prototype. The aromatic leaves weren't just for comfort, they helped repel insects, so technically these ancient beds were also the world's first bug zappers. You have to admire their ingenuity. They figured out that certain plants, when dried and layered, created a relatively soft surface that was infinitely better than bare rock or dirt. They even discovered that some leaves, when crushed, released natural insect repellents. Your ancestors were basically running a prehistoric bed and bath store complete with aromatherapy. The intriguing thing about these early beds is that they weren't permanent fixtures. When the tribe moved, the bed stayed behind. This meant that every night someone had to gather fresh materials and essentially build a new bed. Imagine if you had to reconstruct your entire sleeping arrangement every single day. You'd probably develop some serious appreciation for your current setup pretty quickly. These grass beds weren't just about comfort, though. They represented one of humanity's first attempts to control their environment, rather than simply adapt to it. People began to reject the idea that sleep had to mean lying on whatever surface was available, saying, you know what, I think I can do better than this. And that drive to improve their sleeping situation would continue for thousands of years. The construction of these early beds was surprisingly sophisticated. People would gather fresh grass and leaves, carefully layer them for maximum softness and insulation, and arrange them in shapes that followed the natural curves of the human body. They understood concepts like moisture management and temperature regulation, long before anyone gave those ideas fancy names. What's particularly fascinating is that these beds were often communal projects. Everyone in the group would help gather materials, and the beds were usually large enough for multiple people to share. Privacy as we know it didn't exist yet, so sleeping arrangements were more about survival and warmth than personal space. Archaeological sites containing these beds provide evidence of consistent upkeep and rejuvenation. People would periodically burn old bedding materials, possibly to eliminate pests and parasites, before starting anew. Such behaviour makes them possibly the first people in history to actually change their sheets regularly, something that would make your mother proud. As you settle into your bed tonight, take a moment to appreciate the long journey that brought us from those first grass beds to whatever you're lying on now. Those ancient people, sleeping on their carefully constructed piles of aromatic leaves, had no idea they were starting a tradition that would eventually lead to memory foam, adjustable bases and heated blankets. You want to sleep well just like they did. Fast forward about 70,000 years, and suddenly we're in ancient Egypt, where people had figured out some pretty impressive tricks for getting comfortable at night. You might think the Egyptians were all about pyramids and mummies, but they were also surprisingly good at sleeping. In fact, they basically invented the concept of having a real bed that you could use more than once. The Egyptians thought, this is nice, but what if we could make something that didn't need to be rebuilt every night? So they started making bed frames out of wood, usually palm, sycamore or cedar if they could afford it. These weren't just simple platforms either. Egyptian beds were often elaborate affairs with carved legs that looked like animal feet, decorative headboards, and even built-in storage. Now, here's where it gets intriguing. The Egyptians didn't put mattresses on these beds. Instead, they used a system of woven reed mats or leather strips stretched across the wooden frame. Imagine it as the world's first box spring, with reeds or leather taking on the role of springs. The wealthy would add layers of linen sheets and pillows stuffed with feathers or straw, but the basic sleeping surface was still pretty much a fancy hammock. The Egyptian approach to pillows was particularly creative, and by creative, I mean potentially painful. The Egyptians used headrests made of wood, stone, or ivory instead of the soft, fluffy pillows you're accustomed to. These weren't pillows at all, really. They were more like neck supports that kept your head elevated while you slept on your side. The idea was to protect your elaborate hairstyles and keep your head cool in the desert heat. You're probably thinking the idea sounds incredibly uncomfortable, and you'd be right. But the Egyptians had their reasons. Those wooden headrests weren't just practical, they were also spiritual. They believed that elevating the head helped protect the sleeper from evil spirits and allowed the soul to travel more freely during dreams. So while you might wake up with a stiff neck, at least your soul was well travelled. The truly affluent Egyptians achieved remarkable levels of bed comfort. They had servants whose job was to fan them while they slept, ensuring a cool breeze throughout the night. Some beds even had built-in mosquito nets made of fine linen, which was probably the most practical innovation since the aromatic leaves. Nothing ruins a good night's sleep like mosquitoes, whether you're in ancient Egypt or modern Florida. Egyptian beds were also status symbols. The more elaborate your bed, the more important you were. Pharaohs had beds made with gold inlays, precious stones, and intricate carvings. These beds were often so ornate that they were probably more comfortable to look at than to sleep on. But when you're a pharaoh, comfort is sometimes less important than making sure everyone knows you're the pharaoh. The construction of these beds was remarkably sophisticated. Egyptian craftsmen understood concepts like weight distribution and joint flexibility. They created beds that could support significant weight while still providing some give and flexibility. The leather or reed sleeping surfaces were carefully tensioned to provide optimal support, and the bed frames were designed to last for decades. One particularly ingenious feature of Egyptian beds was their height. They were typically quite tall, sometimes requiring a small step or stool to climb into. This wasn't just for show. It helped protect sleepers from scorpions, snakes, and other ground-dwelling creatures that might want to share the bed. It also improved air circulation, which was crucial in Egypt's hot climate. The Egyptians also developed some of the first bed linens. They made sheets from linen, which was cooler than wool and softer than the reed mats. Wealthy Egyptians would have multiple sets of linen sheets, and they were often buried with their favourite bedding to ensure comfort in the afterlife. This gives a whole new meaning to the phrase eternal rest. What's particularly amusing is that Egyptian beds often had a slight incline, with the head end higher than the foot end. This feature was supposed to aid digestion and improve circulation, so basically, the Egyptians invented the adjustable bed about 4,000 years before anyone thought to add motors and remote controls. The legacy of Egyptian bedding extended far beyond Egypt itself. Their techniques and designs influenced bedding throughout the Mediterranean world, and many of their innovations, like elevated beds and linen sheets, became standard features that we still use today. When you adjust your pillows tonight, you're participating in a tradition that started with those wooden headrests along the Nile. The Greeks and Romans embraced the Egyptian bed concept, a characteristic of cultures adept at elevating others' good ideas to a higher level. By the time we reach classical antiquity, beds had evolved into a serious business, complete with social etiquette, philosophical implications, and a level of luxury that would make a modern hotel jealous. Greek beds were called clines, and they weren't just for sleeping. These were multi-purpose pieces of furniture used for sleeping, eating, and lounging around looking philosophical. The Greeks basically invented the concept of the couch, except their version was also your bed, your dining table, and your thinking spot. Talk about efficient use of space. The construction of a Greek cline was quite sophisticated. The frame was typically made of wood, often decorated with inlays of ivory, silver, or precious metals. The sleeping surface consisted of a network of cords or leather straps stretched across the frame, like the Egyptian system, but with much more attention to comfort and aesthetics. On top of this, they'd pile layers of woolen blankets, linen sheets, and stuffed cushions. Now, the Greeks had some intriguing ideas about pillows. Instead of just one pillow for your head, they used multiple cushions of different sizes and firmness levels. You'd have firm cushions for support and soft ones for comfort, arranged in various combinations depending on whether you were sleeping, eating, or just lounging around contemplating the nature of existence. It was basically the ancient equivalent of those people who have 17 pillows on their bed and spend 10 minutes arranging them every night. Not to be outdone, the Romans took Greek bed technology and added their own flair for excess. Roman beds, or lectus, were often massive affairs that could accommodate multiple people. This wasn't necessarily for romantic reasons. Roman dining culture involved reclining on beds while eating, so a family meal might involve several people sharing the same sleeping surface while consuming elaborate multi-course dinners. Roman beds were also the first to feature anything resembling a real mattress. They stuffed large fabric sacks with wool, feathers, or even rose petals for the extremely wealthy. These weren't quite the mattresses we know today, but they were definitely a step up from stretched leather and wooden headrests. The Romans had discovered that if you stuff enough soft things into a bag, it becomes surprisingly comfortable to sleep on. The Romans were particularly proud of their bed linens. They imported fine silks from China and cotton from India, creating sheets that were softer and more luxurious than anything that had come before. Roman beds often featured elaborate bedding sets with matching pillows, blankets, and curtains. They basically invented the concept of bedroom decor, complete with colour coordination and seasonal changes. One particularly Roman innovation was the canopy bed. They discovered that hanging curtains around the bed created privacy, blocked drafts, and helped keep insects at bay. These bed curtains were often made of expensive fabrics and were as much about showing off wealth as they were about practical comfort. If you've ever wondered why canopy beds seem so fancy, you can thank the Romans for establishing that tradition. The Romans also developed heated beds, which is pretty impressive considering they didn't have electricity. They used a system called hypercaust that circulated warm air from furnaces through hollow spaces in the walls and floors. Some wealthy Romans had heated sleeping chambers that maintained comfortable temperatures throughout the night. This method was probably the ancient equivalent of those heated mattress pads that make getting out of bed even more difficult than it already is. Roman beds often featured adjustable elements. They had mechanisms for raising or lowering different parts of the bed, allowing sleepers to find their optimal position. Some Roman beds could be converted from sleeping configuration to dining configuration, with a few simple adjustments. This flexibility was regarded as the pinnacle of luxury and practicality. The social aspects of Roman bedding were complex and fascinating. There were strict rules about who could sleep where, what type of bedding was appropriate for different social classes, and how beds should be arranged in different rooms. The master bedroom, or cubiculum, was considered a semi-public space where important guests might be received, so the bed had to be impressive enough to reflect the owner's status. The Romans developed the first real understanding of sleep hygiene, which is particularly interesting. They thought that the quality of your bedding affected your sleep, which affected your health. This belief led to innovations in mattress materials, bed positioning, and even the orientation of sleeping chambers to catch optimal breezes. The decline of the Roman Empire marked the end of this golden age of bed luxury, but many Roman innovations survived and influenced bedding for centuries to come. The idea of stuffed mattresses, elaborate bed linens, and beds as status symbols all traces back to Roman innovations that were far ahead of their time. After the fall of Rome, bed technology took a bit of a nosedive, which is probably what you'd expect during a period called the Dark Ages. Medieval Europeans basically forgot most of what the Romans had figured out about comfortable sleeping, and went back to much simpler arrangements. But don't worry. They made up for it with creativity, communal sleeping, and some pretty intriguing solutions to the problem of staying warm in drafty stone castles. Medieval peasants, who made up about 90% of the population, slept on what were essentially piles of straw covered with rough woolen blankets. Their beds were usually just wooden platforms, or even hollowed out sections of the floor filled with straw or hay. The straw served as both mattress and pillow, and it was changed when it got too smelly or bug-infested to tolerate. This scenario happened more often than you might think, because medieval hygiene standards were, shall we say, relaxed. The really interesting part about medieval sleeping arrangements is that almost nobody slept alone. Families would pile into one big bed, often with parents, children, and sometimes even servants all sharing the same sleeping space. This wasn't just about saving space, it was about staying warm. Medieval houses were cold, drafty places, and body heat was often the only reliable source of warmth available during winter months. Even wealthy medieval nobles didn't have private bedrooms as we understand them today. The enormous hall of a castle or manor house would be filled with beds, and everyone from the lord's family to visiting guests to household servants would sleep in the same room. Privacy was a luxury that simply didn't exist. You learned to sleep through other people's snoring, talking, and various nocturnal activities, or you didn't sleep at all. The wealthy did have somewhat better sleeping arrangements, of course. Noble beds were often large, elaborate affairs with carved wooden frames and thick curtains that could be drawn for privacy and warmth. These bed curtains were crucial because they created a microclimate around the sleeper, trapping body heat and blocking drafts. Medieval beds were essentially small, portable rooms within the larger sleeping space. Medieval mattresses, when they existed at all, were usually large fabric sacks stuffed with straw, feathers, or wool. The wealthy often possessed mattresses filled with down feathers, regarded as the epitome of luxury. Wills and inheritance documents often specifically mentioned these feather mattresses due to their high value. Imagine being so excited about your mattress that you want to ensure it goes to the right person after you die. Medieval people also developed some creative solutions to common sleeping problems. They discovered that certain herbs, when mixed with straw, helped repel insects and provided pleasant scents. Lavender, mint and rosemary were popular choices, so medieval beds were essentially aromatherapy stations, long before anyone called them that. One important medieval innovation was the trundle bed. These were low beds that could be rolled under larger beds during the day and pulled out at night. Servants, children or guests would sleep on trundle beds, which saved space and allowed for flexible sleeping arrangements. It was basically the medieval equivalent of a pull-out couch, except much less comfortable. The concept of changing sheets was pretty foreign to medieval people. Bed linens, when they existed, were expensive and difficult to clean. Most people slept directly on their mattresses or under rough woolen blankets that were washed infrequently, if at all. The wealthy might have linen sheets, but even these were changed only occasionally. Medieval people had a much higher tolerance for what we would consider unsanitary conditions. Medieval beds were also surprisingly portable. Wealthy nobles travelled frequently, and they often took their beds with them. A proper medieval bed could be disassembled, packed onto wagons, and reassembled at the next castle or manor house. This meant that your bed was literally your most important piece of furniture, because it went everywhere you did. The height of medieval bed luxury was the state bed used by royalty and the highest nobility. These beds were enormous, elaborate constructions that resembled architecture more than furniture. They had carved posts, embroidered curtains, and sometimes even small chambers built into the headboard for storing valuable items. These beds were so impressive that they were often considered works of art in their own right. What's particularly fascinating about medieval sleeping arrangements is how they reflected social hierarchy. The closer you slept to the lord of the castle, the higher your social status. The most important guests would sleep in the same room as the lord, while servants and lesser nobles would sleep in progressively more distant locations. Your sleeping spot was a direct reflection of your place in society. Medieval people also had some intriguing beliefs about sleep and dreams. They thought that sleeping with your head pointing east was healthiest, and that certain materials in your mattress could influence your dreams. They believed that sleeping on a mattress stuffed with particular herbs could promote prophetic dreams or ward off nightmares. Whether or not this approach actually worked, it certainly made bedtime more interesting. The Renaissance brought a revolution in sleeping comfort that would have made medieval peasants weep with envy. Suddenly, people rediscovered the Roman love of luxury and comfort, but with medieval practicality and some genuinely new innovations. This was the period when sleeping went from being a basic survival necessity to something that could actually be enjoyable. Renaissance Italians were particularly obsessed with comfortable sleeping. They developed the first real mattresses that would be recognisable to modern sleepers, large fabric cases stuffed with combinations of wool, cotton and feathers, sewn into sections to prevent the stuffing from clumping. These mattresses were placed on top of rope or wooden slat bed frames, creating a sleeping surface that was both supportive and comfortable. The rope bed frame was a Renaissance innovation that deserves special mention. Instead of the solid wooden platforms of medieval times, Renaissance beds used networks of ropes threaded through holes in the bed frame. These ropes could be tightened or loosened to adjust the firmness of the sleeping surface. This is where the phrase "sleep tight" comes from. It literally meant to tighten the ropes on your bed to ensure a firm, comfortable sleeping surface. Renaissance beds were also the first to feature multiple layers of bedding. Instead of just throwing a blanket over a straw mattress, people began using systems of sheets, blankets, and coverlets that could be added or removed depending on the weather and personal preference. This layered approach allowed for much more precise temperature control and comfort customization. The Renaissance also saw the development of the first real pillows as we know them today. Instead of wooden headrests or simple cloth bundles, Renaissance pillows were carefully constructed fabric cases stuffed with down, feathers, or fine wool. These pillows were designed specifically for comfort and support, and wealthy households would have multiple pillows of different sizes and firmness levels for different sleeping positions. Privacy became increasingly important during the Renaissance, and this led to innovations in bed curtains and canopies. Renaissance bed curtains were often made of expensive fabrics like silk or velvet, and they were designed to create a private, intimate space within the larger bedroom. These curtains served practical purposes too. They blocked drafts, provided insulation, and helped keep out insects and light. The Renaissance bed was also when furniture makers began treating beds as serious pieces of craftsmanship. Renaissance beds featured elaborate carvings, inlays, and decorative elements that made them works of art as well as functional furniture. These beds were often family heirlooms, passed down through generations and becoming more valuable over time. One specific Renaissance innovation was the development of specialized bedding for different seasons. Wealthy households would have lightweight linen bedding for summer and heavy woolen bedding for winter. They also developed the first washable bed linens, which represented a significant advance in hygiene and comfort. The ability to regularly clean your bedding was a luxury that previous generations couldn't imagine. Renaissance beds also became much larger than their medieval predecessors. The great bed became a status symbol among the wealthy, with some beds measuring 8 feet square or larger. These enormous beds weren't just for sleeping, they were used for conducting business, receiving guests, and displaying wealth and status. The bed became the centerpiece of the bedroom, which itself became an important room in the house. The Renaissance period also saw the development of the first adjustable beds. Some Renaissance beds featured mechanisms that allowed sleepers to raise or lower their heads and feet, providing comfort for people with medical conditions or simply allowing for more comfortable reading or dining in bed. These adjustable beds were complex mechanical devices that demonstrated the period's growing understanding of engineering and comfort. Renaissance sleeping arrangements also reflected changing social attitudes. While medieval people saw nothing wrong with communal sleeping, Renaissance sensibilities increasingly valued privacy and individual comfort. Married couples began sleeping in their rooms, and children were given their beds rather than sharing with parents or siblings. This shift toward individual sleeping spaces was a significant cultural change that would continue into the modern era. The Renaissance also saw the development of the first specialized children's beds. Instead of just making smaller versions of adult beds, furniture makers began creating beds specifically designed for children's needs. These beds were lower to the ground, had protective railings, and were designed to be safe and comfortable for young sleepers. The idea that children might have different sleeping needs than adults was revolutionary. Renaissance beds were also the first to feature storage solutions. Many Renaissance beds had built-in chests or drawers underneath the sleeping surface, providing storage for bed linens, clothing, and personal items. This innovation held significant importance during a period when closets were scarce and storage space was highly valued. The Renaissance period established many of the basic principles of comfortable sleeping that we still use today. The idea of layered bedding, supportive mattresses, comfortable pillows, and private sleeping spaces all trace back to Renaissance innovations. During this period, we essentially figured out what makes a good bed, despite the dramatic improvements in technology. The Industrial Revolution fundamentally transformed the way people slept, with most of the changes occurring more quickly than you could say, factory-made mattress. Suddenly, beds that had been luxury items for the wealthy became available to ordinary people, and innovations that had taken centuries to develop were being improved upon every few years. The 1850s saw the development of the coil spring mattress, marking the first major change. This breakthrough was revolutionary because it provided support and comfort that was far superior to anything that had come before. Instead of sleeping on stuffed fabric sacks that gradually compressed and lost their shape, people could now sleep on mattresses that maintained their support and bounce back night after night. The coil spring mattress quickly established itself as the standard, with variations still in use today. Mass production meant that mattresses could be made consistently and affordably. Instead of having to commission a custom mattress from a local craftsperson, people could buy ready-made mattresses from stores. This democratization of comfort meant that working-class families could have sleeping arrangements that were comparable to what only the wealthy had enjoyed in previous centuries. The Industrial Age also brought significant improvements in bedding materials. The development of cotton mills made cotton sheets and pillowcases widely available and affordable. Cotton was softer, more breathable, and easier to clean than the rough linen or wool bedding most used. The ability to have soft, washable sheets represented a major advance in both comfort and hygiene. Iron and steel bed frames became popular during this period, replacing wooden frames for many people. These metal frames were stronger, more durable, and less likely to harbour insects than wooden frames. They were also much easier to mass-produce, which made them more affordable. The classic iron bed frame, with its distinctive vertical bars and simple design, became a symbol of the Industrial Age. The Industrial Revolution also brought the first real understanding of sleep hygiene and health. Medical professionals began studying sleep and its effects on health, leading to recommendations about mattress firmness, room ventilation, and sleeping positions. This scientific approach to sleep was a departure from the folk wisdom and superstitions that had guided sleeping arrangements for centuries. One particularly important innovation was the development of the box spring. Instead of placing mattresses directly on rope or wooden slat frames, manufacturers began creating specialized foundation systems that provided additional support and extended mattress life. The box spring, combined with the coil spring mattress, created a sleeping system that was far superior to anything that had existed before. The Industrial Age also saw the development of specialized bedding for different needs. Manufacturers began producing mattresses for children, for people with medical conditions, and for different climates. This specialization represented a recognition that different people had different sleeping needs, and that technology could be adapted to meet those needs. Department stores revolutionized how people bought bedding. Instead of visiting specialized craftspeople or commissioning custom work, people could see and compare different mattresses, sheets, and pillows in large retail spaces. This gave consumers much more choice and helped drive innovation as manufacturers competed for customers. The development of reliable indoor heating also changed sleeping arrangements significantly. People no longer needed to share beds for warmth, and bedrooms could be separate from living spaces. This led to the development of the modern bedroom as a private individual space designed specifically for sleeping. The Industrial Age brought the first real advertising for sleep products. Mattress manufacturers began making claims about the health benefits of their products, the superiority of their materials, and the importance of excellent sleep. This was the beginning of the modern sleep industry, which would eventually become a multi-billion-dollar business. Mail-order catalogues made it possible for people in rural areas to buy the same quality bedding as city dwellers. Companies like Sears and Montgomery Ward offered mattresses, bed frames, and bedding through their catalogues, bringing Industrial Age comfort to people who had previously been limited to local products. The Industrial Revolution also led to the initial standardization of bed sizes. Instead of custom-made beds that varied depending on the craftsperson and customer, manufacturers began producing beds in standard sizes. This made it easier to buy bedding, and meant that a mattress bought in one city would fit a bed frame bought in another. Working conditions during the Industrial Age also highlighted the importance of good sleep. Factory workers who had to wake up early and work long hours needed better sleep than had been necessary in agricultural societies. This created demand for more comfortable bedding, and led to innovations designed to help people fall asleep faster and sleep more soundly. The Industrial Age established the foundation for modern sleep technology. The basic concept of the coil spring mattress, the box spring foundation, and mass-produced bedding all originated during this period. The Industrial Revolution established the fundamental approach to creating comfortable beds, despite dramatic improvements in materials and construction techniques. And here we are, in the modern era, where your bed is probably more technologically advanced than the computers that sent people to the moon. The 20th and 21st centuries have brought an explosion of innovation in sleep technology that would have seemed like science fiction to people just a few generations ago. The development of synthetic materials revolutionized mattress construction. Memory foam, originally developed by NASA to improve crash protection for astronauts, became the foundation for a new generation of mattresses that could conform to individual body shapes and provide personalized support. The idea that your mattress could remember your body's contours and adapt accordingly was a concept that previous generations couldn't have imagined. Latex mattresses brought natural elasticity and durability that surpassed traditional coil springs. These mattresses could provide firm support while still conforming to body shapes, and they lasted much longer than previous mattress types. The development of synthetic latex made these benefits available at reasonable prices, democratizing comfort in ways that would have amazed earlier generations. The introduction of adjustable beds brought hospital-level comfort to home bedrooms. These beds could be adjusted to provide optimal positioning for sleeping, reading, watching television, or dealing with medical conditions. The ability to adjust your bed's position with the touch of a button represented a level of convenience and customization that surpassed anything in history. Temperature control became a major focus of modern sleep technology. Gel-infused foams, phase-change materials, and even water-cooled mattresses were developed to help people maintain optimal sleeping temperatures. The recognition that temperature regulation was crucial for good sleep led to innovations that actively managed heat and moisture throughout the night. Modern bedding materials have achieved levels of softness and performance that would have been impossible with natural materials alone. Microfiber sheets can be softer than silk while being more durable and easier to care for. Moisture-wicking fabrics help regulate temperature and humidity, creating optimal sleeping conditions regardless of season or climate. The development of the sleep industry as a major economic force has driven continuous innovation. Companies spend millions of dollars researching sleep patterns, testing new materials, and developing products that promise better rest. This competition has led to rapid advances in mattress technology, bedding materials, and sleep accessories. Sleep tracking technology has given people unprecedented insight into their sleep patterns. Devices that monitor movement, heart rate, and sleep stages provide detailed information about sleep quality and duration. This data-driven approach to sleep represents a return to the scientific study of sleep that began during the Industrial Age, but with far more sophisticated tools and understanding. The internet has revolutionized how people buy mattresses and bedding. Online retailers offer detailed product information, customer reviews, and even sleep trials that allow people to test mattresses in their homes. The internet has made it easier for people to find products that meet their specific needs and preferences. Modern understanding of sleep science has led to products designed for specific sleep positions, body types, and medical conditions. Side sleepers can buy mattresses optimized for their sleeping position, while people with back problems can find products specifically designed to provide proper spinal alignment. This level of customization represents a sophisticated understanding of how different people have different sleep needs. The development of organic and natural bedding materials has brought together modern performance with traditional materials. Organic cotton, natural latex, and wool bedding provide the benefits of natural materials, while meeting modern standards for comfort and durability. This trend represents a return to natural materials, but with the benefit of modern manufacturing techniques. Smart beds are at the forefront of sleep technology. These beds can automatically adjust firmness, temperature, and position based on sleep patterns and preferences. Some can even track sleep quality and make recommendations for improvement. A bed that actively works to improve your sleep would have seemed like pure fantasy to previous generations. The modern sleep revolution has also brought an understanding of the importance of sleep for overall health and well-being. Research has shown that adequate sleep is crucial for physical health, mental performance, and emotional stability. This awareness has led to increased investment in sleep technology and a recognition that good bedding is an investment in health, not just comfort. As you settle into your modern bed tonight, with its carefully engineered support system, temperature-regulating materials, and precisely designed comfort layers, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back to those first grass beds in South African caves. The drive to create better sleeping conditions has been a constant throughout human history, leading us from simple piles of aromatic leaves to the sophisticated sleep systems we have today. The journey from sleeping on the ground to sleeping on memory foam has been long and fascinating, filled with innovations, setbacks, and gradual improvements. Each generation has built upon the discoveries of the previous one, creating better and more comfortable ways to get a good night's rest. And who knows? The bed you're sleeping on tonight might seem primitive to future generations, who will undoubtedly find even better ways to achieve the perfect night's sleep. Sweet dreams, and remember, you're sleeping better than 99.9% of all humans who have ever lived. That's worth appreciating as you drift off to sleep on your modern miracle of comfort and engineering. But if that insomnia is still kicking, don't worry. I will always have other stories of mine told here from the past to help you get that rest no matter what it takes. Sleep well, my friends, and I will catch you later, as I always do,